me a break. You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo! What's up, fools? Today is 12/3/2025. It is 7:10 p.m. Eastern Time. How's everybody doing? MAGA tucks their wieners. MAGA bucks? More like MAGA sucks. Ha ha! Got him! That's it, dude. That's it, dude. Fucking Dwayne. That is it. MAGA is done with, bro. MAGA is done with, bro. That's it. There's no recovering from that. There's no recovering from that one, Dwayne. Well done. Well done. MAGA in shambles, bruh. Awesome! No, that's the wrong one. No, not water. Yeah. There we go. It's over. It's over for MAGA. All right. Let me put all the gay stuff on the screen for the gaylords in chat. There we go. No. I have it on. Sorry, Abby. Not today.
Sneak peek.
Bro, this this lady's face the whole fucking time is just so it's the best part, dude. It's the best fucking part, bro. Just sit there all of these blonde white ladies around her like it's so good, dude. But that I like she barely smiles, like from what I see, like every time I see her, she's just standing there looking super confused, but I don't know why Z King put this in content suggestions. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know why that was there. Reuters. Trump promised the San Francisco crime crackdown. His administration did the opposite. Federal prosecutions in Northern California dropped 40% this year. Agents diverted to immigration duties, impacting anti-crime efforts. Trump administration says its immigration crackdown is taking criminals off the streets. San Francisco is still battling an epidemic of fentanyl death. U.S. President Donald Trump vowed this year to flood San Francisco with federal agents and even soldiers to crack down on crime. Instead, his administration has quietly taken law enforcement away, leaving the city with less help to fight its deadly drug crisis. The number of people charged with federal crimes in San Francisco and surrounding cities throughout November 1st of this year plunged 40% the same period of 2024, one of the most abrupt retreats from prosecuting drug traffickers, gun criminals, and other accused lawbreakers anywhere in the United States. Reuters examination of more than 15 million federal court records found. The number of people charged with violating drug laws dropped even further by about 50% to 137. Wait, what? What does that mean? To 137. Am I stupid? Compared to what? Does it... Okay, so I guess... Well, okay, yes, I am stupid. Okay, so if it's 50%, 137, we just double that. That's what it was last year. Okay. Right? That's... Yeah. All right. Guys, we are down below 100 members on this channel for the first time in 3 years. Let me check. How many are we at? We're at 75. We're down 36% in just a month. Am I being canceled? We've had 55 cancellations in just the past 30 days. And we're down 81% in members gained. Sheesh. Actually, okay, this is also the first time we've ever had more people in Fools 1 than in Fools 2. We actually have double the amount of people in Fools 1 now than we have in Fools 2. So Fools 1 is the $1.99 one. Fools 2 is the $5 one. We have 47 people in Fools 1, 23 people in Fools 2. Sheesh. Yeah, we've never had more people in Fools 1 than in Fools 2. We've never had more people at $1.99 than at $5. I thought there was only one membership. Shut the fuck up. It's the Trump economy? Yep. Yep. No, really? There's no shot. There's 5 fucking levels. There's Fools 1, Fools 2, Fools 3, Top Fool, Tippy Top Fool. We have 1 person at Tippy Top Fool, 2 people at Top Fool. So I think Top Fool is like, I think it's like $20 a month, and Tippy Top Fool is $30 a month, I believe. But yeah. We got Agent Ziggs. Or no. Wait, why the fuck does it keep doing that? Oh my goodness, stop. Okay, Bald Phoenix is at top Fool. Holy shit. Okay, never mind. I can't. For some reason, it won't let me look at it. I'm trying to, like, scroll through this. And every time I get down to where it says top Fool. Oh, yep. Now it just skips right back. Okay. Yeah, it won't let me look at it. Whatever. We have the hottest economy in the world right now, though. Yeah, apparently. Yeah, normally holidays are actually one of, like, the best times for streamers. Like, normally there's, like, a lot of people who end up with, like, a lot of bonuses, and there's, like, holiday bonuses and holiday money coming in, and yeah, normally holidays are pretty good for streamers. The end of the year, the beginning of the year, and the middle of the year are the 3 best times. So, like, yeah, like, into the holidays, then the beginning of the year, and then, like, June and July. These are normally, like, the best times. You see my comment? I saw you left one. I did not have time to read it, but I thought I might just read it on stream today, so we'll try to get to that. Yeah, only one doll for me. Okay. So yeah, so the number of people charged with violating drug laws is down 50%. When Trump promised to up the amount of prosecutions, they have actually dropped by half. It says instead, federal agents who once built those cases are now rounding up immigrants to deport, taking away one of the most potent tools for combating everything from drug trafficking to gun violence. Nine current and former federal officials familiar with the changes said. All spoke on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss the department's work. They just don't have the agents to do criminal cases, a former Justice Department official said. That dramatic pullback happened even as Trump described the city as under Democratic leadership as destroyed and a mess, and insisted that it needed federal help to turn around. As recently as October, Trump promised a crackdown in the city and began assembling a force of immigration officers and other agents to storm into San Francisco to arrest migrants and try to tackle other crimes, as the government has done in Washington, D.C. and Memphis. Trump said in a social media post that he called it off after friends of mine who live in the area are called and urged him not to go forward. Or sorry, in the area called. Well, all right. House Democrats release new images of Epstein's private Caribbean island. Fatty panel? Are they doing a panel today? Normally, whenever I do a fatty panel, they're doing it at like 5. I always have to get up early for fatty panel. Is he even online? I'm asking why you're live at my midnight. Oh. This is normally when I get on. I'm on, like, an hour earlier than normal. Normally I get on at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Today I got on at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. That's it. 1 hour. Normally, if I'm getting on for fatty panels, I'm on like 3 hours early. All right, where's the comment? Guacamole kid. Holy guacamole. All right. So this video came out last night. This is the video where I'm arguing against the guy who's like making up shit about Sharia law in Texas.
What have they ever done to build society? Do they see what's happening over there and then come back to me and tell me that I'm full of shit?
Am I allowed to talk now? Okay. All right. The last 3 times he's gone on like 2 to 3 minute long rants, and then the second that I start responding, I've been muted, and then he went on another 2 to 3 minute rant. Thought so. That's what I thought. Okay. Yeah.
Jesus.
So anyway, we premiered this last night. Holy guacamole left us an effort post. I'm a little congested right now, so I'm trying to.
Too sleepy to argue.
Thank you. Short stack goblin. Let me pull up the conversion. $2.11. Let's go. Thank you. Short stack goblin. Getting us started. Oh, short stack's not even a member. Oh shit. All right. Here we go. Hey, Tom. I hope that this post... Wait. I hope that you find this post. I plan on trying to get back on Discord to be able to speak with you in the near future. But right now, if possible, it would be cool if we could just type back and forth for a while. I was thinking about all of these discussions lately. When I watch you and listen to what you have to say, I have to say that I do think that you are a very smart person, and I don't think that you are not open-minded. I think that basically you are open-minded. But due to the piles and piles of history that we are trying to sort through and make sense of, and that we are trying to sort out in some logical way, maybe it would be better to go back far enough to where we're not dealing with this current situation that we find ourselves in, the raw emotion of it. Before the internet, we were totally dependent on magazines, books, TV, and movies. The average person didn't really have all day to go to the library and sort through everything every day and try to make sense of the world. Everything prior to the internet was information that had been interpreted for us. We were given options, not really choices. I started playing in a Grateful Dead cover band back in the 80s. At that time, I realized that I naturally leaned towards a conservative point of view. I spoke with people who leaned towards liberalism all the time. I was part of their group back then, although we did have differences, we were able to coexist, and some of the left's ideas I didn't totally agree with. the Grateful Dead scene was not based on contentious political discourse, but it was more about being united by the music. People liked to dance, they generally agreed with some of the messaging in their music. In other words, I felt that common ground was more important than finding reasons not to like someone because of their beliefs. One day, my band had a gig with a group that our very hippie soundman was involved with called Earth First. I knew nothing about this group other than they were environmentalists. It's hard for me to, with the text being so small, it's hard for me to find one line to the other. Okay. My band went to this place where we set up all our gear and got ready to go. Before we started playing, the leader of this group wanted to have a little time to speak to the attendees. He made sure all the children were up close to him in a circle. He was speaking mainly to them. While the guy kept talking for 2.5 hours. I just wanted to play some music, but he would not shut up. So I sat and listened to what he had to say. Well, it didn't take long for me to figure out that he was basically preaching Marxism. As the speech went on, and on, and on, and on, I gradually became more and more irritated and tempted to stop him and call him out on some of the things he was saying. But he wasn't there for me. He was there for the kids. In simple terms, he preached Marxism to these children. He noticed that I was not buying what he was saying, and he was shooting me some nasty side-eye. When it was all said and done, we didn't even play. All that time to travel there, set up our shit, we were playing for free as a favor to our sound man. We didn't even get a chance to play any music, which was the sole reason I was there in the first place. That was one of my first memories of a personal experience that started to form my basic political outlook. I'm going to stop here and resume again if you have read this. But again, I'd like to kind of explain how I got to where I am, and I'd like to hear how you got to where you are. This is just a preamble to what I want to convey before we actually speak. I have a kind of natural pressure tone in my voice. I'm very excitable in debates with leftists verbally, and sometimes that impedes the conversation. You are much more reserved than I am, and I think a lot of it has to do with my personality. But if we know each other a little bit, then the conversation can stay calmer and we can have a better discussion. I don't know if I have like a villain origin story. And I don't know if I'm understanding even your post, where like I can understand like you're frustrated by some Marxists wanting to take up time speaking to everybody instead of actually playing music. I'm not sure I understand what that had to do with like how you got your current political outlook. But I mean, I talk about it pretty regularly, so my audience knows this. But yeah, I grew up conservative. I spent like the majority of my life as a conservative, and I always like cared about the Constitution, you know, the rule of law, freedom of speech, you know, low taxes, all of these things, accountability. Like, these are all the things that have always been super important to me. And when Donald Trump got elected, I felt like it didn't actually matter to conservatives. And so I left the conservative movement. I left the Republican Party and started to move towards Democrats, who I feel as though actually do care about those things. They do represent those beliefs. And that if we go through voting history, we go down like every single thing that Democrats have voted for over time, that's like what they're going to defend. And so over the last, like, I would say like 4 or 5 years, I've drastically kind of moved in a different direction. That's not what I'm trying to say, is that nothing interesting really gets a chance to be said in these debates. Do you think a lot of it has something to do with personality? To an extent, I think the parts though that have to do with personality are things like confirmation bias, how open-minded somebody is, how much they're willing to like actually consider facts that disagree with what it is that they want to believe in. Like, there's a lot of times where there's something that I want to believe, but what I want to believe does not align with the facts, and so I end up having to concede that like what it is that I want to believe is not the right thing, and that the something else is the right thing, and so I have to change to that. And so I think that's as much as like it has to do with personality, but I think most of it has to do with culture. I think that most people care more about the people that they're around and whether or not they have friends, whether or not they have family, whether or not they have people who actually care about them. Like most things in life, we are socialized into, right? Most of it we were kind of born in families or cultures or cities or states or whatever that have a certain bent, and most people end up wanting to fit in with the other people who already exist there, so they subconsciously go along with all of the beliefs that are already held in that area. How many brothers and sisters do you have? I'm one of 5. Tom, I'd identify as a populist now. Thanks for doing a deep dive on that. Yeah, you are definitely a populist. Why are we talking about personality? I think that he thinks that like personality has a lot to do with which side you identify with, but I don't think personality does as much. Like, when we look at different states and different cities where they tend to be very liberal or very conservative, and they stay that way for long periods of time, that's not because of personality types all congregating in a certain area, right? Like, every place has all different sorts of personality types, but they I was talking about you not liking Trump's personality. Wait, hold on. Whether or not I like Trump's personality has literally nothing to do with whether or not I like him, like, lying all the time and breaking the Constitution or committing crimes. But I'm like, if Trump wanted to be a stand-up comedian, I would be fine with his personality. It's more about for president, like whether or not his personality actually fits the presidential position, whether or not it is presidential, whether or not it's professional, whether or not it's like a good representation of our country and our values. That's it's not that I just don't have like a I just don't vibe with his personality. It's it's all pretty like values based, not really personality based at all. And this is like a, growing up conservative, that was a big confusion for me as well, is because I felt like conservatives were the ones who were supposed to care about that sort of thing, professionalism, and like actually doing these things that way. Like, if it was a personality thing, Trump is very much like all of us streamers. Like, he is very, very similar to all streamers, where he likes to say edgy things, he likes to rage bait, he likes to, he's a funny guy, he's very extroverted, he likes to be in front of a camera. Like, he is very similar to all of us. So it's not that, like, all of us streamers just don't really jive with his personality. It's, yeah, it's definitely very values-based. Does the Constitution say that states and cities can make their own immigration laws? Yes. So to an extent, not that they can make their own immigration laws, but whether or not they enforce the immigration laws. So, like, the cities and states don't have to do the federal government's job for them. That's like the separations of power, right? The cities and states, they have their own laws and they police their own laws. they can choose to help the federal government with the immigration laws, or they can choose not to help the federal government with their immigration laws. But it's very similar to, like, the federal government has different laws on marijuana than a lot of states do, right? The states choose not to enforce the federal government's laws. That's a fairly normal thing. That's a pretty standard thing, is when they have their own laws, they enforce their own laws. They do not have to enforce the federal government's laws. What if it's a lure for illegal immigration? I mean, I don't agree with, like, sanctuary cities or anything, if that's what you're getting at. I think it's stupid. This has to do with national security, though. Whose job is it to enforce national security? Like, states can disagree on what is national security and what isn't national security. Like, what's the best way to deal with national security? What's the right way to deal with national security? Like, they're allowed to disagree on those things. So, while I do agree that it is their right, that they, like, they're not in charge of national security. The federal government is, so they don't have to help the federal government. Like you asked, where in the Constitution it says this, it is the separations of power. That's what it is.
In a monstrous ambush-style attack just steps away from the White House. They'd been deputized as part of the most successful public safety. It's about 85% stopped by sea. You probably noticed that. People aren't wanting to be delivering by sea. And we'll be starting to stop them by land also. The land is easier.
I don't agree with your logic or interpretation. I don't think there's any lawyer anywhere that would disagree with my logic or interpretation. This isn't even something that's controversial or challenged anywhere. This is just the way it is. Like, nobody challenges this. Nobody disagrees with this. Like, if I show you that, like, literally this federal government and the Supreme Court has always been this way, where in the Constitution does it say that? The U.S. Constitution establishes separations of power by vesting all legislative, executive, and judicial power in different branches. No, not that. Amendment 10 to the Constitution was ratified on December 15th, 1971 to make it clear that any powers that are not specifically given to the federal government nor withheld from states are reserved to those respective states or to the people at large. So this is literally saying right here that, like, if if they do not write that the states have to do this thing, then they don't have to do it. And there is nowhere that says that the states have to enforce federal law. And so this is just one federal law supersedes. What do you mean supersedes? They're just different departments. It doesn't supersede. It's just a different department. So if let's say in Georgia, we say that it's legal to smoke weed, okay? You're allowed to smoke weed here. But the federal government says you're not allowed to smoke weed, okay? Well, if you get caught by any Georgia police, you're not going to get in trouble for smoking weed. But if you get caught by federal officials or federal law enforcement, then you will get in trouble for smoking weed. When you say supersedes, that doesn't mean anything. Like, it doesn't supersede. It's just a separate department where they will hold you accountable for something. But they can't intentionally sabotage federal law. Wait, that's not the... Intentionally sabotaging is not the same thing as choosing not to enforce something. That's not the same thing. You're conflating things. That's not the same thing. They're separate things. But that you're already kind of pivoting on whether or not they have the right to not enforce the federal law. They don't have to enforce federal law. That's what they're doing. Hold on, I'm sorry. You're doing this thing where you're saying, like, they have the right to not enforce federal law. They're acting against it. How? Who? What state? What state is acting against it? Again, choosing not to enforce something is not the same thing as acting against something. Every sanctuary state. Okay, what sanctuary state? Which one? Let's get one example here. Pick one. Let's go over it. Stop saying all of them. Illinois. Okay. What is Illinois doing that is acting against this? Don't just say that they're not enforcing the federal government's laws for them. They are not allowed to enforce the federal government's laws. They're not allowed to do that. Not only do they not have to, but they're not allowed to. It's not their jurisdiction. So, what are they doing to stop the federal government from enforcing their laws? Letting illegals out of jail without telling ICE. They don't see, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. They're not obstructing ICE. They're not obstructing ICE by not telling them something. That's not obstruction. That's just them not telling them. You can't keep conflating these two things. Telling people to get in ICE's way. Okay, what federal officials in Illinois told people to get in ICE's way? So an Illinois official, like a mayor, a governor and mayor. Okay. Who is the governor of Illinois? Okay, J.B. Pritzker. Did J.B. Pritzker tell people to obstruct ICE agents? J.B. Pritzker did not tell people to physically obstruct ICE agents. Instead, he repeatedly asked Illinois residents to use their smartphones and cameras to record the conduct of federal immigration agents during their operations and post the videos on social media. Pritzker's calls came amidst a period of heightened tension in immigration enforcement actively by federal agents in the Chicago area dubbed Operation Midway Blitz by the Trump administration. He argued the actions were marked by excessive force and could amount to unlawful attacks. Okay, so according to this, he did not say that. So do you have an example of him saying that I can look up? The very existence of Sanctuary City is a lure for illegal immigration. That's obstruction. I don't think you know what obstruction means, Guac. You can't keep using terms that don't mean what it is that you're trying to say. This is an opinion. Okay, you're not... No, hold on. Guac, you can't do this, okay? You have to know that you have moved the goalposts every single time you've made a statement, and I've responded to that statement. You've moved the goalpost to a different statement. That you can't say that this is illegal based on the Constitution and that this is against federal law and that they're obstructing and using like you're purposefully trying to say this is illegal. You have been very clear in making it in saying this is about the Constitution, this is about federal law superseding and all of these things. You are being very clear that you are making this about the law. Now that I've gone over the law, you say, well, no, this is about my opinion. No, it's not about your opinion. It's about the law. That's where we disagree. So show me where you're getting this from. Where do you get this from? Where does obstruction say anything about just not helping? It's unconstitutional. Okay, so where does the Constitution say this? Where I've shown you where the Constitution says they don't have to help, that they are allowed to do these things. Now you're trying to say that it contradicts itself. So tell me, where does it say anything about this? Am I supposed to give you a date of his speech? I don't know. I'm saying that I've never heard of him ever saying this or anybody saying this. You're telling me that he said this. So then I look it up according to Google, he never said this. So there's no way for me to find where he said this unless you tell me where he said this. There's no way for me to find this evidence that he supposedly said this thing. But you can't just keep falling back to they're choosing not to enforce federal law. They're not allowed to enforce federal law. It is not their jurisdiction. Like, this isn't a matter of opinion. You have an opinion that just doesn't align with any, like, federal law anywhere. Pritzker was one of the first to tell people to get into the streets and obstruct agents. In place of some of his speeches. I'm sorry. Over the last year of him talking about immigration, he's had like 30 fucking speeches. There's no way that I'm gonna go through like every single one of his speeches that are like hours long and find where he said this. I need some direction here. It's the Constitution's opinion. Okay, Guac, I can't keep bouncing around. We got to stay on one thing. Either you tell me where it says this in the Constitution, or tell me where J.B. Pritzker said this. Pick one. Just pick one, and we're going to stay on that. But we can't keep bouncing back and forth between these two things, okay? And guys, you can't argue with fucking everybody at the same time, so you guys got to just chill. I need one of these two. We need to stay on one. Tell me, which one are we going for? Did J.B. Pritzker tell people to obstruct federal law, or does the Constitution say that these states have to violate the separations of power? I can't pull it out of my ass. So, the things that you've asked me for, I've been able to pull up. If, like, when I'm making statements about these things, I'm able to pull these things up. If you say, Tom, where does the law say this? I can pull it up. If I say, you know, somebody said this thing, I can go find it. But well, okay, but that's why we can just go to the Constitution then. That's not a hard thing. Where does the Constitution say any of this? Because you have like moved the goalpost from initially saying states have to enforce federal law to, well, they don't have to enforce it, but they can't obstruct it, to, no, but the Constitution says that they have to enforce it, to, well, they're not allowed to obstruct it though, and they did obstruct it. But like we're kind of moving back and forth between these. Is it the Constitution or is it that they're obstructing? It's one of these two. But we're kind of states can't make their own immigration laws. They don't have immigration laws. The federal government has immigration laws. States don't have immigration laws. That's a federal duty, national security. Yes, exactly. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's the whole fucking point. It is their job. It's the federal government's job. It's nobody else's job. like what we call like sanctuary cities or sanctuary states, those are not laws. There's no laws that say this. They're like what are the Illinois has multiple cities with sanctuary ordinances, including Chicago, Evanston, Oak Park, and Skokie. These cities limit cooperation with the federal government authorities and do not request information about a person's citizenship status unless required by a court or specific legal action. The state of Illinois is also listed as a sanctuary jurisdiction by the U.S. Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security. Okay, so the federal government started listing them as sanctuary cities. They don't list themselves as sanctuary cities. The federal government has started listing them as sanctuary cities. Okay, until Trump started listing cities as sanctuary cities, there has never been an official like category of sanctuary cities. That has never existed until Trump started listing them, apparently. But yes, this is them just saying that they don't like contact ICE, that they don't look into somebody's immigration status. They don't ask about somebody's immigration status. That's all any of this says. This isn't saying that they like have laws that say that they're not, that like they're going to deport people based on their own laws or anything like that. That's not how that works. That's an implied law. Oh my God. Okay. I'm sorry. There's no such thing as an implied law. That's not a thing. That's a lure. Okay. It doesn't matter. You can keep saying it's a lure. That doesn't matter. That has nothing to do with the Constitution. That has nothing to do with what it is we're talking about. We can't keep like moving the goalposts to different arguments. If it's a lure, okay, you think it's a lure, that's fine. That's has nothing to do with what we're talking about. If you think it's right, Illinois sanctuary city law in Google. Illinois does not have a single sanctuary city law, but rather a combination of state and local policies that limit law enforcement cooperation with federal government authorities. The state policies, particularly the Trust Act and the Way Forward Act, prohibit local police from detaining or arresting individuals based on immigration status alone and limit the sharing of information with federal agents unless required by a warrant. Cities like Chicago have their own sanctuary ordinances, such as the Welcoming City Ordinance, which reinforces these protections and at the local level. Yeah, this is again not their own immigration laws. This is not an immigration law. This is on whether or not they cooperate with the federal government. This is about whether or not they're checking any of these things. Put it in Bing. Okay. Illinois has established sanctuary city laws that protect undocumented immigrants, primarily through the Illinois Trust Act and local ordinance in cities like Chicago and Evanston. Illinois sanctuary cities are municipalities that adopt policies to protect undocumented immigrants by limiting cooperation with federal immigration enforcement. Yeah, what the protect part is like that's an opinion. but that's not what the law says. The law does not say we want to protect illegal immigrants. That's not at all what it fucking says. So that's the way that they chose to fucking write it here. But that's it's just about how much the local government wants to cooperate with the federal government. Again, that's their fucking prerogative. That is their prerogative. They're allowed to choose not to cooperate. They can choose not to cooperate with the federal government. That is their right. That is called states' rights. That's how that works. They don't have to do this. You still would have to show me where any of this says that they don't have to do this. Or I'm sorry, that they do have to do this, or that they're not allowed to have laws like this. No, they're not. Okay. Do states have to cooperate with federal immigration agents? Do states have to cooperate with federal immigration agents? States are not required to cooperate with federal immigration agents. While the federal government holds the executive power to regulate immigration, states have their own laws that control immigration with their borders. This has led to complex dynamics where the states and local governments cooperate with federal authorities to varying degrees, impacting immigration enforcement. The distinction between civil and criminal violations in the Immigration Nationality Act, the INA, further complicates the matter, as states are generally restricted from enforcing civil provisions, but can enforce criminal provisions. The involvement of states in immigration law is a highly debated topic, with critics arguing for limited state participation to maintain uniformity in enforcing federal immigration rules. So, Bing and Google both say that they don't have to cooperate. So, do we have anything that says something different? You disagree. Based on what? Again, this is not challenged. This is not controversial. Like, whether or not people think it should be that way, that's controversial. Whether or not that it is that way, whether or not the law says that they don't have to cooperate, that's not controversial. Everybody agrees. Everybody knows they don't have to cooperate. This is very clear. This is not questioned anywhere. If it was, this would like be in the fucking courts already. This would already have like been dealt with. This is not controversial. It has been dealt with. It's gone through the courts. They don't have to do this. Read the Illinois Trust Act. For what? What am I looking for? Like, again, if I don't have anything that says that they have to do X, Y, and Z as far as the federal law goes, that there's no reason for me to keep looking through more and more things when it won't make any difference. I don't have anything that I'm trying to compare this to. Like, I don't have anything that I'm looking for. They don't have to enforce the law, so it doesn't matter what it says. What does it specifically say about immigration? That's the law you asked for. Hold on. I didn't ask for the law. I asked for the federal law that says that they have to cooperate. That's what I've been asking for. I've asked where in the Constitution it says that they have to cooperate. I've asked where like federal law says this. I'm not asking for state laws or anything like this. I don't, like, I've already said I don't agree with sanctuary cities and sanctuary states and shit like that. Like, I don't like it. I think it's stupid. But I do agree that they have the right to do that. That is not controversial. Like, everybody knows. They have the right to do it. Read Illinois law. For what? I'm not going to ask this like 5 more times, okay? I can't keep asking the same fucking question 5 times before you answer. I'm going to move on pretty quick here. Like, either we have a point that we're sticking to, that we're trying to understand or we're trying to figure out, or I'm just moving on because I can't keep like bouncing around from one thing to another. National security. Okay, but I won this debate. You haven't shown me where the Constitution or federal law says that this is wrong. You haven't won anything. It doesn't matter what the Illinois law says. It doesn't matter. We've already gone over the fact that they don't have to do this. So it's like it doesn't matter what it says. You can keep trying to move the goalposts to a different conversation because you lost on the other 5 things you tried to move to, but that doesn't make it to where you win now because I got tired of moving the goalposts to 10 different things. That's it's a little weird to look at it that way, but if you want to enforce federal law, you use federal money. Don't use state money for that. Well, so the difference is that you're able to at least check immigration status while you have somebody locked up or while you have somebody in custody, right? That doesn't take like a whole lot of fucking money or resources or anything from the state to just check somebody's status. And then when you check and you let ICE know, hey, we have somebody in custody, they're we don't have any reason to hold them, or we're holding them for a month until they go to court, blah, blah, blah. But if you guys want to come get them, we have them here. That doesn't take like a whole lot of resources. And it's not like expensive to do that. It's a thing that most states do. It's just odd that some states choose not to do it. I think it's weird. I don't think your argument is logical. What is my argument? It's illegal. Again, you would have to show me somewhere where it says that. I keep showing you things that say that it's not illegal, so I can't keep like this is never ending with the goalpost moving. We gotta we gotta move on at this point. And unconstitutional. Federal government is in control of national security and immigration. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's the fucking point, guacamole. That's the fucking point, dude. The federal government is in charge of this, not the states. So the federal government, if they come in, the states can't obstruct them. They can't get in their way. They can't stop them. That doesn't mean that when you say the states, or sorry, the federal government is in charge of national security. Okay, then the federal government has to do this, not the states. The states don't have to do it. You are making my argument every time you repeat that. Every fucking time you repeat that, you are making my argument. Yes, they are in charge of national security. They are in charge of immigration, not the states. So the federal government has to do this, not the states. I think the states should do it. But they don't have to. They don't have to do it. The states are obstructing. Okay, guacamole. I'm not going to keep going in circles with you. You're going to keep refusing to answer my questions. And I'm not going to keep doing this with you. So I'm going to do it one more time. One last time. Okay? One last time. Show me where in federal law it says that if states do not go out of their way to let them know something, that this is obstructing. Show me anywhere where the fucking federal definition of obstruction includes not going out of your way to tell them something. Show me where. A sanctuary city is a law. Stop repeating that. Show me where it says this. Show me. I'm not going to keep going in circles with you. Answer the fucking question. Where does it say this? I've looked it up twice now, and both times it says you're wrong. So you have to show me something that says you're right. Okay? I'm not just saying, hey, I looked it up, says you're wrong. I'm giving you a chance to actually show me something or lead me in a direction where it says otherwise. I'm being as good faith as I possibly can. But calling this a lure does not make it obstruction. That's not obstruction. There is no definition that includes them not doing something as obstruction. Bing, are the states or federal government in charge of immigration? It's the federal government. We already agree on this. Don't pivot. Answer the question. Where does it say that this is obstruction? Do not keep pivoting. Don't move the goalposts again. Where does it say this is obstruction?
The mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey, is saying that he's actually proud to have the largest Somali community in the country, and his police chief.
Well, then he's a fool.
Well, his police chief is also
I wouldn't be
saying,
proud to have the largest Somalian. Look at their nation. Look how bad their nation is. It's not even a nation. It's just a.
That they're Americans, motherfucker. They're Americans. The Somalians that live here are fucking Americans. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? This is racism, bro. This is just fucking racism. This is nothing more. This is just racism, dude. These are fucking Americans, bro. We're talking about Somalians. We're talking about a nationality. We're talking about the fact that these are people who are from another country. That this is just racism, dude. This is just fucking racism. There's nothing more. All of the people who keep, oh, you guys call him a racist all the time. This isn't fair. This is fucking pure racism. That's all this is. This is nothing more than racism, dude. That's it. Like, if other people say, hey, I think my country's kind of shit. I want to move to the United States. And then they leave and they come to the United States. And then Trump is like, well, they shouldn't be allowed to be here. Their country sucks. It's like, yes, their country sucks. They agree. That's why they're moving here. They want to come here because they don't want to be there. They think it sucks. Guac, are you conceding that you don't have anything that says that that's obstruction? I don't know why you're talking about Somalians right now. Where does it say that that's obstruction? I won already? I proved it? You proved that that's obstruction? You proved that the federal definition says that that's obstruction? When did you do that? You know I can go through your chat history, right? I can just pull it all up right now. When they tell people to go into the streets and dox and block them, that's obstruction. Illegals, you haven't shown me where they've ever said that. You have not shown me any federal or any government official saying this. You have not shown me a single person saying this. You can keep saying sanctuary cities are obstruction. Okay, show me where that says that that's obstruction. Show me where the definition includes that as obstruction. This is the last time I'm going to ask, and then I'm probably just going to ban you. If you're not willing to concede this, you're not being good faith enough to even show me a definition. You're just going to keep repeating yourself over and over and moving the goalposts over and over. I'm not going to keep like somebody in the fucking chat that's going to be this bad faith, that's going to keep saying, well, I won. I'm refusing to even engage in the conversation, but I won. I'm not going to even answer your question, but I won. All right. Yeah, we're going to get rid of him. Bro, the fact that you started this off by trying to pretend that you were going to be good faith is so humiliating. I'll look a few up. Okay, go ahead. I will wait. I'll wait. If you're gonna try, I will keep waiting. But yeah, if you're just gonna refuse, okay, all right.
People walking around killing each other. Look, these Somalians have taken billions of dollars out of our country. They've taken billions and billions of dollars. They have a representative, Ilhan Omar, who they say married her brother. It's a fraud. She tries to deny it now, but you can't really deny it because, you know, it just happened. She shouldn't be allowed to be a congresswoman, and I'm sure people are looking at
this is true, isn't it? If I remember correctly, this is true, isn't it? She did marry her brother. I think it was for like him to get a green card or something like that. For years, Democratic Congresswoman Ilhan Omar has faced rumors alleging that she married her brother to obtain U.S. citizenship, having circulated for years, but through fact checks and investigations have consistently debunked these claims. The man that these rumors allege is Minnesota Representative, her brother. Oh, that's right. That's right. The guy that, okay, that's right. I totally forgot about this. It came out later that the guy that they said was her brother was not her fucking brother. That's right. I totally forgot about this. Okay. Ilhan Omar's personal life has been publicly documented and clarified multiple times. In 2002, she entered an unofficial faith-based Islamic marriage with Ahmed Abdi Salan Hirsi, with whom she had 2 children, including climate activist Isra Hirsi. The couple reportedly divorced within their faith tradition in 2008. In 2009, Omar married Ahmed Noor Saeed Elmi, a British Somali. The two had a faith-based divorce in 2011, after which Omar reconciled with Hirsi and had a third child in 2012. Omar and Elmi were legally divorced in 2017, and she was legally married to Hirsi in 2018. The couple filed for divorce in late 2019, which was finalized that same year. Omar remarried in March of 2020 to Tim Minette, a political consultant. The claim that Omar married her brothers surfaced early in her political career, with detractors attempting to use it to question her citizenship status. Omar has strongly denied these allegations, calling them absolutely false and ridiculous in a 2016 statement, where she also provided a detailed timeline of her marital history. Omar became a U.S. citizen in 2000 after seeking asylum from Somalia in 1995, years before any of her marriages. Despite repeated claims from political opponents, including President Donald Trump, no credible evidence has ever supported the allegations that she married her brother. Damn. So Trump lying again.
And she should be thrown the hell out of our country. And most of those people, they have destroyed Minnesota, okay? Minnesota, you have an incompetent governor. You have a crooked governor. He's crooked as hell, but he's incompetent. Walz he should be ashamed. That beautiful land, that beautiful state, it's a hellhole right now. And the Somalians should be out of here. They've destroyed our country. And all they do is complain.
They've destroyed our country. How is it that he does this? How does he do this? How do you guys allow him to contradict himself every other fucking statement like this? Why do you guys allow yourselves to look this fucking stupid? Why do you let him treat you like you're this retarded? Why? Why do you allow him to treat you like a bunch of little retards like that? This is embarrassing, dude. This is embarrassing. You should be embarrassed. Like, you should be furious. When Donald Trump sits there and he tells you in one moment, guys, we have the greatest country ever. Best country of all time. Nobody can compete with our country. It's the greatest country. We are winning in every area. We are the best in every area. We cannot be stopped. And then 2 minutes later, he'll say, our country's ruined. These people ruined our country. Our country is run rampant with drugs and crime and, corruption and blah, blah, blah. Oh, but we have the best country of all time, guys. Greatest country of all time. Can't be stopped. We have the least amount of crime, least amount of immigration, least amount of... Like, how do you guys let him treat you like this? Why do you allow him to treat you like this? Why do you let him treat you like you're this fucking stupid? Guac. Guac, why are you back talking about this shit? We're waiting for shit on obstruction. You got to quit this. Obstruction. Obstruction. I just posted a link. You can't post links in chat.
Complain. You have her. She's always talking about the Constitution provides me with... Go back to your own country and figure out your Constitution. All she does is complain about this country. Without this country, she would not be in very good shape. She probably wouldn't be alive right now. So Somalia is considered by many to be the worst country on earth. I don't know. I haven't been there. I won't be there anytime soon, I hope. But what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is is not even believable. It's not even believable. And a lot of it starts with the governor. A lot of it starts with Barack Hussein Obama, because that's when...
Guac, do you see this chat right here? You see this chat below me, okay? I just told you, you cannot post links in chat. You hear the words coming out of my mouth. You cannot post links in chat. Also, I think you're like a minute behind. You're taking like a minute or so to copy and paste. No, you're not hearing what I'm saying. If it's not here on the screen, we do not see it. You cannot post links in chat. You cannot post URLs in chat. It's not that it's not a hyperlink. I'm not saying, hey, we don't have a hyperlink. I'm not saying, hey, it's not blue and we can't click on it. I'm saying you can't post them. You cannot post them. They will not go into chat on YouTube. It's not my rule. It's not my chat rules. It's not my settings. It's just YouTube. All YouTube. You cannot post links in YouTube chat. All right, go ahead. Post the link. This is not a definition of obstruction, Guac.
Listen, I understand the tendency to give in to despair right now, but despair is an indulgence that we cannot afford in the times upon which history turns. Never before in my life have I called for mass protests, for mobilization, for disruption, but I am now. These Republicans cannot know a moment of peace. They have to understand that we will fight their cruelty with every megaphone and microphone that we have. We must castigate them on the soapbox and then punish them at the ballot box.
So he literally said protest. You know that, right? You heard him say he literally said protests, right? You heard him say protests, yes? Rewind it, Tom? I'm not rewinding it. No, we're not playing that fucking stupid shit again. I'm not playing that again. I've wasted too much time on this. All right. Disruption. That's what protests are. Protests are a disruption. That's literally what a protest is. It's a disruption.
People started coming in, and you have to have people come in that are going to love our country, cherish our country. They want to kiss our country goodnight. They talk about our country. We want them to pray for our country. This is not the people living in Minnesota. And she's a disaster. She should not be, and her friends shouldn't be allowed. Frankly, they shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople, okay? They shouldn't even be allowed to be congresspeople.
What percentage of Somalis in America are illegal? While the exact percentage of Somalis in the U.S. who are illegal is difficult to determine, data indicates that the vast majority are in the country legally. National and regional data points from recent reports state that nationality, about 73% of Somali immigrants are naturalized U.S. citizens. In Minnesota, home to the largest Somali American population, an even higher percentage of foreign-born Somalis, 87% are naturalized U.S. citizens. Overall, in Minnesota, almost 58% of people of Somali descent were born in the U.S. and are therefore American citizens by birth. Um, I remember one time. Now it's my turn to be racist. I remember one time we were talking about the fact that all of these like Somali people look the same. They all look exactly the fucking same. And I'm trying to deal with I'm having real like border issues tonight. And it's because of these fucking sanctuary cities that are obstructing my border. Okay, there. Sheesh. And then I started thinking, like, dang, dude, we have I'll be back. Why? Yeah, see, this is Allie being racist. Every time we talk about white people doing this fucking shit, she's perfectly fine with it. But we talk about another group, she's out every time. She gets super defensive and mad every time. But yeah, the fact that they all looked alike, so we went and looked it up because I started thinking, man, they all have like the same fucking genetics. Like this is like one little country, and they all look like the same fucking person. Like they all look exactly the same. They just there's no difference. They look exactly the fucking same. You could look at a person, you're like, that person's from Somalia. Normally, you could look at a person and tell what continent they're from, but it's not easy to just look at a person and tell what fucking country they're from. But Somalians, you know, they think they're the fucking captain now, okay? And it turns out there is a lot of inbreeding in Somalia. Like that has been a very real thing in Somalia. So it's just saying. All right. U.S. President Donald Trump has called Somali immigrants living in the United States garbage and wants them to leave, claiming without evidence that they contribute nothing. The crude language came Tuesday after a person familiar with the planning said federal authorities were preparing an immigration enforcement operation in Minnesota, primarily focusing on Somali immigrants living unlawfully in the United States. Almost 58% of the Somalis in Minnesota were born in the U.S., and the foreign-born Somalis, their 87% are naturalized U.S. citizens. So, so it's larger than 87%. Just so you guys know, it's like 90 something percent of them are U.S. citizens. Immigrant professor Oh, no. Okay. Here's a look at Somalia, which is also one of the countries where Trump and the administration this week paused all immigration applications. The country's prime minister, asked at a public event Wednesday about Trump's statement, did not comment. Somalis have been fleeing the Horn of Africa nation. What is, I want to read who it is that wrote this article real quick, but I know no matter how I say it, I'm gonna sound fucking racist, so I'm not even gonna.
Let's bring in retired four-star General Jack Keane, former Army Vice Chief of Staff, the chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, and Fox News senior strategic analyst. General, it's great to have you with us. And I do want to get your thoughts on what we just heard about that strike. But I really want to begin with what we're doing. We just showed everyone at home the amassing of naval ships in the region. We've got 15,000 troops in the region as well right now. You know, President Trump, according to reporting in Reuters and the Miami Herald, offered Maduro on a phone call safe passage.
Bro, she only said Reuters. She didn't even say the other three.
If he resigns immediately. They reported that Trump rejected Maduro's request for global amnesty and that he rejected Maduro's request to retain military control in return for free elections. The pressure is on him. What's your assessment of this situation right now, General?
Yeah, well, strategically, what I think is occurring here, the president has made up his mind, looking at South America and Latin America in general, which is the source of so much of the narco trafficking, the poison that's coming into our country, to include fentanyl, which has horrific death rates in the country, to take a very comprehensive approach to it. So for fentanyl, they've gone to China and told China to stop it. They did it in the first administration, too, but China did it anyway. China has agreed to stop it, and that goes into Mexico and to manufacturing centers there and produces the fentanyl drug that's killed so many Americans. That is part of the plan here. The other plan is pressure on Colombia, pressure on other countries to shut down their narco trafficking, and we're putting more military presence to interfere with it. What we're seeing here is a very visible problem with one country and its leader, because the government and Maduro and narco trafficking are one and the same. And that is the reality here. And so that's what you see here. This show of force, this military there, is not there to kill speedboats. It's there to demonstrate to Maduro that it's in your best interest to voluntarily leave. The president has already made up his mind, I believe, that regime change is what is called for here. And so our viewers understand. In 1989, President George H.W. Bush directed a regime change in Panama of Noriega. He was indicted in this country for narco trafficking and for human trafficking. He felt completely justified in physically removing him from power by conducting an invasion to do that regime change. In '94, just a few years later, President Clinton did much the same thing, dealing with Haiti, when a military dictator took over and removed the democratically elected president. The mission was to restore that democratically elected president to power. That was Aristide. Presidents have acted strongly in the Western Hemisphere dealing with the regime change because they know if they don't take it, it affects the security of the American people. And that's what people got to get their heads around here. This president is dead serious about making certain that the poison that is coming in and killing us, he's conducting a comprehensive campaign. The ships, the airplanes, and the rest of it is focused on Maduro principally, but the campaign is much, much larger than that.
Yeah, well,
and
thank
I
you.
applaud the efforts. I mean, we've been wringing our hands about this for years. Martha, not doing much about it.
No, I think you're...
Bro, stop talking. Holy moly. Wait, what? Who's shadow banned? Jola? The on the shorts thing, there like I've gone through periods where I couldn't get more than like 5 viewers. Like um I've talked to him about it before. Like I would go from averaging like 2 to 300 every single night in the shorts feed, in the vertical feed, to then like 5. It's very finicky. The best thing to do, what I did, is I messaged support. I told them that it was doing this. They kept telling me there was nothing they could do about it. And so I kept telling them, can I please speak to somebody higher? And they would say yes. And then they would send me to somebody higher. I would send them all my analytics. I'd be like, this is impossible. Then I go from 200 averaging to fucking 2. And they're like, oh, it's just, the algorithm, it's your titles, it's this. But I didn't change my titles. But I didn't change this. I didn't change that. I didn't do, there's no way that I just drop off from one day to the next. It didn't slowly go down. It just one day for a fucking year, averaging 200 to 300 viewers, to then dropping off. Like getting like 200,000 views per fucking video to getting like 30 views per video. Like, there's no way. There's no way. It goes from one day to the next. There would be a downslope. You would trend down. There's no trend. It just one day. Different. And after I kept like escalating, at the next day, after I talked to like the final fucking boss, and they told me there's nothing they could do about it, the next day, right back to normal. Right back to fucking normal. Just whoop. Immediately. So I can attest that I've been through this many times. And it was very annoying, but let's see. Yeah, okay. So this is it. You can see in here that, I mean, like 499,000, almost 500,000 views. This is in a 28-day period, all up here, and then whoop, just here. This is one stream. 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 So each one of these like parts is one stream, and then boom. There was no trend downwards. It just bam. You can see it again here, like all up here, and then boom, dropped off. You see it again here, trend up, and then dropped off a fucking cliff. Like it didn't make sense, dude. Didn't make any fucking sense. There's no fucking way. $89,000, $86,000, $76,000, $75,000, $70,000, like and then 2,000, 1,000, 1,000, 900, 800, 500, 400, 400, 300, 300. Like, there's no fucking way. So yeah, it's yes, this is something that I have dealt with very much so. You get like here 293,000 views in 28 days to 66,000 to 6,000 to 5,000. Like, so yes, I've dealt with this, and all I did is just keep escalating it with YouTube support, and eventually we got through. Eventually they kept saying, there's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do about it. Nothing we can do about it. And I remember I was telling people on stream while this was happening, I was telling them, I keep escalating this. I keep telling them, I need you guys to do something about this. I need this fixed. Like, you got to fix this. And they kept saying, there's nothing we could do. There's nothing we could do. There's nothing we could do. And I kept saying, I'm pretty sure there's literally like a fucking button they can press that will just like reset this. I'm pretty sure this happens. This has happened like 3 different times where I just keep escalating and keep escalating and keep escalating. And then eventually they just like, it's like they fucking press a button, like reset. And then I'm just right back at the fucking top. So yeah.
Using leadership at Turning Point USA of working with friends. This Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk, TPUSA situation is crazy, right? It's tearing a lot.
All right, we got an hour and 10 minutes left on the clock, guys. We're $2 into $25 goal. We have not hit 2 goals in a row in like a week now. I'm starving. Okay, do you see how small and frail I look right now? I'm dying. And I'm trying to save money for fucking to move to New Zealand right now. So, which apparently is has to be put off for a month at this point. So this is gonna suck, but they were just waiting for you to want it harder. So I don't think that's what it is. I think that there actually is something in the algorithm that decides eventually that you're toxic or something like that. Or that you're like bad for the brand, or that you're bad for commercials or something like that. I think that there is something in the algorithm that does decide this. And when you keep escalating it, I think they actually look into whether or not you actually did the thing that the algorithm thinks you did. And then they realize you didn't. And then they just erase that out. But they're not going to tell you that they did that, right? They would never tell you that, like, the algorithms decided you're toxic, but we looked into it. We were wrong. So we're going to get rid of that now. They're not going to tell you that. I'm pretty sure that's what happens. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And so because I dealt with this for years. For years on YouTube, I dealt with this. Because initially, when I first came on the YouTube, I was very conservative. I was a white nationalist. I was very different in my beliefs. And I was very heavily shadow banned for a long time. And eventually, I got in trouble for something. I appealed that something. And when I appealed it, all of a sudden, my fucking views shot to the sky. Like, immediately. Just, woo! So.
A lot of the online right apart. So Candace Owens just dropped what she called another explosive revelation, and this time accusing leadership at Turning Point USA of working with France and betraying Charlie Kirk to his death. You know, we've talked about Candace a decent amount recently with her investigation into Brigitte Macron, the wife of the French president, as well as her claims last week that the French government planned to assassinate her. So now with this last one, you have people saying she's doing...
I don't prefer Your nightmare video host rotation every night. Sorry. Wait, what? I don't know what that means.
Mental gymnastics to pin the blame for Charlie Kirk's assassination on France. Except also now she's dragging the leadership of Turning Point USA into the mix. And you see, Candace, she claims that what really blew this open was some water cooler talk at TPUSA, saying that she heard that nearly immediately after Charlie's death, TPUSA's COO, Justin Strife, made a call to a prospective donor.
Faux News and then Philly D every night recently. Oh, Fox News. Wait, I've always done that. I always watch a lot of people that I disagree with. And then fact check their claims and shit. But then you want me to watch liberals and people that I agree with. Philly D. And then, but for some reason, when I watch the guy that we agree with, this is still not good. I don't know what. No one wants to see the right trash, just have to. Yeah, like, so one thing that he's, like, really been keeping up with is the stuff with, like, you know, Nick Fuentes and Candace Owens and kind of the splits that are happening on the right. And this is something that that was like a big part of my documentary that I made a while ago, and something that I've been kind of like predicting and hinting at for a while that's going to happen. And you didn't fact check any of the Fox News stuff. Well, what Fox News stuff? What fact check what? All they did is just talk about the fact that Trump wants the guy arrested, and that's it. But am I supposed to double check and see if he actually wants him arrested or if he's actually trying to do regime change? I was going to check. I'm pretty sure Donald Trump, when he came into office, I'm pretty sure numerous times he's spoken against regime change. I'm fairly certain. I was going to look this up, but I'm almost positive he has argued against regime change. Yes, Donald Trump has repeatedly argued against a general concept of U.S.-led regime change operations and national building projects abroad. Yeah, I knew this. I knew he'd done this. So yeah, when I was listening to it, that's right. I got distracted by the Jola thing. The Donald Trump has most definitely been like a staunch. He tries to put himself as an isolationist, and that he doesn't want to meddle in other countries. He doesn't want to like do any of this other shit in other countries. Yet that's exactly what he's doing with Maduro. That's exactly what he was doing in Iran. That's like he's talked about buying Greenland, and that's what he was pushing for with Canada. He does this all the fucking time, where he tries to get leaders taken out and switched, and wants to play kingmaker. And but then he'll turn around and act like he doesn't do this, and that he's against this. I don't understand. What's his name? I can never remember this guy's name, but the gray-haired guy that's like a big part of Trump's coalition, and like constantly in his ear about everything. Treasury guy? No, he's not like actually part of his administration, like not an official part, but he's always like around. Hardcore populist guy, the guy who like convinced Trump to be a populist. Stephen Miller is an official part of Trump's administration. Bannon, yes, Bannon. I wonder how he feels about this Maduro shit, because Bannon is supposedly a hardcore isolationist. Like he is hardcore isolationist. Has Tim covered the Casey Tron settlement and reactions? Tim? Wait, do you mean me? Who's Tim? I went over the Casey Tron stuff yesterday. General opposition throughout his political career, and especially during his 2016 campaign and first term, Trump frequently criticized previous U.S. interventions in countries like Iraq and Libya, arguing that they led to chaos and instability. He stated the U.S. would stop trying to topple foreign regimes and focus on domestic priorities as part of his America First policy. His first national intelligence director even stated the U.S. strategy of regime change or nation building had ended under Trump's administration. Iran. In public statements, Trump has explicitly said he does not support regime change in Iran, calling it a path to chaos. However, this has been nuanced by other comments following U.S. strikes in June of 2025. He questioned why a regime change in Iran wouldn't be possible if the current government couldn't make Iran great again. It's a typo? Okay. Yeah, I'm not a stickler. I'm just asking for clarification. I just wanted to know if he was talking about me or like Tim Pool. But yeah, I covered it yesterday. I think it was in the title as well. Yesterday, I was a good boy, and we did only like a 3-hour stream, and then when I finished, I moved on to 3 hours and 45 minutes, and then when I finished and I was moving on to play video game, I ended stream and went over to Tom Bottery and played video games over there. So this is a full 3 hour and 45 minute just covering Trump's press conference and the Casey Tron thing. And I think we covered one or two other things. But yeah.
You had Candace saying that her sources told her that this donor was planning on offering ridiculous amounts of money to the organization.
It turns out that these ladies told me that this donor actually had a pretty big piece of bait on the hook for Turning Point USA. We're not talking like, oh, a check that's going to be reeled in for $5 million or $10 million or $50 million or like the...
Thanks for doing that, Tom. I hate waking up to gunfire. Well, I did raid everybody over to Tom Bottery, but yeah, Tom's channel fell off since he played Call of Duty. I don't think that's a coincidence. So my concurrent views have not changed since I started playing Call of Duty. The problem is right now we banned a lot of the right wingers, like a lot of them, and a lot of them who donated a lot, especially like people like Katmere and folks who were donating a good bit. Those all got fucking banned, and so yeah, after that point, the how easy it was to just hit the goals went down, and then even the amount of members that the channel has dropped off significantly as well. But yeah, that has been the biggest difference maker, is that we're just not hitting the goals, and so not streaming nearly as long, and going from doing like politics for 8-hour streams to doing politics for like 3 hours, 6 at most, and then moving on to something else when I don't hit the goals. That is the biggest difference maker, is we're just not hitting goals.
$90 million that Turning Point USA raised in the first couple of weeks following Charlie's assassination. We are talking like billionaire money, potentially billions of dollars. And this was a very big secret.
With it also worth noting here that she harped on this being so secret that not even people working in the donations department at TPUSA would know about it. But anyway, Candace went on to say that she learned that this top secret donor was a French American named Pierre, and then immediately jumped to it being Pierre Dupont. And that last name, Dupont, is one that Candace has become pretty fixated on recently. And in fact, she goes into this deep dive about the name's apparent connection to Wilmington, Delaware, saying that she's gotten a bunch of tips from residents who claim that the family owns everything from hospitals to theaters out there. She then also says that Brigitte,
I think it is healthier, but I missed the right. I mean, a lot of those people had been asking for me to ban for a long time, and I was trying to be like as patient as I could, but with people like Easy, Katmir, what Katmir's issue was more so just like meddling in my personal life, like purposefully trying to meddle in my personal life and trying to like turn it into fucking content and shit like that. That was where I had to draw the line with him. Easy also was he was like just being way too bad faith too many times in a row to where we had to cut him off as well. But I don't think that's it really, but who knows? It's like a direct correlation. Like it is a direct correlation. For like the 2 months before that, where I was playing video games with Katmir and everything, there was not much of a difference. Watching Philly D, there was not much of a difference. That we were actually like very steady for like 3 or 4 months in a row. Again, the views have not dropped. It's just the amount of it's literally just the amount of money coming in that makes it to where we're just not doing politics for as long. That's the only difference. You argue with right-wingers almost every stream still? That's... Do you think I said me arguing with right-wingers was the issue?
Donations here push the stream in the algorithm.
Thank you, Kevin. Donations do somewhat push the algo to an extent, but again, I think it's more so. You said you banned a lot. You banned a lot. You said, I don't know. Oh, yeah, I was talking about donations. I was talking about people who donate. Thank you guys. But yeah, the reason that we don't normally try to get the donations through YouTube is because they take a third out of it. So we also normally take a third out of the donations that come in through YouTube instead of through there. But yeah, anyways, as I said, like oh, I thought you meant in general. No, I was saying that we banned a lot of the right-wingers that sent donations, and that's made it to where we're not hitting the dono goals anymore. And that because we're not hitting the dono goals, we're moving off of politics a lot earlier. So sometimes we only make it 3 hours in the stream, don't even hit the first fucking goal, move on the fucking video game. Or we, make it 6 hours in, don't hit the goals, move on to fucking video games. And so we're not doing 8 hours of fucking politics anymore because we're just never hitting the goals anymore. Yes, thank you, Kevin and Jeffy, for the donations. I forgot to do the poll as well. My bad.
Macron's lawyers are headquartered there, that there are federal agencies there. And then she says she also recently realized that the DuPonts founded the law firm that's filing papers.
Did you start out as a video game streamer that got into politics? No, not at all. I started out, like, I used to be like a hardcore gamer back in the day. I used to do lots of gaming. I was I was a sports gamer mostly. So like I did a lot of sports gaming. I was in the top 200 for NBA 2K for like I think it was 3 games in a row. I pre-ordered the games, and then when they came out, by the time the next game came out, I was in the top 200 3 years in a row. And so yes, I was a very good sports gamer on NBA 2K for a long time. But I played FIFA, played Madden, shit like that. So yeah. But then I stopped playing video games because I got into streaming and politics and shit like that. So once I first started doing my show, I started off as a podcaster, like literally just doing audio, just doing podcasting, and then moved to Facebook streaming, and then from Facebook streaming to Twitch streaming, and then from Twitch streaming to YouTube streaming, and then yeah, I've been here ever since. And like about 2 years ago was like peaking around, averaging around like anywhere from 150 to 200 to sometimes 300 concurrent viewers and shit like that. But doing very different style content now, where before I was not doing politics as much. It was more so like covering drama and crap like that. I still did politics here and there, just not as much.
Paperwork for her, though she doesn't really elaborate or explain further on what paperwork they're filing for her and what capacity or anything like that. And so it seems like she's kind of red string connecting everyone, even tangentially involved in the situation, to a city of like 70,000 people. But still, learning that a TPUSA exec allegedly called a potential donor named Pierre, it was a big realization for Candace.
I've done Omegle stuff. I've done a bunch of Omegle crap. I used to go onto Omegle and then just ask a bunch of people questions. And yeah, I don't know where it is, but oh yeah, here it is. Would you date a girl with an OnlyFans?
Would I ever date an OnlyFans girl?
Mm-hmm.
No.
I don't know why all of a sudden the shorts, like the video is just way bigger. Like it's so fucking big that like it doesn't fit in my screen anymore.
It's repulsive.
Fuck no.
No.
Depends if she's.
Yeah, this is my old background. So you haven't seen my old background with all the posters and everything behind there. This is why it's Joker's Light and Hawk's Light.
Probably.
No, I wouldn't.
Fucking OnlyFans.
Yeah,
model.
I asked their age first.
Date an OnlyFans model.
Yeah.
Never really thought about it, but probably not.
No.
Why not?
I don't think we would get along.
No.
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 Yes.
Good.
It depends how many people subscribe to her OnlyFans. I want more people because then they know she bad. But I'm the only one fucking her.
Would you date a girl with an only? One guy said yes. What do you enjoy doing the most, Tom? The thing that I've always liked about streaming is the like impromptu aspect of it. That's like always been the part that I was addicted to. And so the type of content that I was doing before, where every day like just random panels would happen. Random people were always jumping on. It was always just a ton of streamers in my chat. A ton of streamers always wanted to hop on and have conversations and debate. And every time they would want to debate, other streamers were flooding in to debate them. Like that was always like the part that I liked most about it. And that was when I started streaming on Twitch. That's what like got me addicted to streaming. Was on Twitch, there was just always streamers jumping on. Then once I got banned from Twitch and I was only streaming on YouTube, it was like, because you're not allowed to talk to people on Twitch who are banned on Twitch, it made it to where I was literally, it was like I was in jail. Like I wasn't allowed to talk to the people that I wanted to talk to. And it sucked. But then eventually, yes, I got back to like where I was doing what it is that I liked, which was just impromptu shit all the time. Just people hopping on and getting into fights and getting into drama and getting into debates. That was the thing that I liked most about streaming. But currently, we just don't have a lot of people in the community who want to hop on, who want to have those debates, who want to get into shit. And so it just doesn't happen nearly as much. On top of that, the audience is just a lot smaller. So it's we have a much smaller group to pick from. Where, yeah, we don't have 200 people here to where, like, there's just a larger group to hop in. But, that is, like, the part that was, like, always addictive for me. Is just, like, getting on, having no idea what was going to happen, what I was going to get into, like, what shit was going to go down. But I wasn't doing, like, open panels, like the Panelverse or whatever. Like that wasn't really what I was doing. It was more so I was covering topics, I was giving my opinions on it, I was talking about it. People disagreed. If people had different opinions, if they wanted to ask about it, if they wanted to talk, they would just hop on and get into it. Lots of times we would have people just in line in the waiting room just to like ask questions or ask about like my opinion on something, and then we would get into it, and then other people would hear my opinions and think like, oh well, I disagree with that, let me hop on. And like it was just always, it was chaos. It was fucking crazy. It was awesome. I loved that part of it. But yeah, we just moving purely to politics has like made it to where, because I'm not doing drama, it's made it to where the audience capture is much smaller. Like doing politics and drama, but mostly drama, makes it to where just about anybody can watch that. You don't have to be super smart, you don't have to be super tuned in, you don't have to understand geopolitics, you don't have to understand the Constitution, you don't have to understand any of that shit. Like it's very easy for people to understand. But after the last cancellation, I realized my audience was fucking retarded. Like I realized my audience was so fucking stupid that I was like, okay, I need to move on. Like I need to go do something else, because I don't want that audience. I don't want these people watching me. I do not want this. And so yeah, so I moved on to just politics, and I like my audience a lot more. I think my audience is smarter. I think that they're it's a lot more engaged. I think it's a lot more, it's people who understand the topics a bit better. I think that like most of the people in my audience, if I ask them questions about things, like they will say the right things and that it makes sense. Whereas yeah, before, the ones that left, right? Yeah, well, and a lot of the people that like left slowly started coming back, and I banned almost all of them. Like I banned almost all of the people who were like regular members here and like regulars in the chat. As they slowly started fading in, I would give them like 1 to 2 like times in chat to kind of like, you know, specifically the people who were like out in the open, like talking shit about me, making shit up, like running with narratives that were obvious bullshit. Yeah, if they didn't come back and like give any sort of apology or any sort of like, you know, my bad or anything like that, yeah, I gave them like 2 chats, 2 streams to come in the chat and talk, and then eventually I just banned them. Are you doing your awards again this year? Shit, I didn't even think about that. Fuck. Yeah, we probably should. We probably should. If you want to help, I'll try to come up with some like topics and stuff, but most of it's gonna happen through the Discord. So we used to do what we call the Golden Shirt Awards every year. Where at the end of the year, we just do a bunch of community-based awards. And can you address the allegations of being bald? Who's saying I'm bald? Who said that? So yeah, we do a bunch of like community-based awards, like best debate, best new chatter, best mod, best this, best that. Like we do a bunch of like, you know, best debate, best drama, best arc, best like just a bunch of different like things that the community votes on. And we do it all through the Discord, and we'll do like tiered levels for like you vote, we'll take the top couple, have people vote again, and then have like the winning. We'll lock everything and have the winner, and then we'll do a stream where we present all of the awards. And like we don't really give anything out or anything. It's just a fun show where we just have it. So, but yeah, we didn't do it last year because it was just everything was a little too chaotic. I don't think we did it the last 2 years. I think it's 2 years in a row we didn't do it, if I remember correctly. So no, we did 2023. Yeah, we did 2023. So yeah, we didn't do it in 2024. So yeah, it's only 2024 that we missed. So yeah, we should try to get 2025 done. Yeah.
And these ladies messaged me and said, "Oh, you figured it out. It's Pierre Dupont. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point." This took my breath away. I will be honest, I cried really hard yesterday thinking, my goodness, how could I have forgotten that this donor was French American? And I would like a clean answer as to whether or not it is Mr. Pierre Dupont. Yeah. Because this would be a devastatingly dark story. And my sources are very sure that this is what was on the line, that this was life-changing money. And they are very sure that this individual got a phone call after the assassination. And I think that we deserve to know. I don't think this should be a secret, right? Charities shouldn't be a secret.
And that's a running theme for Candace recently, right? Espousing connections that don't seem to hold up to scrutiny in the name of finding the truth about Charlie's death. And you have many saying it seems like she's really pinning herself as the hero of this story.
I'm going to miss Charlie. I really am going to miss Charlie. And I think when Charlie was assassinated, there was something about it. I knew that this story was going to be dark. Instantly, I knew that Charlie was betrayed. They laughed at me. "Oh, you had a dream. Charlie told you he was," but yeah, Charlie told me that he was betrayed. And I think part of the mourning was the grief that I was experiencing was in large part due to my understanding that this was going to be missional for me. I kind of knew deep down that the whole world was going to be against me, or I guess the whole dark apparatus was going to be against me.
Now with this, as far as the reactions, her loyal listeners, they appear to be buying this, fully interested in what she's putting out there, believing, yes, she is the hero. But also you have plenty of people, including many on the right, thinking that she's essentially just kind of removed from reality. And that's for a number of reasons, including that leading up to her video yesterday, she wrote, "I received information last night that put the final pieces together for me. I now can say with full confidence that I believe Charlie Kirk was betrayed by the leadership of Turning Point USA and some of the very people who eulogized him on stage. Yes, I will be naming names and providing evidence."
Didn't she recently say that like that like people were trying to assassinate her as well? I think I missed this one. I heard people say that she was saying this. But I don't think I actually saw her say it. Yes, she did. Bro, yeah, she needs an intervention. Like, really, she needs a lesson in logic. She needs a lesson in, like, logic and evidence. Like, she's already been to, like, journalism school, apparently. So, apparently she did go to school for journalism. So I don't know how we could actually, like, get to a point where she could understand this shit, where she's learning anything that she hasn't already learned, but damn, bro.
Evidence for my claims. And I am making a personal plea to every well-meaning person who donated to this godforsaken organization to request a refund. You were lied to and leadership knew. So you had many thinking that not only did this video not accomplish that, right? She didn't really provide evidence or change her narrative all that much, but also you had people saying they think that it's offensive to Charlie's legacy to tell people that they should get refunds for their TPUSA donation. We're saying that organization was his and she claims to be doing all of this for Charlie, but the end goal is likely going to be his life's work suffering. So there you had people saying things like, if you think for a second that Candace ever cared about Charlie or Erica, especially now, your brain might be buffering indefinitely. This is beyond demonic. Calling on a public audience of millions to destroy what Charlie spent years building is sabotage. And I pointed out several months ago that one of Candace's key goals, aside from profiting from his death, was to destroy Charlie Kirk's legacy and organization because she resents how he distanced himself from her. I hope they sue her. And you saw that echoed by a lot of people out there, with people calling for TPUSA to break out the libel lawyers. And so then with all of that, one of the things this has continued is to stoke the fires of civil war on the right. So for example, one of the most vocal critics of Candace's latest video was the likes of Tim Pool, who posted on X, "In the sociopath influencer world, there is no amount of money that will never be worth it. That's Candace Owens' world. Publishing texts, out of context posts, and attempting to eviscerate Charlie's legacy seems to be worth every penny to Candace." And that idea that she's doing this in part or completely for money, it was something that a lot of people pointed to and said, you know, that's not insane, right? And connected to that, just yesterday you had Fortune publishing an article talking about Candace's multi-million-dollar media empire. And there it noted that because right-wing podcasters get such high engagement, right-wing brands are willing to shell out a lot of money for ad space. And in fact, you had the outlet estimating that Candace could make anywhere from $50,000 to $175,000 for a single sponsorship read, right? Not per video, per ad read, and there are multiple of those in her episodes. And so then with that, you had the piece adding, for Owens, this creates a direct financial incentive. The more provocative the content, the higher the audience engagement.
I'm sorry, but okay, so while this is true for everyone. Like, that incentive is true for everyone. That just saying they get higher engagement, so they get more money, isn't saying anything. Like, that everybody wants more money. So even if you get less engagement, you still get more money with more ad reads, and like, you want to get more viewers to see those ad reads to get more money. Like, this is not something that's special for her. And I hate it, like, whenever somebody, like, I guess just figured this out and they act like this is like brand new information, like they just they just like crack the code or some shit. This is not something specific to Candace Owens. This is not something special for her. This is not something that makes it to where, like, she's different and now we can explain why she acts so differently from everybody else and like and is changing or anything. This is the way that her content has always been. This is the way that all content creators' content has always been. And so this just isn't it's just not even worth mentioning. Like, it's just not even worth mentioning. I feel like this happens all the time where people, like, people were doing this with, like, Tenet as well. They're like, oh, but Tenet, they do ad reads and they make more money for more ad reads, and the more views they get and the more that, like, that's everybody, bro. Like, that, why isn't everybody doing this then? That's just some just have less integrity than others. Sure, but I think that this is something that I talk about a lot. It's the fact that, like, I just don't think she's grifting. I just don't. I don't think she's grifting. I don't think that she's lying. I think that somebody who does something like that is a loner. Okay? So like, Tim Pool, I heard that maybe he might have gotten married sooner recently or something like that. If that's true, then maybe I would think differently. But like, I think Tim Pool, I don't think he's grifting either because he has like a large team around him that work with him and crap like that. But mentally ill, I think that they would have to be mentally ill. Yes, I think that they would have to be mentally ill. We're talking about like, when we talk about a grifter of this size and magnitude, we're talking about a 1 in a fucking million, billion, trillion type of person. Like this is a very, very rare type of person who knows they're lying and is choosing to continue to lie anyways. Whereas more often than not, it's actually that they are lying to themselves just as much as anybody else, and that they're convincing themselves of something that is also that like also they're the same thing that they're trying to convince their audience of, they have also convinced themselves of. Like a confirmation bias is a very real thing, and that this is why we talk about audience capture. That like a content creator who has been audience captured means that they are willing to say things to their audience that their audience wants to hear. So this is a claim that's made a lot about Adam from Adam and Sitch, is that he is audience captured. That over time, they did a couple of like, political things that were hating on wokeness, and that they had a ton of right-wingers flood in and give them a lot of praise about their anti-woke stances. And when that happened, they started moving more towards politics and talking about wokeness a lot more. And that because they have a large audience every time telling them that they're based, that they're right, that they know what they're talking about, that this isn't just them like sitting there thinking, oh, we could make a lot of money if we just keep telling these people what it is they want to hear. No, there's like a real like chemical reaction that happens there where you get like a dopamine rush off of a lot of people telling you that you're fucking awesome and you're brilliant and you're based and you're the best. And like you actually get like a fucking hit off this that makes it almost addictive to where you just keep coming back for more. And that is a very real thing. That is a very, very real thing that makes it hard for people to just not indulge in. That is like, and they're not making a conscious decision to indulge in this. It's just like it's just a very human thing. And this is why earlier when, if you guys were here at the beginning of stream, when Guac was asking me if I think that like people's political affiliations is based on their personality. And I'm saying, no, I think that has something to do with it to an extent, but that's just like the likeliness of you moving in one direction or the other. The biggest predictor of your politics is like where you grow up and the type of family you have, the type of friends you have. The socialization is the most powerful thing for humans. Like we want to fit in, we want to have friends, we want to have family, we want those people to like us, we want to have we want to feel liked, we want to feel loved, we want to feel like we fit in with groups, we want to feel like we have an identity that we can we want to feel like we have an identity that we can go find others with the same identity and like feel like there's some sort of kinship there and there's some sort of bond there. And so this is a very real thing that matters for all humans and all of our politics, and we're most likely going to be like making political decisions based on the people that we're around. And I've talked about this a bunch. When I was talking about the fact that like when I was conservative and I was moving away from conservatism, there would be people all the time who came in and they're like, Tom, why is it that like you're willing to admit that these things, like that you're wrong about these things and that other people aren't? And I said, I'm in a very like special circumstance where I had just had a breakup with a girlfriend, chose to like separate myself from everybody. I didn't want to be around people, didn't want to talk to my friends, didn't want to talk to my family, wanted to kind of be away from everybody. But I still needed some sort of like social engagement. So I started streaming more and more and more and more so that I still had like a way to talk to people and engage with people. But it wasn't about like my breakup. It wasn't people treating me like some poor little broken puppy anymore. And I was able to just kind of like get away from all of that and go do something else. And the fact that I was separating myself from everybody gave me almost this like freedom to, and I didn't have like a large audience. I didn't have a lot of people watching me. So I was out. It's almost like I have this freedom to just like separate myself from all of that and just figure it out. Like just figure it out for myself and just fuck everybody else, fuck what anybody else thinks and just do that. And most people are not in that scenario. Most people, if they're actually starting to realize that they're wrong about something, they will bury that fucking shit. They will bury that and immediately be like, nah, fuck that shit. Because there's no benefit to them. There's no incentive. If you're like a hardcore Trump voter and you start to realize that like, oh, that maybe there aren't any like negative outcomes to immigration, and maybe it is bad that he lies all the time, and maybe we are acting like a cult, and maybe he is guilty of all of these crimes, and like, why? What incentive is there for you to be right? Like, think about this. Like, this is something that I find mind-blowing, is that a lot of people never actually consider. What is the incentive to be right? If you turn out to be like your family, your friends, everybody, they're all Trump voters, they're all diehard MAGA people, and you figure it out, and now you're right, but you lose all your fucking friends and your family, and everybody thinks you're crazy, and they all call you a Marxist and a woke lib and, you know, a libtard and like all of this shit, like you lose all of the respect of all the people that you care about. What incentive is there for that? Why? Why would you want to do that? Who would ever want to do that? Who wants to be right? Who wants to be right? Fuck that shit. Fuck that, dude. Why would you want to be right? So it's yeah, that's how a cult works, but it's not just a cult. Aaron, this is what this is exactly what I'm trying to get across. It's not just cults. This is just how humans work. This is just being human. This is just what it's like to be a human. Not just cults. Everybody. This is everybody. Yes, this is all politics. This is all the time. This is everyone. And so it's hard to like get this across to people. They're like, this is not just like a cult mentality. This is everybody. All the time. This is just being human. This is just socialization. This is just how it works. We all want to fit in. We all want to have friends. We all want to have family. We all want to be loved. We all want to be respected. We all want to have bonds. We all want, like, this is everybody. ODD especially. ODD would kind of push you the other direction, right? Like ODD especially would make you want to be different from the people that you're around, because you would, but it's more about like authority figures. ODD is like totally separate from all of this, really. But if anything, it would be the opposite, that you're like more likely to move away from everyone else.
And the higher the ad rate. Put simply, controversy drives views, views drive sponsors, and sponsors fund her entire operation. Though also with the defamation lawsuit from the Macrons filed against her, the article points out some serious risk to Candace on the horizon. Because while she has promised to fight that all the way, I mean, that's very likely going to cost a lot of money. Not to mention that the Macrons, they're arguing that Candace's entire platform is essentially built on the spreading of misinformation. And you have the firm representing them saying in a statement, despite the irrefutable evidence that was provided to her on multiple occasions, she not only persisted, but doubled down on her attacks. And then adding, to make matters worse, many others have republished her lies, thereby increasing their global audience and the emotional and reputational harm they have caused, and saying it is clear that for Miss Owens, truth is irrelevant. But for now, we're gonna have to continue to watch just to see how it plays out. Both.
Yeah, when I'm saying that it takes a 1 in a million, what I'm saying is that I think that in order for you to leave your work, where you're doing your work, and you go back home to your husband, and your friends and you're with your production staff and you're with all of these people, for you to be with all of these people and be like, oh yeah, no, I don't believe any of that stuff. No, that's ridiculous. Let's just keep saying it though. It makes me a lot of money. Like, nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody's going to do that. Like, truly, think about the type of person it would take to even attempt to do something like that. Right? Like, we're talking about a very, very, very rare person. Okay? She's not going to go back to, like, get in bed with her husband each night and be like, you will not believe the dumb shit that my audience bought today. Like, it's just, this is such a rare thing. This is such a rare thing. To where, yeah, it is not. Yeah, no, I do think Alex Jones believes that stuff. Yeah, he does. And so, yes, we would have to, like, the type of person who would do this is likely going to be a loner. It's somebody who does not have to go back home to anybody and face anybody and deal with the music. They likely don't have a large production staff and, like, a bunch of people working with them that they're, like, having to, like, tell, like, yeah, no, we don't believe this. We're just saying it anyways. Like, they don't have to deal with that. This is somebody who is doing everything by themselves. They live by themselves. They do everything alone. Like, that is the type of person who would do something like this. That's not Candace Owens. She's married. She has kids. She has a production staff. This is not her.
In the courts, as well as what happens with this civil war that's been happening on the right. Because while some people, they try to just dismiss Candace Owens, if you look at her numbers, she is if not one of the top 5 right-wing podcasters in the world. Right? I mean, just on YouTube, each one of her episodes is getting 2 to 3 million views, and she's big in a lot of places, including on Facebook. But hey, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to what we're seeing play out here. But then, next...
She hasn't done it since then. She was a liberal, like, for her early adult life, and she was like a liberal for I don't remember who it was, but she was writing for somebody and like writing articles and shit. It was around like 2016 when Trump got elected, where she started writing stuff that got her fired from her job, and then she was able to capitalize off that as though this was some sort of like woke agenda that got her fired. And then that got her in with TPUSA, which started to pop her off.
Next up in the news, let's talk about how Trump's White House is going to war with Sabrina Carpenter. Because yesterday they posted a video montage of ICE and federal agents arresting people, and they used Sabrina's song Juno in the background. And specifically, they kept repeating the lyric, "Have you ever tried this one?" as each new arrest was made. And so, well, apparently Sabrina wasn't happy that they used her song, and so she responded, "This video is evil and disgusting. Do not ever involve me or my music to benefit your inhumane agenda." And that response is maybe a side note, but it's on its way to the Ratio Hall of Fame. Right? With, as of now, Sabrina getting over 1.3 million likes and 180,000 reposts compared to the White House only getting 64,000 likes. And so with all that, you had people applauding her for standing up against the administration, but then you had the White House responding by again using Sabrina's lyrics against her. Or with spokesperson Abigail Jackson saying, "Here's a short and sweet message for Sabrina Carpenter. We won't apologize for deporting dangerous criminals."
All right, we're below 20 minutes, guys. We got about $19 to go on the goal. If we want the stream to continue, consider donating through the Stream Elements link pinned at the top of chat. That makes it to where I get 100% of the money, and we get it immediately instead of having to wait 2 months to get it. So consider sending a donation with the Stream Elements link. Thank you, Aaron M. Sound, for posting it again in chat. Appreciate it, homie.
Criminal, illegal murderers, rapists, and pedophiles from our country. Anyone who would defend these sick monsters must be stupid, or is it slow? And here, I do think it's worth noting that this whole outrage cycle, it was likely the point of the White House's post in the first place. Where the White House would probably rather have a spotlight on this than just a number of other things. Or whether it be something like the private employers' jobs numbers that just came out, or, Secretary of War Crimes Pete Hegseth, him being in hot water, the Epstein situation. And so, what we're seeing here, it's part of the playbook. And Sabrina, she's also not the first person to say, they don't want the Trump administration using their work or likeness in their rage bait posts. Or just this week, you had the Franklin publishers saying they wanted.
Yeah, this has happened pretty consistently throughout the Trump administration. This this administration is they keep trying to put out like videos and stuff with music in the background. And even during Trump's campaign, where he was running for president, he kept using music at his rallies and had like artists coming out saying like, hey, do not use our music during your rallies. We do not want anything to do with you. We do not give you permission to use this. Please do not use our music ever again. Like it was, I think maybe even the YMCA people did that as well, because they kept playing the YMCA music at his rallies and shit. Like there's been tons of bands coming out being like, yo, we don't want shit to do with you. And there's not really like conservatives who are artistic or who like are good at music or acting or art. So there's not a whole lot of conservative comedians that are very good. Like
Aram Sound tipped $10. Tom is audience captured. Now dance Baldy. Pepe PLS Pepe PLS Pepe PLS. Man dancing emoji. Man dancing emoji. Fire emoji. Man dancing emoji. Man dancing emoji. USA emoji. Fire emoji. Man dancing emoji. Clapping hands emoji. Clapping hands emoji. Man dancing emoji. Man dancing emoji. Man dancing emoji. Fire emoji. USA emoji. Saluting face emoji. Man dancing emoji. Fire emoji. USA emoji.
True. Thank you, Aaron M. Sound, for the $10 donation. All right, so that gets us to $16. $16 with 15 minutes left on the clock, guys. If you want to donate. Ayo, Kevin with the $5. All right, so what is that gets us to $19. We got $6 to go. $6 to go, guys. Consider using the Stream Elements link pinned at the top of chat. And what was I about to say?
Wasted Design tipped $10. Farts.
Thank you, Wasted Design. Let's go. All right. I prefer to stimulate the algorithm. All right. Well, thank you, Kevin. Or wait, my bad. Hold on. His 31. Whoopsies.
Nothing
All right.
to do with
that's the goal. Appreciate it, guys. All right. So that gets us to a number. Let me move it up.
Pete Hegseth's post using the cartoon to promote targeting narco-terrorists. And in the past, you had things like Pokemon saying that its theme song was used without permission in a nice video, Theo Vaughn calling out DHS after they used a clip of him in a deportation video, and just last month, Olivia Rodrigo issued a statement similar to Sabrina's where DHS used All-American Bitch. And in the cases of Sabrina and Olivia, it's publicly known that their politics are not in line with the Trump administration. Right? So it can definitely at least seem like officials are intentionally trying to poke the bear when they use music of stars who dislike them. But this also is not everyone speaks up. Right? And so with what happened here, you had many pointing back to the White House using the fate of Ophelia for a video last month, and Taylor Swift notably not really saying anything. But also with that, when Variety asked the White House why they'd use her music, a spokesperson responded, "We made this video because we knew fake news media brands like Variety would breathlessly amplify them. Congrats, you got played." And so that's why, you had some saying that it was wrong for Taylor Swift to not say anything, saying that by doing that, she's complicit, but others saying, she's just trying not to give the situation any more oxygen or attention because that's actually what Trump wants. So it did.
Granite tipped $5. 3.
3. True. 3. Appreciate it, Granite. Thank you, sir. Also, I forgot. I do have 5 memberships to give out. I normally try to do it at the first of the month, but the third will do. Appreciate it, guys.
In addition to, you letting me know what you think about this situation, I'd love to know where you stand on that debate. Do you want artists to call this out, or is it just doing the thing where it's amplifying that post? Or is the amplification thing not really a valid argument because it's coming from the White House and the President of the United States, and people are already going to see it? And then I've got more that we're going to dive into in just a minute, but first let me say, fresh start, same rigged system. You try to pay things down and the banks respond like, cute, here's another fee for your effort. But today's sponsor, PDS Debt, it's where you finally
Also, thank you, Ali, for posting the tips link in chat.
get to flip the script. Because listen, life happens, and if you're drowning in credit cards, medical bills, personal loans, or collections, PDS Debt builds a custom plan for your mess, not the imaginary perfect budget person that the bank pretends you are. No minimum credit score, no shaming, no have you tried skipping iced coffee nonsense. Just real humans helping you get out instead of keeping you stuck. And the receipts, meaning Franco were just over information on their snap holding billions again, or because you just from starting.com/. Millions of Americans are at risk of losing SNAP benefits again, or because you just had Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins announcing that her department would start withholding billions of dollars in federal funds for states to administer their SNAP programs if they don't turn over sensitive data about recipients. And this after back in May, you had Rollins ordering all states to hand over information on their SNAP enrollees. So things including social security numbers, birthdays, and home addresses so that the administration could verify the eligibility of over 42 million Americans who receive food stamps. Or with the Trump administration's claim there being that they needed to root out fraud and waste in the system. But then 22 Democratic-led states in BC, they filed a lawsuit to block the demand. And you had them arguing that they already verify SNAP beneficiaries and that they never share large chunks of sensitive recipient data with the federal government. Right? And when they do share data, it's small, it's randomized sample.
Wait, what is this? Oh, yeah, I saw this. So
on this episode of Ladies First, it starts simple. Meg Thee Stallion, a $250,000.
So in the debate, Fatty reposted the debate, and the title is "Angry Man Didn't Start the Smoke, but He Ended It." Come on, dude. Come on, bro. He didn't start the smoke. Give me a fucking break. That's the whole point. The whole point that Mantis brought up when she came on is that he started the smoke. That was the whole thing, is that he started it by diminishing all women's accomplishments. That anytime a woman does something, he says, oh, that's bullshit, or that women don't contribute anything, or that he turns around and says that anytime a woman, anytime one of the women on the panel said, like, well, this is my experience, or I've never done that, every single time he says, bullshit, you're lying. Like, every single time anything comes from a woman, he always diminishes it and says that they're fucking lying. But then, as soon as he's challenged on that, he fucking loses his shit. And this is one of the, like, more frustrating parts of this, is that, like, Ilhan Ali, after they started calling, like, they called the other girl a bitch, they were calling Angry Man a woman. Ilhan Ali afterwards is like, Tom, you didn't say anything when they were insulting people, but then you did when Angry Man was insulting women. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't say anything about him insulting women. They're like, yes, you did. You and Mantis both came on saying that he was diminishing women's experiences and their accomplishments. Like, wait, that wasn't about insults. We don't give a fuck about insults. You guys can insult all you want. We're mad about the logical problem where anytime a man does something, it's like he accepts it, but anytime a woman does something, he immediately diminishes it. Like, this is the contradiction within his framework. He's like, oh, okay, your insults are logical, but his aren't. Like, no, we didn't say our insults are logical. We're saying when you say we're mad about his insults, we're not mad about his insults. We don't care. Like, we didn't even call them insults. We don't care about the insult. We're talking about the fact that he is contradicting himself. He has no consistency, that he just goes after women for the same exact shit that he'll accept from men. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're saying. That has nothing to do with insults, but they kept making everything about insults. What the fuck? Like, in Mantis and Ghosty both said, they're like, you can insult us. Like, we don't care. Like, we're not mad if you insult us. Like, we're fine with that. Whatever. Like, who gives a fuck? But angry man gets insulted and just fucking loses his shit, dude. So, yeah. The angry man right here with his
No, he says one thing and now it's a problem.
is choking. So, yeah. That's him finishing it, apparently.
And one expert saying that no agency ever required states to share this amount of data with the federal government. And then, back in May, a federal judge appeared to agree, issuing a preliminary injunction blocking the USDA from collecting data from the states that sued and preventing the agency from cutting funds to punish them. And you had the judge arguing that the states were likely to win their claim, saying that federal laws, including the one governing SNAP, prohibited them from sharing the information and that cutting funds could cause irreparable harm to the states and their residents. But 29 other states that were not part of the lawsuit ended up complying with Rollins' order, and now she's trying to get the rest to follow suit despite the ongoing lawsuit. And so during a cabinet meeting yesterday, you had Rollins accusing Democrats of not doing enough to address what she called rampant fraud in SNAP, and adding, as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American.
Yeah, we heard her say this yesterday. I don't know. I'm almost positive this is, again, this is just going to go to court. It's going to get overturned and they're going to have to send them the money. Like, I would bet that's just, it's going to go the same way as everything else they try to do.
American taxpayer. Though then notably, you had the department later issuing a statement clarifying that Democratic states have been sent another...
You finishing on him? He kept saying he wanted to meet me in person and shit. He said this like 3 times at that point. He kept talking about coming and meeting me in person and you know, you wouldn't say that to me in person. You wouldn't say that to my face. Oh, you'd find out. Oh, I'd put these hands on you and blah, blah, blah. Like, all right, bro, you're the one that keeps saying all the fucking gay shit, dude. Like, you sound like you want to suck my dick. Like, that's what it sounds like to me. It sounds like you want to fucking suck my dick. And I would not let you suck my dick, okay? I'm not going to let you do it. But this is, yeah, this is what you want.
Request for data, and if they fail to comply, they'll get a warning informing them that their administrative funds will be pulled. Right, and then you had the agency also basically claiming that non-compliant states are choosing to, quote, protect illegals, criminals, and bad actors over the American taxpayer. And so with all that, there are a few things to unpack. First of all, despite Rollins and the administration's repeated claims that SNAP is riddled with fraud, experts say that it's there, but it's minimal. Right, and saying of the bigger problems, those are things like organized crime, efforts to fabricate.
And it's on my channel. So here's the video right here. But yeah, as soon as he got challenged on the logic, he immediately kept moving the goalposts. And then anytime he got called out for moving the goalposts and not answering a question, he'd say, I'm a man. I say what I want. You can't tell me what I have to say. I'm a man. I can say whatever I want to say. Okay, so you're incapable of having a debate like a fucking man? You're letting a woman run you off like that?
Or steal benefit cards, not wrongdoing by enrollees. And with that, saying that the Trump administration has largely failed to provide evidence for its claims of systemic fraud. And so then with all this, I think we need to talk about things like, for example, Rollins has said that data she has received from red states shows that there have been hundreds of thousands of instances of dead people receiving benefits or enrollees being sent double benefits. Right, and Rollins adding that over 120 people have been arrested for SNAP fraud. But she's also provided zero evidence to the public around the biggest claims to actually back that up, so it's impossible to verify right now. And what's more, you have experts saying those figures don't necessarily prove that fraud has happened. In fact, they say that there are a number of potential innocent reasons for those figures. So for example, lots of dead people receive benefits because it takes a while to process a death in the system, but their families are required to send all the money back. And then people, they might be receiving double benefits because they need a supplemental payment to correct an error. But even if the payments were made improperly, that's not necessarily an indication of fraud. Right, and previous studies have in fact shown that a majority of incorrect SNAP payments were unintentional mistakes by state workers or households, not intentional fraud. And that actually appears appeared to be backed up with the data that Rollins cited, right? She herself said that there were only 120 fraud-related arrests as a result of the information that states handed over. So that's just a fraction of the hundreds of thousands of incidents that she claims took place. And then it's even more minuscule when you consider the fact that those were only the arrests made after drawing from the data of roughly 20 million SNAP recipients. Additionally, experts say that there is no evidence of systemic SNAP fraud from illegal immigrants. In fact, only select groups of carefully vetted legal immigrants can collect the benefits, and studies have shown that 96% of recipients are American citizens. But then even beyond all that, experts widely agreed that Rollins' threats to pull funding from states that don't comply with her order, it's illegal. I mean, for one...
Yeah, the other day when I went on to a TikTok panel, one of the first panels that we went on was a girl who kept talking about the fact that, like, her friend has been receiving SNAP benefits for so long, and she knows that they've been getting them for years. And every time I tried responding to them, they would not answer questions. They would not engage with anything that I said. They would they did keep muting me, and I left. I think I made it like 5 minutes on that panel, and eventually just fucking dipped out because yeah, they would not engage. It was again like 5 conservative women, and then they would let me up and all just yell over me the whole time. Fucking TikTok is just so horrible, dude. I fucking hate TikTok. It's so bad, dude.
A federal court has literally blocked her from forcing states to hand over the data or from punishing them by withholding funding. Though with that said, the USDA specifically is withholding funds for administering SNAP, not money that goes to recipients. So it seems like they might try to use that fact to claim that they're not violating the court order. But there you have legal scholars saying it doesn't matter because the federal government doesn't have the authority to withhold SNAP benefits or administrative funding. But counterpoint, since when has the Trump administration cared about what is legal or, court orders? And so with that, I'll say if they go ahead with these cuts, it could be absolutely massive. Right? The states that would be impacted are home to more than 20 million beneficiaries who could be affected, and those states could stand to lose millions of dollars. In big states like New York and California, we're talking a lot of money. $475 million for New York, and California that's $1.2 billion. And you have experts saying that the loss in administrative funding, it could also jeopardize states' ability to implement SNAP, which in turn could force them to push enrollees out of the program. So this is a situation where people could start losing benefits. And I mean, you literally had the Washington State Attorney General saying that any cuts to the $129.5 million that it received would be catastrophic for the state and the residents who rely on SNAP for food. Right? So this is massively consequential, but also unfortunately.
All right, what is this?
Recently, a media outlet did a hit job on us, and because we were criticizing Israel and we support others who criticize Israel, they said, well, that's it, you're anti-Semitic. In fact, Jew haters, okay. Now, my proposition is that they're liars, and they never clarified to people that we actually speak out.
We already watched this, right?
Against anti-Semitism all the time, and we say do not conflate Jews and Israel. That is a government, and our Jewish American brothers and sisters are one of us. Now, do we really make that distinction?
No, okay, so he made another video on this. We read the fucking article that they were whining and crying about from, I think it was from Mediaite, from Zach something, that or I can't remember what his name is. I don't think it was Zach, but this was that he's made such a big deal about this thing and keeps whining and crying about them supposedly calling them anti-Semites when they never did that in the fucking article. They never did that. This did not happen.
Distinction, who's telling the truth and who's lying?
This is again like the thing with what's his name? Actual Justice Warrior, where he pretends that that I called him a racist and then spends like however long trying to prove that he's not a fucking racist in the video. Like, this is the same fucking thing. You look so guilty when you do this.
Are those hatchet job guys telling the truth, or are we telling the truth? Oh, good news, we're on tape. A lot. Let's find out.
I do not blame the entire Jewish population for the war crimes that are committed by the Israeli government, because I'm not an idiot. I can tell the difference between the two. And I judge people as individuals, not as an entire group. I don't believe in.
So she said on Twitter, you people claim to be God's chosen people, yet you act like a bunch of demons. Does the government of Israel claim to be God's chosen people? They have a bunch of like Muslims and Palestinians and people in the Israeli government. Okay, so about 20% of I believe, if I remember correctly, I think about 20% of their government is I don't want to say Muslim, but whatever. So when she says, you claim to be God's chosen people, who claims to be God's chosen people? Who? Jews? Jews claim to be God's chosen people? Yes. Jews claim to be God's chosen people. And she says, you claim to be God's chosen people, but you act like a bunch of demons. Who's she talking about? Does it sound like she's talking about the government of Israel? Is that what it sounds like to you guys?
Blood guilt.
As we've said on the Young Turks now literally thousands of times, it is not about Jews. If you conflate the two, that is going to cause not just terrible anti-Semitism, but it's irrational and it's wrong. Jewish people are not getting their orders from stupid Netanyahu. Will some of them listen to him like Larry Ellison? Of course, because those are pro-Israel zealots, but that does not represent all Jewish people at all. Please, please do not believe them when they say such outrageous things that drive up anti-Semitism. Israel does not represent all Jewish people. Nobody called my friends, Jewish friends and family, and said, hey, you guys want to buy TikTok to do Israeli propaganda? Hey, would you like to kill more Palestinians? They didn't do that.
Do not conflate the Jewish people with the far-right terrorist regime that's currently governing Israel. Okay, just don't do it. Don't do it. Don't be dumb in falling for that trap because it's stupid and it's inaccurate. There are so many Jewish people around the world, including here in the United States, who are vociferously protesting what Israel is doing.
The more we hate each other, the more war there is. The way you get to peace is by not hating each other. Can't stand anti-Semitism. So that's clear. I don't give a goddamn what your religion or your ethnic background is. I don't know why anybody would care. If people in this country come for the Jews, you know who's gonna fight back the hardest? We are, because that's what we do. When someone is attacked, we defend them. When you attack based on tribes or religious identity or national background, we defend those people, no matter what.
Okay, whatever.
Into Orwellian territory. You don't have a free nation there.
They keep saying, they make all these statements. We do this, we do that, we don't do this, we don't do that. The evidence says otherwise, but they're not ever going to actually sit down with somebody who actually thinks they're anti-Semitic and engage with them. They will never do this. They will never sit down with somebody who thinks they're anti-Semitic and have that conversation with them. It'll never fucking happen. I would fucking kill all of your moms to be able to sit down and have that conversation with them. Holy shit. I would do anything to be able to sit down and have that conversation with them about what is anti-Semitism, what it is that they're doing that's anti-Semitism, what it is that they're saying that's anti-Semitic. I would love to be able to do that.
Who cares if she was like, you know what, I am homophobic, and I said it because I'm homophobic. That's her business, right? You can say what you want.
Something can be a homophobic slur, even if a person doesn't realize that that's what they're doing.
Andrew, would you use that word?
Sure, you use it all the time. It's one of the best ways to describe friends, right?
Any minute now, we are going to see the annual controversy about the Pogues' great song, Fairy Tale of New York, which has the famous lyric, you scumbag, you maggot, you cheap, lousy.
The Oxford English Dictionary has just named rage bait as its word of the year. They define it as content deliberately designed to elicit outrage by being frustrating, provocative, or offensive. I thought it was only appropriate to mention that story given the hullabaloo over my polite reticence to use the F word. And no, as you're probably well aware, it's not that F word.
Would you say the word faggot on camera?
No.
Why?
Because
you don't want to get arrested, do you?
Doesn't want to be arrested.
Because it's so harmful to people?
No.
Is that like gay bashing? What's wrong with that?
No, actually, my whole issue with the whole trans debate, for example, is you don't need to slide into actually saying derogatory stuff about trans people to make the point that women's rights should be protected. You don't need to.
Well, I agree.
So what? I don't believe.
No, but it's a magic word.
I don't believe in needlessly, sneering.
Well, I'm not smearing anybody. I just think.
But what would you use that word?
Faggot?
Yeah,
I just did.
Yeah, but would you
faggot?
Okay, but why?
And I'm using it because you're not allowed to. Because you're.
I'm allowed to.
Go ahead.
I don't want to.
Say I love gay people. Faggot.
I'm allowed to. I just choose not to. Well, we'll talk about the F word again shortly with my panel, who are standing by. But Tucker Carlson's claim that I could be arrested for saying it was based on a real story he'd read in the Daily Mail. A nursing home worker had been.
So we read this story. It is a real story that has no, does not have any real information. Really, the story is talking about the fact that a woman apparently sent text to her friend, telling her friend, I got beaten up by a man. And she kept calling the man the F slur. And in the UK, this is considered a hate crime. And now, one of two things would have to be true in order for it to be considered a hate crime in the UK. Either the person that she got beaten up by was gay, and that she supposedly got beaten up by, again, there's not really any evidence that this happened, but that supposedly the guy who she got beaten up by is gay, and she called him the F slur, or that the person that she's texting about this guy is gay, and that she was saying the F slur to this person about somebody else, and they considered it a hate crime. But it would, in order for it to be a hate crime, one of those two things would have to be true. And none of these outlets or, anybody mentions that part. Secondly, they keep saying in the article, it is assumed that the man who supposedly beat her up has not been held accountable. They don't ever, verify that. Nobody knows who the guy is. I read other articles that said, we don't even know who the guy is or if this ever happened. So we're just left totally out, having no idea who the guy is, if there was a guy, if a guy actually beat her up. We have no fucking idea. We have no idea. But this is the main talking point is the fact that she got arrested for, or I don't even think she got arrested. I think she just had to go to court for this, but that she had to go to court for hate speech for saying the F slur. But the guy who beat her up didn't have to face any charges at all. He's out, he's running around scot-free. Which, yeah, that is the main talking point behind this, and there's just no real evidence to say that that guy even exists or that the action happened or any of this. But also they say it is assumed that he is getting away with this scot-free, that he has never been held accountable or anything, because they don't know. They don't know. It's assumed because nobody knows if he actually did it or if he's a real person or if she actually got beaten up by anybody, or nobody knows. Nobody has any idea. So the whole story is kind of fucking ridiculous.
Arrested and convicted, he said, for using that word in text messages about a man she claims had assaulted her. As I said in the interview, it sounded utterly ridiculous. Ladies, in a string of examples of an assault on free speech in the UK. But I hadn't actually read the story, and I said I'd look into it afterwards. That's exactly what I did, and I'm pleased to say that Elizabeth Kinney, the mother of 4 who was convicted over her text messages, joins me in the studio now. Elizabeth, thank you for coming in and joining us today for this debate. Just first of all, just to clear up exactly what happened to you, explain to me and the viewers what went down.
I was assaulted by a male acquaintance. And
physically or sexually?
Physically.
Physically.
Physically. It wasn't my ex-partner. It was a friend, a group of friends. The female acquaintance that basically, she was getting jealous over me because she started seeing my ex-partner. So she was trying to cause trouble for me, which ended up resulting in me getting attacked. After that, obviously I went to the hospital and I sent her messages and pictures of my injuries, just to prove like what.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude. Wait, what? Do you guys remember these articles? Who was here? Put ones in chat if you guys were here when we read these fucking articles. Who put ones in chat if you guys were here when we read these fucking articles? Because there was one particular thing that we made a pretty big deal about when we read these fucking articles. Okay, Z King was here. Okay, so he probably knows. He probably knows what it is that I've. Okay, Joe. All right. So Aaron. Okay, so you guys probably know as soon as I'm sitting down what it is that I'm immediately like, wait, what? Holy shit! So there was one thing that we were a bit thrown off by. Yes, that all of her pictures looked drastically different. And I kept they kept posting all of these pictures trying to like say like, look how beautiful she is. Such a beautiful mom and she's so pretty and how could they treat her like this? Blah blah blah. And I kept saying, I was like, bro, she looks like a different person in every single one of these pictures. There's no way this is the same person. Or she's putting these like drastic filters on her face every fucking time she takes another picture. This is not the face. This is not the face that we were looking at when we were going over all these fucking articles, dude. This is not the face. Let's see. Did I? Wait, where the fuck is it? Wait, what the fuck? Sorry, I have a screenshots file on my computer. And it's just not there. Did I accidentally delete this fucking thing? Where the fuck is it? Okay, here it is. Yeah, I thought I might have like taken a couple of pictures of her and put it or screenshots to put them side by side. Okay, no, I did not. Okay. All right. Let's see. Arrested saying F slur in UK. Okay. This is her. This is her. This is a little bit closer, but this is the first thing where I saw this person and I was like, okay. And then I scrolled down and I was like, wait. Now, this still does not look like her. Maybe her 10 years ago. But like, bro. I like, no offense, but like they took off a lot of chin and added a lot of neck here. This is like her chin looks like it actually ends here and they moved it all the way up here. Come on. Come on. All right. That is a catfishing ass motherfucker, dude.
what she'd caused. And obviously I was very upset at the time. I'd had a
Maybe that guy got catfished. It was justified in the physical assault. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. That is, I disavow. I disavow those statements. That is, oh my goodness. I'm a little confused at the first part though, where she says like her friend got her in trouble. Let me hear that again.
Just first of all, just to clear up exactly what happened to you, explain to me and the viewers what went down.
I was assaulted by a male acquaintance, and
physically or sexually?
Physically.
Physically.
Physically. It wasn't my ex-partner. It was a friend, like a group of friends.
So just to be clear, this is a thing that a mistake that a lot of people make. Legally, assault is like more so just making somebody fear that they're going to get injured, or fear for their life, or fear that like further injury will come. It's like making threatening motions at somebody, harming them slightly to where they think they could have real physical bodily harm. So like shoving somebody, right? Like it's the shoving act is not like physically harming them in some horrible way, but it is that when you shove somebody, you normally make them believe that you're going to come and like fight them or something. And this makes them believe that they're likely to be seriously physically hurt. And so, yes, this is a thing that's what makes it assault. Okay, it's assault.
Why
So,
is
I made this video.
nobody talking about this? Over the weekend, there were a bunch of No Kings protests, and it seems as though there were a ton of conservatives that showed up in a coordinated effort to assault protesters. When I went to the protest,
so they kept like blowing massive amounts of like smoke out all over everybody in the at these protests, and it's called rolling coal. And somebody left a comment and said, I don't see how this fits the definition of assault. Harassment at best, if done repeatedly. So I gave an explanation here that hopefully will clear this up for people. But assault is slightly different than a lot of the ways that people, would it be battery? Yes, it is battery. So they were battered is battery technically. But yes, the legal definition that most states use, assault is when a person causes harm, threatens harm, or stokes fear in another individual that harm may be caused. Technically, assault is when you make a person fear for their life or of some sort of bodily harm. Normally, battery is when you actually physically attack them, but there's a lot of overlap with things like aggravated assault and battery. The type of assault I'm showing here isn't aggravated assault, but simple assault, though. If someone had actually gotten seriously hurt, it potentially could have been considered battery. So, this is why like a lot of people do get these terms confused, because it is it could be assault as well as battery. But yeah.
The female acquaintance that she basically was getting jealous over me because she started seeing my ex-partner. So she was trying to cause trouble for me, which ended up resulting in me getting attacked. After that, obviously,
I don't know what that means. I have no idea what the fuck that means.
went to the hospital and I sent her messages and pictures of me injuries, just to prove like what basically what she'd caused.
Okay, so we know who the gay person is now. We know who the gay person is now. We know who the fucking gay person is now. Okay, so yes, the person that she was sending the messages to is the gay. They are the gay. So this makes a bit more sense now, because the person that she was messaging, saying the F slur to, that was the gay.
And obviously, I was very upset at the time. I'd had a like inflammation on my brain. I had a skull fracture, which made me not really feel like myself at the time. I was very upset, and I was very like angry with what had happened to me, which made me like say messages that I really wouldn't have said.
So you sent her a load of messages. I mean, would you categorize them as abusive, highly abusive?
It was more just to pointing to the fact that what had happened to me. I only just sent her pictures of my injuries, and obviously said like, why would you cause this much trouble for me and stuff? And
so Tucker Carlson, when he told this story, he tried to make it sound like she was calling the guy who beat her up the F slur. He was trying to make it sound like the guy who beat her up, she called him the F slur. And now she's having to go to jail for this. But the person who beat her up is walking around free. They care more about the F slur than they care about men beating up women. When it seems pretty clear now, she was actually calling the woman who caused this the F slur, because she was apparently gay and in love with her and was mad that she was dating another guy, and so was trying to cause some trouble. And she still hasn't like explained how the fuck this turned into a fight or anything. I'm still a little lost on that part, but yes, it sounds like the like she was actually calling the girl the F slur, not the guy. She's calling the girl that she was texting and messaging in this moment, she was calling her an F slur.
Make up lies, and like, which now resulted in me being attacked. And
she then reported you.
Yeah.
For what she said were harassing messages.
Yeah, it was a 5-minute period of time when I just...
How did you feel when the police contacted you?
Well, I was shocked. I didn't expect that. I mean...
Because these are private text messages.
Throughout my life, I've had messages with my friends, and we've fallen out, and we've said things that aren't very nice to each other, but you would never really expect that to go any further than that.
I've heard 11 police officers turned up.
Yeah.
I mean, that's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, I'd left my front door open. I was waiting for my dad to come to the house. I was actually in the bath.
And 11
they opened the door themselves.
So he said, thank you for showing up to this debate. So I'm assuming he is going to get to a point where he does challenge her on some of these things. And that's why, like, initially he asked her, like, would you say these were, like, harassing messages? Because it sounds like he is going to challenge her on the things that I was just bringing up a second ago. That I do think it's ridiculous that the UK has, like, hate speech laws like this. And I am, like, a bit more, sympathetic to the idea that you would get in trouble with the law for something of that sort of thing. But yeah, it does sound like the story that's being told out here by Tucker Carlson and others is just not accurate. And I'm hoping he's going to get to this.
And just came in?
And came in.
And you're in the bath?
Yeah.
And what do they say to you?
Well, I heard my name, which was one female out of the lot of them.
And 10 male officers?
Yeah. And then I heard my name.
It sounds like she called someone the slur, not describing what someone said. She never said that she described what someone said, and the article didn't say that she was describing what someone said either. That they were making it sound like the guy who beat her up, she called him the F slur. That's what they made it sound like. They made it sound like the guy who beat her up, she was calling him the F slur. But it actually sounds like she was calling this woman that she was texting in the moment the F slur.
And I thought, well, it might be my sister, because it didn't sound like someone who was... Because obviously I was upstairs in the bath. And then they just come up the stairs, and they didn't give me any privacy or anything. Like, I had
You were naked?
Yes.
How did that make you feel?
Disgusted and really upset. I was crying my eyes out.
And what did they say to you? What did they say they were there for?
Well, I was just asking them, can they just leave the female officer and can they please go downstairs? As obviously I was upset and I had no clothes on, and he kind of wanted to watch me get changed, and I was very upset about that. In the end, they did send the males down the stairs, and the female officer sat with me. I was crying my eyes. I was really upset, and then I said, "Well, what are you even here for?" Because I was shocked. I was in utter shock, and she said, "For malicious communications, hate crime, and malicious communications." And I said, "Well, what for?" And they said, "We'll discuss that when we get to basically to the police station."
So you go to the station, and then they outline that it's these messages you sent to this friend that you've had this argument with, all connected to the fact that you yourself, as you say, have been assaulted. I'm not going to get into that so much. As one of the more inflammatory things about this whole story, which Tucker Carlson picked up on, was in the course of these text messages, you use the F word. We've already said what that word is. He repeated it many times. I choose not to say it. You can do what you like. But that word, did you intend it in the messages to be a derogatory, homophobic slur?
Absolutely
because
not.
that is the alleged crime, is that you were promoting hate towards gay people by using that word.
First of all, a lot of my friends are gay. I am not homophobic in any way, shape or form. The word in question is a word that in our town where we live, we associate that word with somebody who, well, mainly males who hit females. Like, it's never a word for a sexuality. It's always a word where we live in our context, as in, like, basically a weak person. For instance, my brother's best friend got sent off the pitch in football last week.
Is she serious right now, dude? Is she serious right now? This has nothing to do with gay people, guys. It's just a word that we use for men that are weak. That's all. Dude, my mouse is like twitching now. I gotta start this over. I gotta X out of some shit. Something's lagging my mouse. It's like, yeah, why do you think you would use that specific word for somebody that is weak? Why do you think that? Why would that happen? Why would anybody use that term?
Fell over and, you know, he called him that name, but it was just a joke. But he got sent off the pitch because, but in our context, like, it just means like.
And you got a
weak.
heavier. I mean, in the end, you pleaded guilty. First of all, why did you plead guilty?
My solicitor told me to.
Right.
And I've never been into trouble before, and I was really concerned about.
You had no criminal record.
No.
Because the malicious communications offences, which is under which you were prosecuted, such as sending grossly offensive messages, can receive a hate crime sentence uplift if motivated by hostility towards a protected characteristic like race, religion, sexual orientation, or disability. So you got an uplifted sentence. They basically said you had committed a hate crime by using that F word.
Yeah.
Which, given that you had no intent to be homophobic with it, for the reasons you've outlined, just seems preposterous.
Yeah.
In a private text message to somebody.
Again, she was saying that her friend was jealous that she was dating a guy. It sounds like her friend's gay. It sounds like her friend is gay, and that she was calling the girl gay, but or it's gonna turn out that the guy was gay. Somebody here has got to be fucking gay. Where's the gay? I want the fucking gay. Where's the gay?
I didn't even say it. Who
you were angry with because you had been assaulted.
Yes.
I mean, has anything happened about the assault?
When I was in the hospital, the police were called by the doctors and nurses, and everyone in question were arrested at that given point. Then I end up getting arrested a week after that.
And what's happened with
No one ever came back to me to discuss that. No one wanted statements from me. They were just obviously more, it seemed like they
So
were more
there's been no
concerned.
prosecution?
No.
So the fact you were assaulted was deemed to be less serious, it would appear.
Oh my goodness. Please, for the love of fucking God, Pierce. You cannot be this fucking stupid. You cannot be this fucking stupid, Pierce. She said that they came and got statements from her at the hospital. Now, I would assume you would be you would be notified if somebody committed a crime against you. That, like, if there were charges, you would be notified of the charges and convictions and things like that. But I don't know. I have no idea if that's how they do it in the UK. I'm pretty sure that is how they do things here, that there's like even like victims acts in America that like require communication with victims about things. I know that like when I've committed crimes, fuck dude, yeah, my mouse is still bouncing around. When I've committed crimes in the past, that like the when I was a kid, the people that I stole from had to get like letters about everything, and that they were notified of every time there was a court case, and that they were like told that they could come and show up, and that they were allowed to say things, and like that's like a core part of our like our criminal justice system, is being able to face your accuser. And so I don't know if they do the same thing there, but this to me is not enough to say that they didn't do anything about that. And we don't know, even if they didn't, we don't know why they didn't. Because it could have turned out that she hit him first, or that, she started it, that they went to the bar. Fuck, my mouse is not. Fuck, move. Holy shit. This is, oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, it's bouncing all over the fucking place. It's not, okay. All right, yeah, I'm not going to be able to, all right.
Than the fact you'd used this F word in communication, private communication with this woman you'd had a falling out with.
Yeah.
What do you feel about that?
Very, very disheartened and upset. It's destroyed my character as a person. I've been a care assistant since I was 17, and I want to be a nurse. I like helping people. I want to save people's lives. I have got a good character. As obviously I'm still working in my post now. My managers haven't let me go, for the reason being they know me as a person.
They stood by you.
Mm-hmm. Everyone's got my back in this.
Yeah, what reaction have you had from the community?
Everyone's had me back, and everyone's been so supportive. I mean, I've not heard one bad word said about this whole. That everyone's just as disgusted as I am. How far it's got.
I didn't even know it could be a crime.
Neither did
in
I.
a private message,
Neither did I.
Use language like that.
Neither did I.
What do you think it says about free speech in this country?
Well, it's not as heavy as it is in America, but I believe that.
Actually, it's better in America.
Yeah.
This would never have happened in America.
Yeah.
Their First Amendment protects your right to be offensive if you want to be.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not, it's one thing if you came in and said, yeah, I said all these things and I stand by it and I wanted to be homophobic. That's one thing. But you clearly, you were angry because of what had happened to you.
Mm-hmm.
You were in a hospital getting treatment for injuries sustained in what you say was an attack. And I don't know, obviously, about that side of it, but I'll take your word for it. And then you have 11 police officers charging into your home as you're having a bath.
It was very, very frightening. I've had nightmares and everything about it, and I've got cameras on my house and stuff. I keep them on and make sure the doors are always locked now, because it's not even the public that anyone needs to be scared of these days. It's the police.
Did you think you might go to prison for this?
Yeah.
Did they warn you might?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. 5 to 10 years.
That's what they said you may get?
Yeah.
Because that's the maximum sentence you could have got.
For hate crime.
Again, I mean, what were you feeling when you heard that?
I was devastated.
You've got kids?
I was devastated.
Your 4 kids you have?
Yes.
How old are they?
15, 12, 9 and 3.
I mean, it would have been devastating.
Mm-hmm. It was. And it still is now, to be honest.
Right. I mean, you end up, you're pretty guilty. You got a sentence to a 12-month community order with requirements. You undertook 72 hours of unpaid work and 10 rehabilitation activity days, and you were ordered to pay £364 in costs, about $500. So you didn't go to prison in the end, which must have been a great relief.
Yeah, of course.
When you look back on the whole thing, though, what do you feel about it?
I feel upset. The fact that I feel like I'm scared to even. I'm even scared to say the word now. That's why I'm saying the word in question, because
Well,
I
that was
don't
Tucker
know.
Carlson's point, and the reason he kept saying it. I've known Tucker a long time. He wasn't saying it to be homophobic. He was saying it to make the point that he was in England and he didn't care about whether somebody was going to arrest him. He was suggesting that I didn't want to say it because I was fearful of arrest. That wasn't the case. I don't like using that word full stop, because gay friends of mine say it's
Neither
offensive
do I.
Many of them use it, but it's the same argument as the N word for black.
Yeah, I also would never use that word. After I just got done talking about the fact that I just finished the court case for hate crime and all that, I also would never. Yep, I don't know if it's actually an issue with the computer or like overloading or anything, or if it's because this has been an issue a couple of times with my computer where certain USB ports just don't accept my like yeah, it's not working. They don't accept the little wireless USB receiver to transfer the information to the computer, and then I have to like change it from one USB port to another. And I had changed it to I had a little receiver that I put it into change it from USB to USB-C so that it was actually like a much faster process, and that's for my mouse and my keyboard. And I think I took it off that recently and put it onto a different port. So that might be why it's acting finicky now. But there's periods where like it works fine for a very long time, no issue, and then out of nowhere, it's got problems, and I have to switch it from one USB port to another. So it looks like that's what's happening now.
People, right? They use it amongst themselves to reclaim that word, as they put it, and I understand that argument. But if a white person uses it at them, it's obviously a disgusting, racist slur.
Yeah.
And I think we all know that, right? What's extraordinary about this is I was talking to my team. None of us realized that using this particular word that got you into so much trouble in a text message could ever lead to a potential prison sentence in this country.
This is so ridiculous. Like he's not even asking the right questions here. He called it a debate early on, so I don't know where the fuck the debate comes in, but he's like, this is horrible investigative journalism.
Neither did I. It was shocking, and I'm still shocked now, if I'm honest. But obviously, I just believe that we all need to be careful with.
Well, do we? So that's an interesting question about this. Do we need to be careful, or do we need to fight back a bit about this? Is it right that you're sitting here too scared of saying that word, even in the context of talking about what happened to you, and not as a slur? You know, we live in a free democratic society. You should be able to say it in the context of what happened to you without fear of arrest.
Yeah.
It seems to me. And yet I understand why you don't want to.
Yeah.
Because you were told you might go to prison for 5 to 10 years.
Not just that, obviously, it's not in my character. I did that after the assault, when I had a brain injury, and like you don't act like yourself, you act out of character when you've had an injury to
What did your gay friends say about this?
I've had some beautiful messages from one of my managers as well, saying that they know I am not homophobic, 100%. I am the most kindest, loveliest person, and to not take any notice about what's been said about me, and that everyone knows, and they've all got my
How
back.
sweet.
And they're all on my side.
Did any of the police feel uncomfortable about this when they were?
No. Nobody's even asked me, am I okay after the attack? Nobody. The
So no
court,
one's followed up on the
no,
attack at all?
No.
I just find that extraordinary.
So do I.
Find that extraordinary.
Especially in the courtroom when I got charged.
Yeah, I find that extraordinary as well. Here's maybe there's some questions that should be asked about that. Maybe there's maybe some things that you could ask that would maybe make it less extraordinary. Maybe I don't know. That's just me talking.
Charged, and the judges, nobody. The judges could see the pictures, the messages that I sent with the injuries, which were quite bad, and still I wasn't asked, was I okay?
Absolutely extraordinary. Elizabeth, thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
I'm very sorry about what happened to you.
Wow, that's
Well,
it.
Because you're just being very honest. You said, you had 5 minutes
Oh my
of rage
goodness.
because of what had happened to you. You lost your mind a bit.
How do you know she's being honest? What are you talking about?
You wish you hadn't done it. But to go through all that in England in 2025 seems to me absolutely outrageous.
It is.
I wish you luck with everything.
Thank you.
And with
Thanks
your
very
career.
much.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you.
For more on the other F word, joining me on the panel are host of The Crucible, Andrew Wilson, author of Bisexual: The Basics and host of the Bisexual Brunch podcast, Lewis Oakley, host of Abet News, Mark Lamont Hill, and the author and chief political writer at Spiked, Brendan O'Neill. Well, welcome to all of you. Brendan O'Neill, let me start with you. I just did this extraordinary interview with Elizabeth Kinney, which I know you guys have all listened to. What did you make of that? I mean, I could barely believe what I was hearing.
I think it's obscene. I mean, if what Elizabeth's saying is true, and I have no reason to doubt that it is, it sounds like a real double wrong has been done here.
It sounds like he did believe everything that he was hearing. What do you mean you could barely believe anything that you were hearing? You sounded like you believed every single thing that you were hearing. That's the problem, bro. You have to ask questions. You have to dig into this a little bit more. You have to act as though you're a little bit more curious about things. You need to be a bit more critical in your thinking. This is ridiculous, bro. He just bought everything that she said without asking any real follow-up questions about, well, was the girl that you were sending this to, was she gay? You said that she was jealous of your new boyfriend. Was the guy who hit you gay? Was that who were any of the people involved gay? Like, he didn't even ask.
Firstly, there is the fact that someone was arrested for saying a word. That should never happen, in my view, whatever word they use, even if they use it in public. But then secondly, she was arrested for using a word in a private communication. That is an outrage, completely and utterly obscene. That really does take us into the territory of thought policing. If the state can pry on our private conversations, drag us into the dock for things that we say to friends or frenemies or enemies, whoever it might be, that really does take us into Orwellian territory where the government has the right to snoop on what we say to fellow citizens. I think that is outrageous.
Lewis Oakley, I mean, to start with, as a gay man, did you get offended?
Bisexual.
Oh, my apologies. As a bisexual man, are you offended by the F word?
Yeah, I think that it's definitely got connotations there that are offensive. I mean, it's used to demean people and say that, gay people are, subhuman, disgusting, less manly. And that's what's inferred.
Oh, less manly. Wait, but she said she was using it to say that guys were less manly. Huh. That's strange. Weird. Weird that there's that. There's that little coincidence there. That's
by it. So when it's used as abuse for young kids, like young 15-year-olds that are being called this in the playground, yes, it holds meaning. It, leads to mental health issues. It leads to people feeling that there is something wrong with them.
But if it's not being used as a homophobic slur, in other words, it's not being targeted at a gay person. And, her explanation was that where she lives in the north of England,
she never said that none of these people were gay. She never said that. You didn't even ask.
I'll come to you. You might laugh, but I know there are parts of England where they would definitely not consider this to be a homophobic slur. They would just do it as a bit of, as they would see it, quite harmless banter. Now, we can argue about that, but it's different to say the N-word.
If I was on this panel, I would start off by being like, well, Piers, I just hope you never go into journalism. Yeah, I just really hope you never try to go into journalism. You never try to make it as a journalist, because you're not cut out for it, bro.
Over here, which everyone would have a clear idea about. I don't think that this F word is seen in quite the same context, hence why she used it here, but not in a way that could be remotely construed as homophobic, which then begs the question, why has she been prosecuted for a hate crime prompting hate at gay people?
Can I just say, I think that it's almost worse that he was straight, you know, because what she's doing, she's...
Wait, who said he was straight? Who said he was straight? Who said this?
Really angry in the moment. I totally get it. And she's thinking, how can I insult this man that has done this terrible thing to me? And by the way, like, you know, I hope he gets convicted too. How can I demean him? I know, I'll call him gay, because gay is so lower, gay is so, like, you know, anti-masculine. Exactly. And that's the whole point. That was the word she... There's 1,000 other words she could have used to describe
But she
it.
says she's not homophobic and wasn't saying it was a gay slur.
Oh.
Okay, but so what's that? You want to say that people that use the N-word to describe people aren't racist? It's just their banter between their friends?
Well, no, because I think there is a qualitative difference in severity of these words. I mean,
So
Mark,
race is more important than sexuality.
well, it's an interesting, arguable point. I mean, Mark, look, I would never use personally that F word. I would certainly never use the N word privately or in public. There probably is a qualitative difference between the two, I would say. Most people might think that. Certainly in England, I can imagine a lot of people using it, playgrounds and stuff, and not intending it to be a homophobic slur, not even knowing it is. So it's not as clear cut as you might think it is. But regardless, as Brendan said, you know, regardless of whether you think it is or isn't, the idea that you communicate that word in a private conversation to someone via text message who you know, and the next thing, 11 police officers are charging into your house to arrest you, that can't be right, surely.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. So you raised 2 points. The first one, where I disagreed with you, wasn't whether or not people saw it as a homophobic slur. My point is something can be a homophobic slur or a racist slur or an anti-Semitic slur or whatever, even if a person doesn't realize that that's what they're doing. In the United States, I've spent a lot of time in locker rooms as an athlete. I spent a lot of times in fraternity houses. I spent a lot of time just in my neighborhood. And that word was used a lot. And it was often used not against gay people, although it certainly was used against gay people. It was also used against ostensibly straight people, as my colleague just said, for the purpose of demeaning, for joking. Sometimes it wasn't even an intense joke. Sometimes it wasn't outrage. It was just it was used ostensibly in a playful way. But the idea is, if the best way to mock you or to tease you or to make you seem less like a man in a society where being a man is the height of humanity is to call you gay,
But
then
you'd
it
never
still
be
becomes
arrested.
you're still
Yeah, but hang on,
trafficking.
you'd never be arrested in America.
Why? Don't move the fucking goalpost, Piers. Don't move the goalpost. You were talking about whether or not it's homophobic. You're talking about whether or not this is a homophobic slur, and now you're changing the goalpost to whether or not you should be arrested for it. These are drastically different things. No, I think everybody has said they think it's a little far for somebody to get arrested for this sort of thing, but that's different.
For using that word, because the First Amendment would protect you.
So
you could be offensive in America in that way without actually treading into criminal activity, because the First Amendment is there to protect that very thing. Actually, it really protects all speech, including hate speech.
So that's the second piece of it, right? I just wanted to address the idea of whether it's homophobic speech or not. But even if it's hate speech, let's say it rises to the level of hate speech, regardless, I don't think that the surveillance state should be overseeing us to decide when and where we're making the hate speech, even though I deplore hate speech. And then I also don't think the carceral state should be criminalizing or intensifying criminal penalties for using it. So yeah, it's awful to do. You shouldn't do it. But I could be the worst piece of human garbage on earth for using a word or a slur. It doesn't mean that I should get arrested for it. I think there's other ways to resolve that.
Yeah, Andrew Wilson, you know, it was very interesting when Tucker jumped me with this, because I wasn't aware of the case. So I was doing Tucker's show. We had a 90-minute chat about all sorts of things. The main premise of his conversation was that my country's gone for the dogs. I was defending it vigorously in some parts and agreeing with him in other parts, as I would America, by the way. Good and bad, but two great countries. However, when he went on this rant about this, it took me by surprise. I didn't not say this F word because I thought I might be arrested. I wasn't aware of the story. I went and did some research, and I discovered somebody had actually been arrested in my country for using that word in a text message. Having, she says, being beaten up by a guy, having treatment in hospital, and texting somebody that she believed had been partly responsible for her getting the beating. And that beating has not been properly investigated. So I don't know enough about that part of it to determine.
Yeah, please, for the love of fucking God, Pierce. Like the way that you're just like repeating, this is so fucking obnoxious, dude. Like I have no reason to just like repeat exactly what it is that she's saying. I don't know that she's lying either, but something here isn't adding up. Something here is not adding up. And it's a little weird, though I will admit that there's articles about this from the Daily Mail, and which I believe is a British publication, and I don't know if we've had like any statement from the police department or anything like that. I would expect that if there was like more information on this or contradictions to her story, that this may have that this probably would have come out by now as well, though. So there's a lot of confusing shit here that doesn't add up for both sides.
You know how clear cut that all was, but regardless, the idea that she could use that word.
Oh yeah, I know the Mail is trash news because that's where Piers Morgan used to work. That's why earlier I was saying I would start off by saying just never go into journalism, bro, because he used to be a journalist. He used to work for the Daily Mail and the Sun, and it somehow is just not even asking like the most obvious question.
In a text message, and the next thing, 11 police are banging on, not even banging in, they're coming in as she's having a bath, naked. Absolutely extraordinary, isn't it? December is Heart Awareness Month, which makes you think differently about the busy holidays. Stress packed with natural ingredients. Order today.
Well, it's actually, I'm not even surprised. So the idea here is, I guess you could get SA'd, and if you call your assailant the quote F slur, you go to jail, right? Some country you got there. By the way, let's point this out, that progressives have for years, as these guys say, hey, we don't want to put in hate speech laws and have people arrested and this and that. They've been doing the same type of stuff for years. They do depersoning, debanking, deplatforming, keeping people away from their cash. If you touch on any issues that they don't like, they've been doing that.
Progressives have been doing that? What the fuck is he talking about? Progressives have been doing this? Where the fuck did progressives do this? What the fuck is he talking about? The banks did that. The banks did that shit. And the banks did it because they didn't want to be associated with these people. It's not progressives. Progressives didn't go and debank people. What the fuck is he talking about, dude?
For years to conservatives. So they're doing the exact same thing that the government over there is doing. They're just using the private marketplace to do it. So what they do is they will go on these massive campaigns to deperson a human being from society because they have wrongthink, or they.
I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to start doing the same thing. The conservatives say that they like free speech, but they've been debanking people like Kanye West and Nick Fuentes, and they've been going after people for anytime, the conservatives are the ones who are the hardcore Israel people and the people who love the Jews and, You know, you just say something against the Jews and they come after you, dude. The conservatives are immediately trying to ruin your entire life, and they call themselves pro free speech, dude. This is ridiculous. Like they just use corporations and companies to go after you. Like I'm gonna do all the same exact crap, just in the opposite direction. Just say it was them, like as though this is a political group that's doing this.
You say a word that makes somebody else upset, spaghetti, right? That's what they do. And the fact of the matter is like, who gives a shit? Who cares if this woman didn't care? Who cares if she was like, you know what, I am homophobic, and I said it because I'm homophobic. That's her business, right? You can say what you want. You're supposed to, at least in free nations, and that's not what you have there. And that was Tucker Carlson's point. You don't have a free nation there. You have
out
a
of interest,
nation which
Andrew,
is
there is
under
one
a
other-
dictator.
Hang on, out of interest, Andrew, would you use that word?
Sure, you use it all the time. It's one of the best ways to describe friends. Right?
Would you use it? Would you use it on a show like this?
It's not meant to be. Look, it's not meant to be. Can I say it?
Would you say it? I mean, would you normally use a word
Well,
like
I
that?
wouldn't say it for the purposes of TOS, but I mean, if I was allowed to, sure, it's one of my favorite words to say. There's nothing wrong with the word. What happens is this. This word is not even being used as a homophobic slur, and it hasn't since I was a kid, okay? That's the truth. People call each other this all the time for literally for fun, just because it's fun. You'll go, you know, you like run into a buddy of yours. What's up, F slur? Right? You don't care, and you give each other a high
I don't think
five,
that's true,
right?
though.
It's fun. It's fun. It is true. Look,
no,
listen,
I think
it
if you
is
ask
true.
if you ask gay people, they will tell you it is often used in a derogatory way and offensive way intended to demean them, and it's done all the time. I don't think we can dispute
Yeah, sure.
that.
But you know what? Everything, you can use any word as derogatory if you want to, or you can use words and they're not derogatory. It depends on the context. And we're social creatures. I'm tired of people acting like socially everybody's retarded. We know that there's context for words. And when you say,
he's so retarded.
Context, this word to buddies and people in this, you know, whatever. It's not a problem socially, and it never has been. And Mark might shake his head, but I bet you in high school he was calling half of his friends that word, and they were probably calling it to him back. Why? Because it's funny. That's why it's funny. And
Were
it's
you
a
Mark
way
Lamont
that
Hill?
get each
So
other shit.
here's. Was I? No, but
You've never used any
certainly people in
derogatory
my high
term
school-
at school about anyone as a joke?
You're asking a different question now. Then okay.
Any
that's
derogatory
a different
term,
question.
yeah.
His question was that. Again, the answer to the first question is no. I didn't use the F word in high school, as he alleged. Second question is, have I ever used an offensive term? Absolutely. When I was a child, but as an adult, I like to think that I've grown beyond using the words that I used as a child. And I agree that social context matters, and I agree that we should always consider social context. We live in a society where gay people are still abused, where gay people are still slandered, where gay people are still physically assaulted, where gay people are marginalized, and that F word is used very often to do, and it's often accompanied by harm. And so if we know that, I agree, when you walk up to your friend and give him a high five and use that word, you may not be attempting to smuggle in.
Like what happened to Juicy Smollett. Juicy Smollett was called the F slur right after they said this is MAGA country. All right? And they poured gasoline on him and tied a noose around his neck and then ran off. And obviously in Chicago, in you know, the deep parts of MAGA country. That we all know what they mean. We all know what they meant when they said that.
In homophobia, I don't think you are. But what I'm saying is we're normalizing a word that still accompanies harm and still kind of normalizes what we do and how we treat as a society, LGBTQI folk. And so I'm just saying, why don't we pick a different word that doesn't cause all this hullabaloo?
All right, the bigger issue.
The problem is like, because they're not as fun. And the reason is, the more that you try to make these pushbacks, these social pushbacks, and tell people what they can and can't say, it makes them want to say it more. And you know what, Mark? Like that's what happens. The second you start making social pushback and say, hey, this word you've been calling your friends and you guys have been joking around for years saying this stuff, you're not allowed to say it anymore because now somebody's going to get too upset about it. It literally gives them incentive to say it more. That's what happens. That's how
Right, but-
social context actually
But that's
works.
not what I'm saying.
You know, if you guys wouldn't make a big
Just to be clear, that's how social context works with conservatives because they're a bunch of children. That's not that's not adults normally. Adults aren't normally like, you say I'm not allowed to do something, then I'll do it more. That's like a Trumpism. That's a thing that adults didn't normally do until Trump came along, and then all the conservatives were like, yes, we get to be fucking children again. Let's go.
out of it. If you guys wouldn't make, hang on, Mark, almost done. If you guys wouldn't make a big deal out of it, we wouldn't have a big deal, right? But you guys make the big deal out of it.
All right, let me bring in Brendan because.
So I'm not...
Well, hang on, Mark. I'll come back to you. The bigger issue, it seems to me, here with the UK is that the Times newspaper recently revealed that police officers are making 12,000 arrests a year under Section 127 of the Communications Act and Section 1 of the Malicious Communications Act. In other words, similar instances to this. That's 30 arrests a day over offensive posts on social media and other platforms. Thousands of people being detained and questioned for sending messages that, quote, cause annoyance, inconvenience, or anxiety to others via the internet, telephone, or mail. There's been a 58% increase in these arrests since before the pandemic. I mean, this seems completely nuts to me. Joe Rogan said they've already arrested 12,000 people for social media posts. We got a clip of him talking.
Joe Rogan said this?
They've already arrested 12,000 people for social media posts.
That's insane.
Above and beyond every other country, way above Russia. Russia was like 400 last year. The UK's 12,000. There any criticism of immigration, any criticism of grooming.
Well, Joe Rogan's the expert here, so he would know.
Gangs and people being raped, any talk about how horrible this is, they come visit you. It's like someone's trying to destroy England.
Now, I would say, Brendan, that's probably a mischaracterization. If you actually went over the 12,000 cases, you could probably see a lot of very offensive things in there. I don't know, but I'm surmising It's not just criticizing an immigration policy that's causing the arrest. But in a country that's supposed to be one of the leaders of free speech historically in the world, this is pretty terrifying, isn't it? It's just Kafka stuff.
It's awful. It's like the Stasi, older.
What is Kafka stuff? Where's Twisted? Twisted here. We got our on the site unseen Brit. We got a Brit. We got any Brits in the house? We got any fucking losers in the house from Britain? We got any Ingles in the house? We got Anglos. There's the one book about becoming a roach. Wait, so what? So are they saying that they're becoming roaches by like becoming less than or something? It's dystopian. It's culture. So is the reference just saying that like you're becoming more like roaches and that like we're like degrading society by becoming roaches? Cockroach. A cucaracha. Oh, it's literature. Oh. Describes dystopias, like Aaron said. Yeah, I'm asking, like, what is the reference? Is it to the cockroach, or is it like, why does it describe, like, if somebody says, like, what is it? Fuck, I forget what's the book? Orwellian book. But well, anyways, when people say something's Orwellian, like I know, you know, the reference to the book where like everything is like very, you know, singular and uniform, and that like all individualism is taken away. And 1984, yes, that's what I was trying to think of. Yes, but like I know what it is that they're referencing, and so I'm asking, like, are they referencing the cockroach or becoming a roach, and everyone around is casual about it? Okay, so it is referencing the roach, and that like things are kind of like degrading. Okay.
Listeners and viewers will remember the German Democratic Republic, and they had the Stasi that would literally listen in on private conversations, that would literally rent out the apartment above the apartment of some dodgy person and listen through the floor to make sure they weren't saying problematic things. We now have a similar system in the UK. People are being arrested and in some cases punished for things they say. And, you know, it's now December, so any minute now, we are going to see the annual controversy about the Pogues' great song, Fairy Tale of New York, which has the famous lyric, "You scumbag, you maggot, you cheap, lousy, beep." You know, we're not allowed to say it, apparently, but that is a great song. That word is often bleeped out. And this is another issue about these insulting words. I actually think what's most insulting to gay people, ethnic minority people, all sorts of minority groups, what's most insulting is actually censorship, because censorship infantilizes them. Censorship says to them, you are such a weak part of society that we need to institute these laws and these rules to protect you from offensive words. It's actually a reversal of the great gains of the civil rights era, when we have these kinds of rules that say we must protect these poor little dears from ever hearing an offensive term. So I think these words are actually, the power of these words is less worrying to me than the power of censorship to infantilize minority groups and punish people who want to express themselves.
All right, Lewis, as a poor little dear, would you like to respond?
Well, yeah, I want to start with the numbers that you just talked about, because I think there is a point where we have to look at the reality of the modern world in which we live. Yes, we all want to see more convictions for rape and murder. Those things are very hard to...
I'm still annoyed that nobody's bringing up like the problems with her fucking story, and nobody's brought up like the holes in the story. Nobody's brought up the fact, like, one of the guys, the fucking gay guy, is like, well, it's worse that he turned out to be straight. Who said he was fucking straight? Who said this? Nobody even asked. You guys are just all assuming that he's straight. I feel like I'm in a Kafka book right now, where everybody's just sitting there acting like this is fucking normal. I don't know if you guys understand that reference. I can explain it to you later, but this is obnoxious. Like the fucking interview that just happened did not even ask like the most pertinent questions to her fucking story, and we're just gonna pretend like, oh yeah, like we don't need that information. We'll just all make up that he was straight and that this is all this is all perfectly normal.
Prove. Whereas communication, we all communicate. 90% of it now is online.
But why should the police be policing speech that doesn't actually incite specific violence, which is, to me, always the line
so our law
you cannot cross, right?
That is the logic behind it, is that hate speech does incite violence. And so using derogatory terms towards a group of people dehumanizes them and then makes violence towards them more likely. That is the idea, is that like it does incite violence. And there's a lot of like data and studies to back that up, to say that like over long periods of time, this is what happens. They're trying to head it off long beforehand, whereas we wait for the actual act of violence to take place. But this is but yeah, this is the thought process, is that they are trying to stop violence and stop the incentivizing the violence.
If I say to people that you live at a certain address...
Tom Foolery showed, does censorship incite violence? I don't know. Does it? If it does, I've never heard of this. So, I have no reason to believe it does.
Yeah.
Go around there and attack him, right? That's a clear incitement to violence against a specific individual. That's a criminal offence, and I should be arrested for that, and there should be no issue of that being a free speech issue. But if I just hate you or want to say derogatory things about you, or you do to me, that shouldn't be something that precipitates 11 police turning up at the door.
Well, two things. We have protected characteristics, right? We understand that in UK law, it was only 1967 in this country it stopped being illegal to be gay. It was only in 2003 that we got rid of things like Section 28. The law has had a real hand in causing stigma and discrimination against gay people that did not disappear in 20-something years.
Point.
So it's right that the law steps in and says, you know what, we've had a hand in this. We're going to step in and protect you because it takes a preventative measure, much like the NHS, where it says, you know what, rather than treat you when you're sick, let's just prevent people from getting sick where we can. And it's the same thing here. Yes, the line is calling for violence, but if you can stop people hating on people for their individual identity, you can say you're stupid, you're an idiot, you've done this wrong, whatever. But if it's targeted, if it's hate on you because of your race,
Is it okay
because of your sexuality, because of your religion.
Why does nobody get arrested for calling Donald Trump a Nazi?
Well, no, but you know what? The Nazi thing is interesting because I do think...
It's not just interesting, it's probably the most egregious thing you could possibly...
Oh my goodness. Will somebody at some point please fucking ask him who called Donald Trump a Nazi? At some point, please. Ask. Somebody fucking ask. Why does nobody ever ask this fucking question? Who called him a Nazi? Who? He uses this as a fucking example on every fucking show. Every single show. Well, what about people calling Donald Trump a Nazi? What about this, though? What about that? Where? Who? Who does this? Why doesn't anybody ever ask? Is everybody just seeing people calling him a Nazi so often that this is just me? It's just me. I'm the one who just doesn't know? Or is this a truism that people just say it happens so often that now everybody believes it happens? Just cause they've heard people like Pierce for so long saying over and over that people are calling him a Nazi that you just assume people are actually calling him a Nazi? Like where, who is doing this? That's like yes, that's the only, like, I know that JD Vance called him a fucking Nazi. I know that I know there's somebody else in his department that called him a Nazi. I don't know of any other politicians who have ever called him a Nazi. I think they called him Hitler, but you know.
Possibly call somebody is comparing him directly to Adolf Hitler, who murdered 12 million people, who gassed 6 million Jews in concentration camps, right? The idea that
well,
that
maybe
is
the Americans should bring in some speech
but the
laws.
idea that that is not an arrestable offence by comparison to using the F word against a gay person seems to me to be completely disproportionate.
Well, you're absolutely right, but here's my thing. I think that the Nazi thing is an interesting thing because actually this proves that it's not a left or a right-wing issue because actually since the assassination of Charlie Kirk and those two attempts on Donald Trump's life, the right has been saying, watch your rhetoric. And they understand that whilst people aren't calling for violence against them, speaking about them as Nazis is increasing the likeliness of someone thinking, oh my God, there's Nazis, I better get a gun and do something about it. So they understand
They're not calling for their
not
arrest,
calling for
dude.
violence, but calling them words starts that dehumanization.
They're not calling for their arrest, so we didn't have Pam Bondi, Donald Trump, JD Vance, Stephen Miller, all of these fucking people part of the Trump administration saying that they were going to implement hate speech laws and that they wanted people arrested for saying mean things about Charlie Kirk, and like this never happened. Interesting.
Humanization that leads to violence. So thank you for proving my point.
This is sick. This is actually sick what you're saying, dude. What you're saying is that you're calling for people to be arrested for words that make you upset. That's sick. This is the country of John Locke. Hang on. This is the country of John Locke. This is the country that was supposed to, we adopted our constitution based on these principles of free speech. And, you know, you sick bastards are running around actually calling for the arrest of people because they say mean words. What the hell?
Who the fuck did that? What is he talking about? Who the fuck did this? What is it? What debate is he in? Wait, did this happen? Where did this happen? What are we talking about here? Who did this?
What
But
was wrong with you?
this is the thing with free speech. You can still make your point. You can still make your point. What is it that you can't say? It's not my fault that people can't articulate themselves well. You can talk about crime statistics based on gender and sexuality and race, whatever you want.
Why
You just can't use discriminatory words to do it.
Why should a young care worker who's angry because she's been assaulted and is in hospital and is firing off her angry thoughts while she said she had a head injury, and she uses this F word, and because of that, she ends up with a conviction?
Well, hold on, Piers. We only got her side of the story. Reading the articles, it says that there was a series of abusive and homophobic messages.
Yeah.
Those were then showed. The friend said
they weren't homophobic.
The friend that she said
they weren't homophobic.
Hold on, that's what the prosecutor said.
They weren't aimed at somebody for.
Did you see the fucking? This is, oh my goodness, this is gonna fucking kill me, dude. They're gonna kill me. This is it. It's happening today. I'm gonna fucking die. This is hate speech. This is inciting violence on my fucking ears. This is fucking ridiculous. Why? Why can't we have like rational people with brains and things like that? Like why is it not allowed anymore? Who outlawed brains? Who did this? Is it the fucking Brits? Who did this?
Their sexuality.
But so what if I go up to someone in the street? So if I go up to someone in the street and start attacking them?
Well, okay. By comparison, if I use the N word against you,
I still haven't had a chance to respond to
right?
you.
Or if I use the N word against Andrew, is that a racist slur against him? No.
No. So if I go up in the street and start,
there has to be some intent.
No, if I start going up to someone in the street and screaming anti-Semitic things at them, and then it turns out they're not Jewish, the police aren't going to be like, oh well. Like you went to attack someone based on the.
But hang on, but that's my point though. If you can't be anti-Semitic against somebody who's not Jewish.
But
wait, he's saying that if he thinks they're Jewish, like it's about the intent behind the term, in that scenario, that like you can't just go out in the streets screaming anti-Semitic things just because there's not a Jew around. Like you can't say, like, if you have a friend that you're hanging out with, totally not Jewish. Let's say you even know they're not Jewish, and then you keep saying like they're a fucking dirty Jew, and you keep calling them a kike, and you keep like, you know, calling everything shekels, and like if you're like screaming this out in the middle of the streets where it's likely that a Jewish person could be there and hear you anyways, and it doesn't matter if it was like aimed at them. This is kind of what I was saying earlier. They're like, I feel like the friend that she was messaging either has to be gay, or the guy that she was talking about had to be gay. But so like there's got to be a gay. We need a fucking gay here, and we're not getting one, and this is infuriating.
We go back to, I think it's worse, because the gay slur was made to make him seem like less of a man, to sort of dehumanize
But she
him in that
didn't
way.
intend it like that, and I think intent does matter. Mark, you wanted to jump in about the.
She said it did. She said it did. She said that she was saying it to say that he was a weak man. What do you mean she didn't intend it like that? She did. She literally said she meant it like that. What the fuck, dude? Plot twist, she's gay. Oh. She was hate criming herself. Oh. That seems even worse. Yep. She should be locked up now.
Your observation about that. My only point about I don't think, by the way, I don't think people should be arrested for either, but it just seems to me extraordinary disparity between
extraordinary
somebody a Nazi and compare them to Adolf Hitler, and there's no accountability. But if you use the F word in a private text, you get arrested.
I'm having such a hard time killing people. Like, I'm almost at 60% right now, and I've only got 47 kills. And I'm like trying so hard to just not get a higher percentage and just kill. And these fucking
These fucking losers are staying away from the pizza man because they know I'm a shark in the waters. They know I am a motherfucking shark in the waters.
Arrested by 11 cops.
Yeah, we're in like 7 directions here, so I'm gonna just try and in like 10 seconds deal with each one total. First, I agree that no one should be arrested for any of this speech. Let me say that. So this is not a defense of arresting people, because that keeps being said. I'm not defending that. I do think the Nazi piece is different, but it doesn't mean that it should be responded to differently. For example, you may say to me, Piers, because you're policing my speech around not using the F word or the N word or whatever, that you're a fascist. That would be a reasonable criticism. I think you'd be wrong, but I think that'd be a reasonable criticism. But you'd be saying that my behavior is actually similar to that of a particular thing. When people are looking at Donald Trump's behavior, it's not casual at all. They're saying the extraordinary and maybe historically unprecedented way that he is undermining American democracy is reminiscent of the Nazi regime. You may disagree. I'm not telling you to be wrong or right.
You don't honestly think that.
Yeah. Well,
you honestly think Donald Trump is a Nazi?
That what? Is that really what he just took from what Mark just said? That's seriously what he just took from what Mark just said? Is that he thinks that Donald Trump is a Nazi? This has to be like rage bait at this point, dude. Piers cannot be this fucking retarded. This cannot be. This cannot be real, dude. This is not real life. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way he's this fucking stupid. The guy just explained that, like, the people making a comparison to a Nazi, that this could make sense, that they're calling him a Nazi just as a comparison to Nazis because he's doing something fascistic. I don't think people do this. I don't think that's actually a good argument at all. But he even said that, like, he would disagree with them, but that, like, this could make sense. And somehow Piers said, so you honestly think Trump is a Nazi?
No, Piers, if you allow me to finish, you'd understand that I'm not saying that. Just allow me to finish the sentence. My next sentence was, it does not matter whether you agree or disagree with the claim. The point is, I'm allowed to have a political ideology. And I wouldn't make that claim, by the way. I wouldn't call Donald Trump a Nazi. But my point is
it a
if
slur?
I believe that and I'm
is
making
it a slur against Donald Trump?
No.
Wow.
That's my Piers, I'm the one saying no.
So it's not a slur to call somebody. It's not a slur to call somebody a Nazi, but it is a slur to use the F word about somebody who's not even gay. Explain that.
No, I can't explain what you just said because that's not the point I'm making. You've recharacterized what I said.
I'm not sure what the point is you're making.
What I'm saying. Allow me.
We can see that you're very confused here. I don't like Mark Lamont Hill. I think he's a fucking idiot. But I like Piers being this fucking lost right now is comical, dude. This is ridiculous.
Me to finish and you will.
This is ridiculous.
If you are making an analysis of somebody and you in good
It's
faith
20
believe in
IQ,
their
yeah.
behavior, similar if you
Ridiculous.
call me a fascist. I don't think I'm a fascist, but you have a right to say that, and I wouldn't call that a slur. If my behavior is reminiscent of that, similar to the Nazi or any other argument that you make, I'm not going to call it a slur just because I disagree with you. Where it becomes different is if I'm attacking somebody for their identity. Where I am insulting somebody for their identity, that becomes a slur. And in the last example you gave, Piers, where somebody calls somebody the F word or somebody high-fives their friend.
So technically a slur or to slur someone is just like an insult. Any sort of like insult is a slur. Then there's like other types of slurs that I think are like based on immutable characteristics that we call homophobic slurs or racial slurs or things like that. Like we'll pinpoint like the type of slur that it is based on whatever immutable characteristic it is. But technically calling somebody dumb, calling somebody an idiot, calling somebody like these things are technically slurs based on the technical definition of the word slur. But yeah, that is the way that works.
And as my other colleague said, it gives them a high five, and they're not even gay, and they don't mean it that way. It may not be a slur, but you're still trafficking in homophobia. You're still trafficking in racism.
All right, Andrew.
Hang on. This is an illogical. This is actually illogical. Listen, I'll tell you why. The reason that this is illogical is
and
because
then allow
the
me to
entire
respond, because every time you respond and tell me something, I don't get to respond. Go ahead.
Hang on, I understand, but the foundation of your argument is these words cause harm based on social stigma, and the social stigma is caused because you're using a harmful word. Calling people Nazis and fascists would create this exact same stigma that you're saying these other protected classes deserve. Your argument is a contradiction. It's P and not P at the same time. It's contradictory. So either it's one or the other, Mark. Either the social stigma needs to be guarded against.
That isn't what he said, though. He said that it was a slur based on whether or not it attacks their identity. He didn't say whether or not it causes harm. He said it was a slur based on whether or not it attacks their identity. You should try Super Auto Pets. What is that? Is that a game? Bro, I'm only at 56 fucking kills, dude. This is gonna take forever. They're just staying so far away from me in this fucking game, dude. This is so frustrating. I don't know why they won't come near me, guys. Please, let's be friends.
Hang on. And in the UK, people are getting arrested for calling Donald Trump a Nazi as much as they get arrested for calling somebody the F slur, because the social stigma is the thing that you're after. So
That's not what he said.
You have to pick one, dude. Pick a lane.
That is not what he said. He said based on whether or not they're attacking someone's identity. That's what he said. You just made up an argument that he said it was about the harm.
All right. Now allow me to respond. Again, you have mischaracterized my argument. My point is not that social stigma is the predicate for deciding whether or not someone can say something or not. If it were, then you would be right. All words can have social stigma. I could call you a conservative.
Then what is it?
And you could have a social stigma. You could call.
Then what determines
again,
it?
Allow me to finish now. Please allow me to finish. You insisted on being allowed to finish. Let me do the same.
Yeah, I know. I just want the answer though. What could it be?
Do you think it's easy to get the answer if you let me talk or if you don't?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, what I'm saying is, again, if just all words can potentially have stigma. If you call me a bleeding heart liberal, I may find that to produce stigma for me. I'm not saying that stigma alone is the issue. Stigma is not the predicate for me. And again, I'm not making the case that anybody should be arrested for any of it because it's so great.
Yes, I was about to say, also kind of repeat that again, you don't think that people should be arrested, since Andrew's again trying to throw that in there and pretend that you're saying that. Just maybe repeat for the 1000th time. Nobody here is trying to get people arrested for these things.
Slippery. I'm saying don't arrest anybody for any of the slang or any of the slurs, any of the language, any of the words that are being used against people. I'm saying don't arrest anybody for any of it. But the distinction I'm making here is not one of slur versus or stigma versus non-stigma. What I'm saying is that as a community, we can certainly agree that assessing someone's behavior, even if it causes stigma, is okay. You not liking it isn't enough for me to stop saying it. What I'm saying is if we as a community decide that, hey, this particular word, this particular framework.
He still hasn't answered the question on like what makes it a slur, but
has historically caused harm to people, not based on what they believe, not based on anything they've done, but based on a particular identity category. I'm saying we can make different decisions. We may not agree on what the decision is. That's
stigma,
okay.
though, Mark. But that's stigma. You are making a foundation.
Let me jump in. Hang on.
Stigma is not the foundation for my. Stigma is not the foundation.
You just don't realize
all words can produce. It's not.
Let me ask Andrew a question.
You don't realize it.
Let me ask Andrew a question.
That's not what it's. Just repeatedly shouting it is.
Okay, wait. What did he say?
But based on a particular identity category, I'm saying we can make different decisions.
Yes, he's saying it's based on attacking an identity. Where the fuck is Andrew getting stigma from? Like, I do think that that was the argument from the other guy, is he was saying whether or not it causes stigma to where the people are more likely to be attacked or something like that. The other guy was arguing stigma. I don't think Mark Lamont Hill has argued stigma. I don't think he's actually saying that.
We may not agree on what the decision
That's
is. That's
stigma,
okay.
though, Mark.
But
That's stigma.
You
are making a foundation.
Let me jump in. I want to hang on.
Stigma
Hang on.
is not the foundation
All right.
for my
I hear
stigma is
you.
not
Yes,
the
it is.
foundation.
You
Again,
just don't realize
all
it,
words
but
can
it
produce.
is.
It's not.
Let me ask Andrew a question.
You don't realize it.
Let me ask Andrew
that's
a
not
question.
what it's. Just repeatedly shouting it is doesn't change the fact that
No,
it's
no,
not.
I'd like
I'm
to
not
ask a
saying
question.
stigma.
Let me ask a question.
I'm stipulating.
Let me ask a question.
Mark is so far behind. Every time he goes on the show, he's got such a bad fucking lag. He's always like 10 seconds behind the other people.
Stipulating that it can all have stigma.
Mark, let me ask you a question of Andrew, which is about free speech, but it's a different twist on it. Because it's all been very anti the UK, this debate, as indeed the debates raised in America about our free speech issues, which are legitimate. I agree. But a Reuters report recently said that more than 600 Americans were fired, suspended, placed under investigation, or disciplined by employers for comments about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That was after a review of court records, public statements, local media reports, and interviews. Some were dismissed after celebrating or mocking Kirk's death. 15 were punished for allegedly invoking.
How many people?
As indeed the debates raised in America about recently said that more than 600 Americans were fired, suspended, placed under investigation, or disciplined by employers for comments about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That was after a review of court records, public statements, local media reports, and interviews. Some were dismissed after celebrating or mocking Kirk's death. 15 were punished for allegedly invoking karma or divine justice. 9 others were disciplined for variance on good riddance. Other offending posts appeared to exult in the killing or express hope that other Republican figures would be next. And we just had the president-elect of the Oxford Union in the UK, who was sort of de-presidented, removed from his presidency, which he was about to take over, because he had reacted in a sort of celebratory way when he heard the news of Charlie Kirk being shot. Now, in its way, is that not the very kind of censorship that you're talking about? Or do you think there's a line between accountability to your employers and to police criminal activity?
No, the left has been depersoning and canceling people for I mean, my whole lifetime, and it has whipped up into a fervor since Trump's election. But even pre-election, they don't just deperson you; they debank you, they deplatform you. You're not allowed to say anything. They run massive harassment campaigns. The first time I've ever seen you poke the bear, poke the bear, poke the bear, they finally did something, and all that happened was some people lost their jobs. They weren't depersoned.
Where is he getting this from, that the left did any of this shit? Where is he getting this shit from, bro? This is ridiculous. This is such a ridiculous argument that the left did this. Why do they always do this? Like, they can just make up like anything that ever happens. They can just say the left did it anytime something bad happens that they don't like, they just say the left did it. It's so fucking annoying, dude. Charlie Kirk dies, the left killed him. Like, wait, what? The left killed this guy? Like, what the fuck? The left shot at Donald Trump twice. The left shot at him? The left tried to kill him twice. What? One of the fucking guys was a conservative. What the fuck? How did the left do this? Like, it's just that anytime something bad happens, the left flew planes into the Twin Towers. The left did this.
They weren't completely ostracized from all of regular society because they said a no-no word. These were people who were celebrating in the streets horrific murder, which they likely contributed to through their own rhetoric, right? That's what actually happened there. And,
language causes
Whoa, whoa.
Here, right, was for once the right actually pushed back after you poked us enough times. So, like, look, Am I saying that people should get fired from their jobs? No, of course not. But what I am saying is this, is that there's a clear difference between depersoning and debanking people and ostracizing them from society completely, and an employer saying you don't represent my company very well, so you're fired.
Okay.
And that's the distinction.
True.
All right, got to leave it there.
Yeah,
I totally agree with this. But that's why the it's not the left that's doing those other things. Like, these are just companies, corporations doing this shit. Like, the amount of people who are on the left who lost social media platforms for similar reasons, like me, like Destiny, like Vosh, like tons of us, we have like tons of us have been permanently banned from tons of platforms that that have made it to where, yeah, we are also in trouble, yet we're on the left. Like, this doesn't make any sense that this is like what the left is doing to the right. It's just a thing that the right, like, these are rules that these platforms have that the right just happens to commit more often. But this is not them, like, targeting the right in the way that he's trying to make it sound. This is fucking stupid.
Fascinating. I've got to leave it there, Mark. I'm sorry. We're running out of time, but fascinating debate. Thank you all very much. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent.
That was a huge letdown. That is a massive letdown. Even the one guy who was actually, like, making somewhat sense was the I guess the bi dude on the panel. He barely spoke the whole fucking panel. I think he spoke like once or twice the whole fucking panel, and then it turned into Andrew and Mark, both just not making a whole lot of sense. So this is a massive fucking letdown, because, yeah, at no point did she ever say that the guy was straight. At no point did she ever say that that her friend wasn't gay, the person that she sent this to. At no point, like, the whole thing, that even like the guy that she supposedly got in, or that supposedly beat her up, that, like, we don't have any information on what happened there, or if it was like self-defense, if she hit him first, and like they just keep saying that, like, he never got in trouble. Okay, well, even if we assume that's true, why? Why did he not get in trouble? Were there not enough witnesses? Did they not have enough, like, evidence? She says, and they just never contacted me again until this. She made it sound like the same people who were supposed to arrest him arrested her, as though it's like the same detectives or the same cops that did both cases or some shit. Like, the way that the whole thing is set up is just, it's too much bullshit. Too much bullshit. I need some fucking answers, and I'm embarrassed that they would even talk about this story without getting answers to any of these questions first, but not just first, but after as well. They didn't get it after. Like, he sat there with her and could have gotten the answers to these things. And then he like, Piers kept repeating over and over, but she didn't send these text messages in a hateful way. She didn't say this in a derogatory way. How do you know? Did you see the fucking text messages? Did you see them? Everything that we hear is just based off her testimony and her side of the story. We haven't seen the text messages. We don't know what was actually said. We don't know any of this. We haven't seen anything. We don't know it. Even the people who wrote the articles didn't seem to see the text messages. Even the people who wrote the articles didn't look into whether or not the guy was ever arrested. We don't know. How is everybody talking about a story that they know nothing about? This is so ridiculous, dude. Mark literally got fired by CNN for saying "from river to the sea." Really? I didn't know he worked for CNN. I don't really know who he is. I never knew of him or saw him until he was on Piers Morgan.
The only boss around here is me.
That was 2012? Oh, shit. Okay. Wow. So has he been like an internet personality ever since? The interwebs, that's how they ramble without knowledge, Tom. It's just like I'm on the interwebs, bro. Why is it that I know more about the shit that these people are, these like massive content creators? That I mean, that is why. That is why. Is because they don't actually care to get the information. Because if they got the information, there wouldn't be a great story there anymore. They wouldn't be able to sit there for this long and have all these fucking arguments and debates and talk about a story. Because when you actually have the information, it's not so it's going to be a bit more cut and dry to where you don't get to leave everything up in the air for ambiguity. That's a pretty retarded thing to say on CNN. It's, you know. All right. We got about an hour left on the clock. We got, I can't even read that. I think it says 36. Is that what it says? 36? Yes, 36 out of $50. So we got, I think, $14 left to go. Is that right? 36, 50. Yes, $14 left to go on the goal with about an hour left on the clock. It's an hour and 17 minutes. Okay, I thought it said an hour and 7 minutes. Don't wait until the last minute. A lot of people get mad and then they start like, wait, I would have donated. You already moved on. No. Don't wait till the last minute. You gotta prepare. We got 3 hours for people to donate. Okay. 3 hours. $5. Yes, there's a link pinned at the top of chat for you to send your donations with. And then also, Aaron kindly just posted the link again in chat by Tom Bottery. So if you'd like to donate, consider using the tips link. All right. There was another debate that I was supposed to pull up, but I don't remember. It's on a different channel. I think it was a Destiny debate. It said like impromptu debate about holding conservatives accountable or something. But it's on a channel called like 10's High or some, I don't even know what the fuck the channel is called. It's another like Destiny clip channel. Does anybody know what the fuck I'm talking about? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Can you guys please tell me what I'm talking about? Nope. Instructions unclear. Okay. All right. Well, try. Fuck. Okay, I think I have it on my phone. Maybe something about boats. Probably not. I don't know at what point this like kills me for like not moving or something like that. So I'm a little worried. Okay, was it in content suggestions? I forgot to put it on the list. Yeah, there it is. Okay. 10-minute ads. Okay, that's what it's called. 10-minute ads.
There's like a special type of disgust that I feel for people who don't contribute much in taxes, who don't have much of an interest of the ongoings of the country, who don't seem to give a fuck or know much about like the things that they're voting on, but they take advantage.
Damn, dude, I just lost. I think I just went from like 60% on here to 50% in the time that I was off doing this. Okay, we got 77 kills. Okay, so I think we can start moving up again. All right. We can start gaining some ground again. We're at 50% now.
Advantage of all of the benefits from those.
Just if you guys haven't been here for the last week, the goal is to get 100 kills and 100%. I will not get 100% until I get 100 kills. That is the goal. So I am adding more stipulations to the game to make it harder. And so that's why I have the goal or the kill counter right there below me so that you guys can see how many kills I got right there.
Systems and then vote down and try to fuck over other people out of it just because they're too lazy to consume something beyond Fox News. Like there's a deep-seated hatred that I have. Hey, I noticed that you really like those GLP-1s. I see you guys are on that diabetic medication. I see that you guys are taking advantage of that newer insulin I see for your diabetes. And I also noticed you guys are literally axing new cancer treatments because it has the spooky abbreviation mRNA in it. And now I have the opportunity to get vengeance on you in whatever way possible. Talk me out of it. What would that voter say to me? I just didn't know. I don't know anything. I have no idea what I'm voting for. I just repost the memes because I think they're epic and base.
That is.
You cannot co-govern with people that don't have the same level of moral agency as you. Those people should be stripped of their vote, maybe citizenship, and put in an island somewhere. You can't operate that way. You don't have agency. When you don't want the responsibility for your actions because you don't have the agency to make the right choice, then you lose your privileges.
This is like the frustration with liberalism. And this is why I mean, like when PF Young came on the other day and he said like, you know, he was done with liberalism. This is a thing that I've said a number of times that I am like, I'm wondering if liberalism has like run its course in America. Like, I feel like when I watch somebody like Candace Owens, when I watch somebody like Piers Morgan, when I watch somebody like Tim Pool, when I watch these people, I think free speech isn't working, bro. Like people like this should never be able to have a following this large in America, spewing this much stupidity. They should never, ever be able to get a fucking platform like this. But purely because of Donald Trump coming in and making anti-intellectualism cool again, to where everybody can just come up with their own theories and think whatever the fuck they want, and it's all just as valid as the person who has a PhD and spent their entire life studying something. That like this is ruining our fucking country. And I do start to feel like this is the end. Like the internet is something that liberalism could not have accounted for. The internet is something that, because like even in the Constitution, it talks about the fact that like the news agencies have to be like institutions that are held accountable and are getting things right and making sure that like they're following guidelines, and like there's so much more to our country and freedom of speech that makes it work, and the internet is something that we just did not account for. This is something that we didn't see coming. And the only way to fix it is with like more types of censorship, more standards, more regulations on what it is that people can or can't say. And I don't think anybody's going to do it. I don't think it's going to happen. Like when we have YouTube channels that are beating out like mainstream media shows, I don't know that, and it's YouTube channels that just engage in like nonsensical conspiracy theories and shit like that, like Candace Owens. There's a massive flaw in your society that I don't know if there's like a way to fix this, because at this point, because of somebody like Donald Trump, adding those sorts of things will only, like Andrew said a minute ago, if you tell me I can't say something, it'll just make me want to say it more. Like that is MAGA. They are a bunch of like, snotty children that can't be treated like civilized humans anymore. And this is just where we're at. Like I keep wanting to like, no. Like this is just a period that we're going through. This is just we'll get back to normal America and we'll get through this. I don't know if we will. I don't know if we will. I don't know if like getting us back into, if we get back into power, if there is like no real systemic changes to make sure that like this sort of shit can't continue, and that there aren't like real consequences for the people who have done this shit to our country, I don't know. Like there's nothing, there's just nothing left then. There's nothing left. It'll just continue. It'll just keep going. Donald Trump is only doing this shit because he's allowed to do this shit. These people are only falling into these fucking holes because they're allowed to fall into these holes. Such a doomer. I mean, I want to be clear. I'm not at the point where I'm saying like I've given up on liberalism. That's why I'm saying like the consequences and the systemic changes have to exist. Like the changes to the internet and the changes to the way that like people are able to engage in social media, this has to change. If it doesn't, then we're fucked. But like that is to me the one thing that matters. That is to me the one thing that can like save our country and save society, is like harsher, more stringent regulations on social media. Because it right now, like again, like what do they call the the news is like supposed to be like the fourth column, right? This doesn't exist when the majority of people are getting their news from some random avatar on Twitter who is telling them every day that liberals are in shambles because Obama is about to get indicted for Russiagate. Like that fourth column does not exist. Fifth column, okay, fifth column. It does not exist. And so we have to have an adjustment. We have to have a drastic adjustment. We have to fix what is currently broken. If we don't fix what is currently broken and we just think, oh, it's okay, guys, we'll just come back to power and then everybody will love us again. That's what Joe Biden thought. Joe Biden said we're going to have a return to normalcy, and it didn't happen. It didn't happen. We did not return to normalcy. Instead, they all thought, well, that like they all hated Donald Trump at the end of his fucking first term. And then instead, after that, Donald Trump was able to make up a bunch of lies about Hunter Biden. He was able to make up a bunch of lies about the immigrants coming in the country. He was able to make up a bunch of lies about the open borders. He was able to make up a bunch of lies about all of the ways that he was being convicted. He was able to release everybody who participated in the fucking January 6th insurrection. He was able to change laws to make it to where now he can try to steal another election a bit more easily. He got away with every fucking crime that he committed. He isn't even the last thing standing was the was the Fulton County court case, and that's gone now too. They just dropped the fucking charges. There's you have to fix this. It has to be fixed. There has to be a fix. If you don't fix it, then it's not going to go anywhere. It's just going to continue. You will continue to have the same fucking problem. So we have to fix it. There has to be a fix. There has to be a solution to this. People who think like we can just, keep going the way that it is and free speech will win out because, sunshine disinfects. No, it's not working. It's been like that the whole fucking time. It didn't work. We're still where we are now. This still happened. Like this, what it is that Trump is and MAGA is never should have been allowed to happen in a civilized society. Like in a system that is working, Donald Trump and MAGA would never fucking happen. These people who are proud of the fact that they voted for a convicted felon and they can somehow like twist their brains into thinking that it makes sense that they all just called for civil war a couple weeks ago, but then turn around and say that we're the violent ones. And then they can say that we're the violent ones because they don't have to actually use stats or studies or anything, because they can just call them all corrupt and say that it's all fake news. And then they just get to hand wave anything and everything that disagrees with their fucking feelings. This is not the way a civilized society works.
I had a couple of questions about your debate that you had on Wix stream and kind of how it seemed like kind of a pivot, and I just didn't know if you changed your position on how you felt or if you were kind of just trying to not fed post through that whole debate.
What was the whole pivot?
Well, so you had already been talking about like these Nuremberg-esque trials of these people, and that kind of got, like, when you would talk about it on stream, it would kind of seem like you were saying, like, these people should be criminally charged, they should be jailed, they should, all this kind of stuff. And then your main point was just that they shouldn't be in office anymore.
Yeah, none of them should be allowed to hold office anymore. 100%, yeah.
And then anybody that did criminal activity should be criminally charged.
Yeah, I guess if there's whatever we can investigate them for, yeah. But the office thing is the big thing, yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to pivot to a semi-personal thing. So there are talks in the subreddit often of
I
how
was
people
reading
feel
the chat. What did he say?
they shouldn't be in office anymore.
Yeah, none of them should be allowed to hold office anymore. 100%, yeah.
And then anybody that did criminal activity should be criminally charged.
Yeah, I guess if there's whatever we can investigate them for, yeah. But the office thing is the big thing, yeah.
Okay. So now I'm going to pivot to a semi-personal thing. So there are talks in the subreddit often of how people feel about Trump voters in general. And so my question to you is, why do you still talk to your parents?
Because they're my parents?
Okay. But you would say that your parents are especially like Trump, like hardcore MAGA, like way deep, right?
Yeah, for sure. With some of the worst excuses for it, yeah.
Okay. So my question to you is, do you think that anybody, like, you've joked in the past about, like, you know, these different states, like just take like Wyoming, for example, 70% Trump voters, 30%, you know, other, whether it's Democrat or third party.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that anything anything should happen to like people that are like diehard MAGA people? Not I'm not saying that anything like to your parents or anything, but like, what do you think is like a realistic expectation
Like to just
for
like
these
voters
people
or
that have,
whatever?
like, yeah.
I don't know if you can punch people for voting.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've like said in the past, like if you could, you would like cut federal funding to, you know, different places that voted for.
If possible, but I don't think there's a way to do that. But
yeah, well, because my question, my main concern is that a lot of people are like feeling like we need to like hold voters accountable. Like there's ranges of people like that go into like deep conspiracy to people that just like vote Republican down ballot, to like maybe people that are like, oh, the like excuser kind of people that are like, oh, well, Trump's rhetoric is obviously, you know, not exactly what I like, but he speaks his mind. You know, there's like varying levels of people that are Republican voters. And a lot of people seem to think that like we should just like cut these people out from society and like they should be held accountable for their votes and things like that. And I don't know, it just seems like a lot of people are like super high, like, I don't know, they're at like a boiling point where they feel like not only do we need to hold Trump and the administration accountable, but we need to hold like anybody that ever showed any amount of support for them accountable, all the way down to like Joe Blow voter. And I'm just curious, like, what you think or what you would say to people that tell you that kind of stuff. Like, you should cut off your family completely. Nobody that voted for Trump in 2024
I mean,
can be
cutting
taken
off your
seriously.
I mean, cutting off your family is that's a different thing for different people. I'm very independent from my family, so like I'm not like reliant on them for anything. I don't have a problem just like standing up for myself when it comes to like fighting with my family over things. But for people whose families like are more controlling or bully the fuck out of them related to political stuff or whatever, I don't know, that conversation might look different. But like my family's also like okay with fighting, but my family would never like force an ultimatum on me. But if they did, I would leave in a heartbeat. Like if I was at like Thanksgiving or some shit, and something came up, I don't know how this works in other households, but if people were like, oh, well, you're dating this person, or oh, like I can't believe you guys believe this, you have to stop posting this, or we're gonna disown you or whatever, I'd be like, okay, peace, see ya. I would just bounce easily. It'd be the easiest bounce in the world. But that's a different. There's a lot of different things. That's one question, but that's a different thing than like the voter accountability. The issue that I have is that I don't like it that we are a part. Okay, first of all, I'll say probably 80% of the population that wants to hold voters accountable on the Republican side are probably just kind of like vindictive and team sportsy. Maybe I grant that much, 80% of them. But I would say that like there is a very real, frustrating, disgusting phenomenon that a lot of these Trump voters are taking advantage of the same systems that they're now trying to destroy. And there's like a special type of disgust that I feel for people who don't contribute much in taxes, who don't have much of an interest of the ongoings of the country, who don't, you know, seem to give a fuck or no.
Well, that's literally what I'm talking about with the First Amendment. That's literally what I'm talking about with this. Like, freedom of speech should be a tool for us to hear a bunch of diverging opinions from one another and be able to sift through that to find what is true and what is real at the end of it. Like, it should be a thing that gives us more clarity and more knowledge, more understanding of something. When he talks about the things that they pretend to defend, that they actually just take advantage of instead. The First Amendment and freedom of speech is like the thing that they are doing this with more than anything, where they will lie incessantly about things like COVID. And even now they're trying to turn around and like rewrite history and pretend that they were right all along about everything and that they've been proven right about everything because some other fucking Joe Blow YouTuber came out and said that they were right. And so now they're all just running around repeating that they were proven to be right. But then when they get in trouble or are held accountable for like the misinformation that they put out whatsoever, they whine and cry about free speech. But they're not in favor of free speech. Like when Donald Trump gets in the office and they're all cheering him on as he wants to like arrest people for burning the flag, or he wants to go after people for trying to sue him, or he wants to go after, or he wants to go after people of certain religions or being Islam or Muslim, like they're not in favor of free speech. They don't give a fuck about free speech. They give a fuck about free speech as far as it benefits them pushing their misinformation. That's it. That is all it is. They want to, this is like Nick Fuentes, who's actually against free speech. He is actually against it and he wants to get rid of it. He's talked about it 1,000 times. He thinks that we should remove free speech. He wants stoning women who cheat in the fucking streets and taking away women's right to vote and taking away free speech, all of this. Like he is not in favor of it. He wants blasphemy laws. He said that he wants a Christian Sharia law. That like Afghanistan is one of like the best countries
that he would want to compare the U.S. to and say that like the U.S. would be most like Afghanistan. But then anytime he gets in trouble, he like, oh, but free speech, guys, free speech. Like, what about free speech? I thought we all love free speech. Like, in order for us to have free speech, we can't have motherfuckers like you in the space. You cannot exist here. And this is just what MAGA is now. MAGA is the group that just can't be here anymore. You just cannot be here. You like, in order for us to have free speech, you can't be here. If you're going to keep cheering on a president and voting for a president who's going to take away our free speech rights, you can't exist in this space anymore. Like, this is the what is it? I forget what the term is, but it's I'm so far off, I can't even think of the first word, let alone the phrase. But yes, it's that you can't be accepting to people who don't accept others. Like, it's I can't think of the term, but yeah, this is how it works. Like, you have to, if you want this type of society, you cannot have the type of people who reject that society being welcomed in it. It just can't happen. And so the types of stigmas that they're talking about in the last debate on Piers Morgan, where they're saying, yeah, but there's a stigma on this. Yeah, like, we need stigmas on these sorts of people. We need more stringent stigmas on these sorts of people. It needs to be like worse to say that you're part of MAGA. It needs to be more like much more the paradox of tolerance. Yes, thank you. But yes, we need to be more intolerant, I guess.
Much about like the things that they're voting on, but they take advantage of, and they get to take advantage of all of the benefits from those systems, and then vote down and try to fuck over other people out of it just because they're too lazy to consume something beyond Fox News. Like, there's a deep-seated hatred that I have for this type of stuff. The first time I ever felt this was listening to my mom talk about with so much reverence of people who would escape Cuba, and then with so much disdain for people that were fleeing Mexico. And I never got a satisfactory answer. Like, Mom, like, what? Like, you were always so happy whenever any family would ever got out of Cuba. What's going on with Mexico? And it's like, well, they should stay and fix their country, Stevie. Like, we can't have everybody. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, how do you do one or the other? I don't like that. That drives me crazy. And I think it's egregious, disgusting behavior. Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
But what would you say to like the people that are in that like 80% of like they want to hold somebody accountable, and obviously they feel like they can't hold somebody as powerful as Trump or anybody in this administration accountable, so they feel like
what would they say
going
to me?
After,
let's say that my political party takes the majority, and let's say that I have my eyes set on vengeance for the very same reasons that we just said, and they've spent the past 3 decades calling me a communist, a socialist, saying they're trying to trans everybody. Now I'm in power. Well, what would they say to me to convince me otherwise? What is their attempt to try to salvage that conversation?
Well, I'm not saying like somebody that's in power. I'm saying like
no, I'm asking what should the ordinary voter say to me? Where I'm saying, hey, I noticed that you really like those GLP-1s. I see you guys are on that diabetic medication. I see that you guys are, taking advantage of that newer insulin I see for your diabetes. And I also noticed that you guys are literally axing new cancer treatments because it has the spooky abbreviation mRNA in it. And now I have the opportunity to get vengeance on you in whatever way possible. Talk me out of it. What would that voter say to me? I just didn't know. I don't know anything. I have no idea what I'm voting for. I just repost the memes because I think they're epic and base.
That is honestly probably what most people are low information voters, so they see things like one of the main things that comes up is like people that like, okay, so I've shared this in the subreddit, so I'm not going to be like sharing some crazy story, but like my dad is starting to turn on Trump. Like he's just like a Reagan conservative guy that like, talks about lower taxes and all that shit. Never like really was like, doesn't know.
Again, they all turned on Trump in his first term. They all turned on him in his first term. At the end of his first term, they were all sick of him. My parents fucking hated Trump by the end of his first term. The insurrection for them was one of the most embarrassing moments for our country. Like, they were mortified that they ever defended this guy. And then they voted for him again in this election. But like even the people who weren't sick of him by 2020 and voted for him in the 2020 election, by January 6th, the majority of those people were fucking done with him. Like even the people who voted for him just a couple months earlier or a month earlier, about 2 months earlier, even they were fucking sick of him once January 6th happened and when he kept refusing to admit that he lost and all of that shit. They were all done with him. And they'll all be done with him by the end of this administration as well. Tons and tons of people are already sick of him. The problem is, though, is that let's see. I think this is it.
Donald Trump's Republican Party, and we can see it here. It's like a rock, to quote Bob Seger. I mean, take a look here. Republicans who approve of Trump. 6 months ago, it was 87%. Now, well, hello, it's the same number. It's
Donald Trump's approval rating with Republicans has not changed at all. At all. At all. He has not changed at all. This motherfucker was 87% in March. He is 87% today. The fact that after everything that's happened in the last 6 months, even just in the last couple weeks, that this hasn't changed anything in his approval ratings, that they have not changed the least little bit. The reality is the economic effects have barely trickled in. Most everybody is feeling the economic effects. Like, even if you look at the polling for Donald Trump and Republicans, like, if you look at the polling for Republicans and how they feel about the economy, they feel as though the economy is the thing that Donald Trump has done the worst on in his presidency so far. But for some reason, every time he goes on television and he talks about the fact that we have the greatest economy and that everybody loves his economy and that he's making everybody so much more money, and that for some reason Republicans don't hear this and get offended by the fact that he thinks they are so fucking stupid that he can just keep repeating that the economy's great, which obviously means that he's not trying to fix it. He thinks that everything's going just fine. And this doesn't change his approval numbers whatsoever. This doesn't change it at all. How is that a thing? How do these people have such little self-respect that they can see that all of their shit is getting more expensive, that they're all very unhappy with the economy, they're all very unhappy with the big, beautiful bill, they're all very unhappy with the lockdowns, the government shutdown, they're all very unhappy with all of this stuff, but then they all still approve of him at the same exact rate, and he's allowed to keep lying to them about this shit, and they're perfectly okay with it. Tom, you should watch the Fuentes Tommy G interview. It needs commentary. What does that mean? Fuentes Tommy G interview. Yes, it is a cult. And this is why there have to be changes. Like again, something like this just can't exist. Like, I'm not being doomer, I'm just telling you, like, something like this just cannot exist. This cannot be a thing that is able to exist in America. This cannot be where things go for our society. This cannot be a norm. This can't be something that is replicated. And it will be replicated. Like that, this is going to be the whole thing, is everybody's going to turn around to try to do this again. They're all going to want to do exactly what it is that Trump did. Even Democrats are probably going to try to turn around and do the same thing. And we're all going to have to sit there and nod our heads and go along with the lies just to get away from Donald Trump, just to create another Donald Trump. Like, there have to be drastic fucking systemic changes to the way that social media works. It's we just gonna ignore polling? We're looking at polling right now. We're looking at polling. This is polling. What do you mean ignore polling? This is polling. This is polling. For Republicans. Yeah. That's what we're talking about right now. What do you think we're talking about? We're talking about Republicans. We're talking about MAGA. Not just Republicans. We're talking about MAGA. They're getting slapped around in special elections. Didn't we just get rocked? Didn't we just get fucking roasted? $53%. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the issue is social media. Like the issue is social media. The fact that like a bunch of people on social media are able to run around and pretend that every lie that Trump tells is true, and that everything true that the media tells is a lie, and that everything that people like Rob Noor, who are able to pretend that all studies are bullshit because they don't align with their fifis. The fact that like people like Candace Owens can make up conspiracy theories about every little thing that happens with absolutely no consequences. This is that Donald Trump can commit endless amounts of crimes with absolutely no consequences. Like this is the fact that MAGA ever existed is the problem. That this ever even happened to the degree that it did. People like MAGA are supposed to be the one random, kid, Samuel, who stays in his fucking basement all day. That they are not supposed to be like a third of the fucking country. The attacks on science are so damaging to us. Yes, this is the problem.
Any like Trump memorabilia or going to any of that crazy kind of shit.
Sure.
But like one of the things that
I would bet IRI would agree with everything that I'm saying. I would bet almost anything that IRI would agree with everything that I'm saying.
Which is, by the way, as hard as it is to believe, is even though it seems impossible, that's probably still the majority of MAGA voters are not like
I would say
all
it's
the
like at least
merchandise.
70%.
Probably it's at least like 50, 60 for sure. Yeah, it's probably the majority of them aren't like, oh, MAGA ride or die Trump or whatever. That's probably the case. I would believe that. Yeah.
He literally disagrees with you? I don't think he does. I'm fairly positive I've heard him talk about the fact that like we need more rules and censorship on social media. I'm fairly positive he agrees with this.
So one of the things that's like I just saw him for like our Thanksgiving that we did this last weekend, and like he keeps seeing like ICE videos over and over on like his Facebook feed, and that's what's like causing him the most.
He agrees with social media censorship. What do you guys think he disagrees with me on? So if we agree on that, then what do you think I'm saying? What the fuck do you think I'm saying? The Tennessee conclusion? Well, the fact that we even got as many votes as we did is like very inspiring, especially the fact that like the majority of the elections that have been happening, Democrats have been overperforming across the board. Like all of this is good. I didn't say anything about the fact that like Democrats are doing poorly. I didn't say anything about the fact that like Democrats aren't going to win. I've been saying the whole time that I think the Democrats are going to fucking kill it and that we're going to get back in power. I'm talking about once we're in power, we have to make systemic changes. There has to be a difference maker. I don't know how the fuck you could think that I ever said Democrats are doing poorly. You said we just got rocked. Well, we did. That's still a massive difference. Okay, for Tennessee, it's pretty good. It's a very good outcome for Tennessee, but overall, that's still a pretty. People were expecting it to be a lot closer. Let's say that. A lot of people thought it was going to be a lot closer. I didn't. I didn't think it was going to be. This is about what I would have expected. No, we didn't. We performed well for Tennessee. That's all you can do is measure inside the context. Well, sure. Okay, so then what? So we don't have any disagreements. We're like overall, we got rocked. We did well for Tennessee, so there's no disagreement, and you guys are also doomer then, based.
Like frustration and where he's like,
You kind of implied MAGA mentality wasn't leaving. Hold on. Okay. MAGA mentality is not leaving. It's not. The fact that among Republicans, 87% still approve of Donald Trump is proof that MAGA mentality is not leaving. But MAGA and even Republicans are a small part of our country. Like, independents are the biggest voting bloc. Okay, so independents are obviously turning against Trump and are very dissatisfied with Trump to where his overall approval rating is in the shitter. But among Republicans, it's at 87%. So we're like, yes, MAGA mentality isn't going anywhere. The independents aren't MAGA. Like, independents aren't fucking like they're not MAGA, but MAGA, yes, they're not going anywhere. They're still here, and they're still apparently happy with Trump.
not supporting, like he still supports Republican policies, but like doesn't support Trump anymore because my dad was a police officer and he took that shit super seriously, and like he just sees these people like they call that shit like jump out boys, like it's like, you know, like
when you're there to just rough some people up, you drive up, you hop out of the car, you beat the shit out of people, arrest some people, whatever, right?
Yeah, and it's fucked up. Like it's the shit that they would like have on like a cop drama, you know, that like anybody that has any sort of law enforcement experience would know that like it's wrong, and it's, you know, that's just what's kind of turning my dad. But then you have people that say like, well, what did they think was going to happen? They kept saying like mass deportations now. And my thought process and like kind of what I'm getting at with this is like a lot of people in this community, I feel like, are very nuanced in like a lot of different things, and they try to get to like the bottom of how and understand how people are thinking and get to these different thought processes. But then they hear it's almost like these like
Ali, I would agree with you that that would have been a good place for us to like avoid this in the first place, but and that's something that can be implemented with these other things. But like teaching critical thinking and philosophy and that sort of thing, that's something that I've been in favor of for a long time. But the issue right now is that if we did that, you understand that MAGA would just be able to turn around and say, this is fake news. They're trying to indoctrinate our children. This is an attack on religion. This is an attack on the Bible. This is okay. Sorry, on my side I froze. Okay, yeah, I did freeze. Okay, but yeah, this is something that they would use as more fodder for their propaganda. Yeah, DEI thinking, yes, like this is I think we can handle an orange guy. Yeah, it's not an orange guy. If you think MAGA is just Trump, like I do think that the MAGA movement will disappear with Trump. I think it is just there to create something new afterwards. That there's just something on the other side. And I think it's Christian nationalism. I think it is going to be Christian nationalism, that it is just sitting there waiting for Trump to move aside, for them to swoop in. And I think that Trump will like crumble the MAGA movement on his way out to where there will be a bigger coalition afterwards that is going to be much more cohesive, much smarter about their propaganda, much smarter about the way that they do things. And much more professional, much more presidential. It's not going to be as easy to point out all of the flaws. It's not going to be as easy to point out all of the lies. It's going to like there is something else. And yeah, like I'm talking about like to avoid these things, there have to be drastic systemic changes in order to change. Can you read what I said? Where? Poles American occupation zone showed steady sympathy of 25 to 30% for National Socialism through 1946, with 47% agreeing it was a good idea, badly carried out in surveys from late 1945 to 1946. Oh, okay. So you're saying in Germany, there were still people who thought the Nazi Party was a good idea, and that it took years for people to stop thinking that way. Yeah. But also, Germany made massive systemic changes immediately to make sure that something like that did not happen again. And so that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying we have to go through that process. We have to go through like the decoupling, and we have to make the real like we have to have difference makers. And so yes, like I think that what Ali said is one big part of it is like actually having like critical thinking classes and philosophy classes in schools to where people can actually understand how to learn, how to think, how to gather evidence, how to grade evidence. Like the people need to understand how to do this. And then we need social media to be treated as like a news entity. We need it to be treated like something we need like social media to have fucking editors or some shit. I don't know how you do it, but I I do think that like the way that they dealt with COVID, do that again just for everything.
Not slogans that we've made up, but
my earbuds died.
Like the idea that people would think that mass deportations means that we're going to roll up in like a Toyota Sienna, unmarked completely, and jump out and like attack a fucking landscaper and pull them in.
I do think a lot of people, like Destiny said, I think a lot of people are just like, they're vindictive. They just want like some sort of punishment. They just want people to pay. They're upset about the immigration policies. They're upset about what's happening to trans people. They're upset about the the bombing of innocent people. They're upset about like, they're just upset with everything that's happening right now. And they want somebody to pay. Whereas I'm more worried about like, how do we fix this? Like, how do we fix it? What is the solution to this? How do we make sure this doesn't happen again? Like, what is it that we can do to actually make the changes that are needed right now? Tom, I think you missed my part about also having a truth and reconciliation period. Yeah, that's I agree with that in like principle. It's a little bit harder to actually consider what that would look like, but yeah.
Into the van, like people use that kind of thing to be like, well, what did they think was going to happen? It's like, well, most of these people probably thought that it was going to be done the correct way. It might have been expedited. It might have been, in some sort of way that is, a little bit out of the norm. But like most people, when they saw mass deportations, they just thought illegal immigrants were going to be deported from the country, not that they were going to be like ripped off the fucking street, with no due process and any of that kind of stuff. So I don't know. The WIC panel kind of like made me think about how people are starting to like be in that 80% of like just wanting to have some sort of vengeance against these people, but they're not understanding that like I would say a majority of people are swayed in some way and aren't fully understanding what it is that's going on. And like at the end of the day, we are going to have to live with these people. Like we joke all the time about like Tim Pool saying civil war and all that kind of stuff. And like hopefully that shit doesn't happen. But like if we are going to rebuild the country, it has to be with everybody. And so I don't know. Maybe I hate to like chalk up everything to like people are young, but like that's what it feels like sometimes is that people have grown up in the era of Trump and that's like all they know about politics. And so they feel like there's going to be no getting out of this. Whereas I guess I lean more on that like Trump's probably going to die of natural causes. Nobody is ever going to hurt him because that would be bad. But I don't know. I just think that like the more that people bury themselves in that, I think we're just going to be like in a bad spot. And I just wanted to know what you personally thought about like the people that do want to go after these voters that have supported Trump in whatever varying degree. Like obviously, like if somebody's a Jan 6 rioter or something, or somebody that's like that extreme, they should be held accountable for that kind of stuff. But like at the end of the day, we do have to realize that like we're in an exception.
Yeah, well, and this is why I do think that like when people talk about like punishing people who voted for Trump, I do think that that's like purely vindictive. I think that that's like a ridiculous thing. But like saying that like anybody who voted for Trump wouldn't be allowed to run for office or something like that. That's a little. Ow. Fuck. Apparently I had some like spicy sauce or some shit stuck on my finger just now and I stuck it in my fucking eye. No. Damn it.
Exceptional place where we understand things a lot more than most other people. But
I guess I just like
want to see what
my
you would
issue
say
is,
to
and
those.
I don't know what most conservative households are like, But like, I grew up in a fairly conservative household. Politically, they were very conservative, and I would say socially, we were quite conservative. And there was just so much I heard from my parents about like personal responsibility, and that ignorance wasn't an excuse for your actions. And what did you think was going to happen if you hang out with these people? What did you think they were going to do? Like, why would you expect anything different? Like, this is why it's important to choose your friends well, or to.
Germany does not have a single Truth and Reconciliation Commission like South Africa, but instead has multiple faceted approach called Vergangenheitsbeswatzung. Waltzigung. Overcoming the past. This process, which has been ongoing for decades, involves a combination of legal proceedings, historical commissions, public education, and extensive memorials to address its Nazi past. After reunification, the legacy of the East German dictatorship. Key elements include legal accountability, public education on the Holocaust, and the creation of physical memorials to remember victims, addressing the Nazi era. Whatever that word is. This term is used to describe Germany's long and painful process for coming to terms with its Nazi past and the Holocaust. The Holocaust is a required part of the curriculum in German schools from elementary to higher education. The country has many monuments, memorial sites, and stumbling stones dedicated to the victims of the Holocaust, including Jewish, Roma, and LGBTQ plus victims. While the process was not without its compromises, Germany had pursued legal accountability for Nazi crimes. The nation's commitment to memorializing the past is now a central feature of its cultural identity. After the reunification of Germany in 1990, a parliamentary commission was established to investigate the history and the consequences of the former GDR regime. The commission's work included identifying human rights violations and addressing the political and moral rehabilitation of victims. The government opted for a focus on restorative justice to heal social wounds rather than solely retributive measures. The commission's work highlights the importance of understanding historical truths and its role in reconciliation, even when legal accountability is not fully achieved. Can the German path to truth and reconciliation work in America? This was in July 15th, 2020.
To go to school and not skip class, or don't even smoke a single cigarette, or one weed will take you all the way down to heroin town or whatever. Like, I just heard this stuff over and over and over and over again. And then I see them voting for a guy who you have to do a little bit of mental mind.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Annika. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, wow, they thought that we needed this in 2020. Holy shit. Holy shit. I would have laughed at something like that in 2020. In 2020, I would have laughed at somebody saying something like that. I would have thought that was fucking insane. Like, come on. That's so ridiculous. That's so hyperbolic. Not even a year into this administration. I'm very much on the other side of this.
Tricks, even for the average person, you have to do a little bit of mental mind tricks to understand, or I'm sorry, to trick yourself into thinking this guy's not just like a malicious piece of shit. And then when you've gotten to bask in the maliciousness for a decade and to revel in the antagonizing and to revel in like the vitriol and the hatred and the lies. And you've got to enjoy that. You've gotten to bust 4,000 nuts on owning the libs. And now when it looks like the power is slipping, well, it doesn't really look like there are so many things that I could quote like right back at least at my conservative parents. Like, it doesn't sound like you're sad that you broke a rule. It sounds like you're sad that you got caught. It doesn't sound like you're asking for genuine forgiveness. It sounds like you just want to escape the consequences of your actions. Like, that's what it sounds like, that they just wanted like a get out of jail free card, but they got to bask in it. And it wasn't like it would be something different if it was like, I sound partisan when I say this, but like,
we got 18 minutes left on the clock. If we want to get a full stream of politics this time, we got $14 to go. So, yeah, today I will not be upset if we don't. I am I am super fucking tired. I've had people working on the hot water heater for like 3 days in a row, and oh my goodness, like you can tell when I get on stream the past like three days, like I am exhausted. I look exhausted. I look like I just fucking woke up, and I'd been up for like a couple hours each time because I'm tired as fuck because I'm not getting very much sleep. But thankfully, hot water heater is fixed. I was able to take a shower today, so.
Obama and Biden were not like this.
Yes, exactly.
I don't remember Obama getting on stage like,
Donate,
yeah, fuck those conservatives up. Ah, we owned them. Ah. Like, this just didn't happen. It wasn't there on the other side. But conservatives come at us with all the vengeance that I'm suggesting half of, and then they're actually...
Why does Tom need hot water for sleeping? That's... While that is such a fucking retarded thing to say, that is like the response that I would expect from somebody from MAGA, right? Like the like trying to argue earlier with what's his name, Guacamole, right? Guacamole came in making a very big deal about the fact that he was being good faith and that he actually wanted to understand and that he was actually trying to like have a real honest engagement. And then the second that I start asking him questions, he's just off, like immediately just off in another fucking world and refusing to engage in it. It's like a brain trick that is you're only allowed to use those brain tricks. You're only allowed to trick your brain like that if you live in a society that allows you to. This is why I mention all the fucking time that the social aspect of like your politics and what it is you believe is the most important part. This is like the most important part of who it is that you are and your morals and your thought processes, is that like, yeah, you want to fit in. Here, I'll be right back.
Acting incredulous over it. I don't understand how that happens. Obama and Biden, like I said before, like nobody, it's a joke to even think about the idea that somebody's committing a terrorist attack with a Biden sticker inside their locker. But for some reason, we're supposed to believe these were the evilest, most vitriolic politicians ever. And that's why conservatives are so incensed. And they got to hype themselves up on that shit for a decade. And now they're like, ooh, maybe we were actually wrong the whole time. And not for like super mysterious, like this guy hoodwinked us, but like we did vote for the grab him by the pussy guy, the guy who made fun of McCain for, being a fucking war hero, the guy who had nicknames for all of his opponents, who cheated on his wives. Like, how many times have I heard from my parents, like, moral character is indicative of your equality as a leader? How are you going to take advice from somebody who can't manage his own household? How could you trust somebody who cheats on 1, 2, 3 wives? Like, I've heard all these things over and over again, but somehow none of it applies to them in the most detached manner possible. What am I even saying, like, who's your personal preference, who you vote for? It makes it really hard. That's why I'm asking, like, what would they say to me? It convinced me that I should give a fuck about what you're saying, because they'll throw that same thing back at people who are in infinitely worse positions. Like, what am I saying? Like, maybe you guys should have a reduction in Medicaid. You know, and they're like, oh my God, that's horrible. Meanwhile, they're like, maybe you should have your entire family uprooted and sent to a concentration camp in El Salvador because who knows what you were or weren't up to, and there's no due process for you. Like, how am I supposed to have sympathy for the other side?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys were here the other day, but we went over a video where the guy was talking to his parents about whether or not what was it? I forget what it was. Maybe it was the bombings of the people in boats or something. But he had confronted his parents and on his own podcast, and his parents just kept repeating, whatever he does, we trust that he's doing the right thing. And they say like, yeah, but what if he like went and killed everybody in California? They're like, we're sure there's a good reason for it. And so they're like, well, what if he like murdered this entire group of people? They're like, would you still support him then? They'd be like, yeah, there's got to be a good reason for it. That's what they do with everything, unless it's a Democrat. And then, even if they have all the fucking evidence right in front of them, they don't care. They will still make up some other horrible, evil, fucking malicious reason for it. They will make up some reason. They don't. It doesn't matter if they have everything right in front of them. They'll still just make something else up.
How would they convince me of that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that you have to have sympathies for them. And
No,
that's
no,
what,
no,
like,
you keep saying I'm not
like,
saying. I'm saying if I was in front of that voter, I would say, convince me. What could they possibly say? What would they say? What would they say?
That's where it's true. I mean, I don't know. My family isn't like that, so I don't interact with people that are like that, you know, deep into it. Like, if any interaction I have with those kind of people is like at work, and I just ignore that kind of talk. So I don't personally interact with those kind of people to where they've been like fully in support of that kind of stuff. And like, I would imagine they would have nothing to say to you, because that's generally what happens is when something goes wrong, we, like, from a moral standpoint, are better people, and we eat shit like consistently, like every single time. And I don't think that that's necessarily like right, in that we always have to be the bigger person, but like ultimately for the sake of whatever, like the country, we kind of have to do that every single time.
Or we don't, or we could start levying consequences.
Yeah, but that's where, like, I agree with you when it comes to like people in power, which I don't even fully agree with like your sentiment on, like, I think if people start turning on Trump right now, like there should be like a grace period right now. Like, we should be trying to get people to turn on Trump, like,
I think the grace period was
Congress.
January 7th in 2021. Like,
I mean,
how can there be a grace period now? This is his last election. He can't even run again.
Because he still has 3 more years.
Yeah, it is kind of hard to consider a grace period right now when we're talking about people who still voted for him after his felony convictions, after all the information coming out about him attempting a coup, after January 6th, after after all of the stuff that came out about the drone bombings and there's the January 6th commission, like everything after 2 impeachments. There's no like how it is hard to think of like for MTG. Even MTG, like it's hard to, like, thinking about it, like why would it take you this long? Like, why would you still think, oh, the guy who attempted a coup, the guy who did January 6th, the guy who has, all these felony convictions, the guy, like, why would you ever think it was okay to allow that guy back in? Why would you ever think that not only is it okay, but why would you endorse it? Why would you fight for him to get back in? Why would you ever think that that's okay?
Wasted Design tip $10. Give Tom 5 more bucks, ya bums. Also farts.
Thank you, Waste. Was that put us at? I think $9 more, something like that, or $4 more. FOMO.
And if there's people that want to actively work against him, that even if they've supported him, up until this point, it's like we're in a movie, and as of right now, there was a bad guy who's, gonna help us with something, and we're like, oh, well, actually, you're a bad guy, and I'm actually not gonna let you help me out. I just feel like we're in the position to where, ultimately, if we don't accept people that are starting to make change and disavow Trump, even if they're terrible fucking people, I'm not saying that we need to
Yeah, but I feel like if we think media for bad guys that turn, aren't these guys usually the ones in media that end up paying the ultimate price anyway? What was the name of or was it Landu in Guardians of the Galaxy 2? He ends up dying at the end, but he tries to help us and he tries to do the right thing at the end. Or what was the name of the guy who got tempted by the ring in Lord of the Rings? Who get the guy, Sean Bean's character, they get shot and killed by the arrows and
Boromir.
Sure, and he's not a bad guy turn, but I'm just saying I don't know. I don't know if there's any. I don't know if there's any mainstream media or not mainstream. I don't know if there's any common media or art where there's a super bad guy the whole time and then he just turns good and all is forgiven instantly. Usually there's some contrition or repentance or something has to happen there.
Yeah, it's not like the person says, well, now Trump's bad and we flip the switch and everything's okay. I'm just saying we have to take that and build off of it and see if there's the unfortunate part is anybody that's ever spoken out against Trump and gone against Trump just resigns and they stop being in politics. And I mean, ultimately, if that's what it is that it takes and these people start to turn on Trump and then they just never go into politics again, historically, over the last 10 years, his candidates don't win. The people with his positions don't win. He is exceptional in that he can act the way that he acts and get elected. It's kind of like the Squad was a one-off thing for lefties. Most people can't.
So he's right, but it's also and I've already talked about my predictions for the future. But the thing is that somebody like Pete Hegseth could win with the same sort of actions because they're normalizing it from the top down. So every time Pete Hegseth gets in trouble, he comes with the same exact fucking lies and the same oh, the mainstream media, you guys did January 6th, you guys did Russia, and you guys did the Hillary emails, and you guys did, and he's just able to repeat all of the same lies to where they're just normalizing the same exact types of actions to where he can go and do Signalgate, he can go and do the, kill 'em all bombings, he can go and do all of this other sick shit, and they're just normalizing this to where somebody like Pete Hegseth is a hero within MAGA and is somebody who's revered and somebody who could run for president afterwards with the same bullshit. Could you fucking imagine Pete Hegseth running for president? Could you fucking imagine? And MAGA would support him. And MAGA would support him. Zach, with the 22 months, said TLDR, please, and thanks. Like the stream. No real TLDR. We're just talking about what it is that we would do if there were would we have repercussions for MAGA? What would we need a truth and reconciliation period? What would we do to fix the system that is obviously broken to where something like MAGA can exist today? That's what we're talking about.
Do that. So if we can get these people to turn on Trump and they resign and do all that kind of stuff, is that not just
what's the lesson? But what's the lesson they're learning? Is to turn on Trump once he's lost his popularity?
Well, that's what I'm saying. What more do you think you can get out of a Congress person? You're not going to get.
I can expect leadership. I expect leadership, or at the very least, some moral fabric to the party, or some moral fabric to the voter base, at least. I think that's a bare minimum expectation. Trump didn't have to win the primary in 2024. Like they had Nikki Haley, they had DeSantis. Maybe they're not the best candidates, but morally they're, and in terms of how they would govern, I'm superior to Trump for sure. DeSantis would have been.
They should have Bernie Trump in 2024.
No, I'm not saying they should have. I'm thinking about the voters. I'm saying the
I'm
voters
talking about-
chose Trump. Yeah, and it was.
When he says Bernie Trump, the
It's just there's
Well,
a
I
deal
think
with the
that at the-
devil type of thing you can do where you're just like you're kind of sort of having to work with a guy and it's like, oh, okay, but then there's like you're reveling in it, right? Like it's like the whole thing where I would talk to these epic centrists and I'd be like, well, who did you vote for? And they're like, it was rough, but like I had to side with Trump. And it's like, oh, okay. And when I open their Twitter feed, it's not like we need to make the best of the Trump admin, blah, blah. It's like, oh my God, epic fucking lib tears, Trump forever, Trump, hashtag anal my wife,
Yep.
Trump the best person ever. Oh my God, I love like Trump presidency, epic, let's go, guys. It's like, okay, what the fuck? It's not like a regretful vote that you had to do. It was like you super love it. And I understand the average voter is not maybe that gung ho about it, but like, damn, again, like the conservative parent words come back. You are who you hang around. Garbage in, garbage out. Like I heard so many of these things growing up, and now they want to just be able to walk away scot free. That's just crazy to me.
But that's where I think just being realistic in your thought process of it, especially when it comes to like the average voter that voted for Trump, like you're not going to get anything, and you just kind of have to be okay with not getting a single thing from these people.
But then how? But then
And, like-
let's say the next time a Trump-like figure comes up, in their mind, in my world, maybe they're thinking like, oof, the last time we did this didn't work out too well for us. But in your world, it's like, you know what? I think we can hop on this ride again and see how it goes. And if it's fucked, the Democrats will just bail us out and govern the country again back to normal. Why would I want to have the latter impression in their minds when we could implant the former now?
Because I think that regardless of who comes up next in the Republican Party, most of these voters are just going to vote for that person. They're not voting for them because of, these extreme policies and things like that. They're just voting. Most people are just voting for the party.
Well, what about the primaries? People voted for Trump the second and third time.
But that's where,
Yeah, but
like,
why are you giving people the benefit of the doubt when, like, if you voted for Trump in 2024, you voted for the guy who did J6?
Well, most people don't have any idea about anything related to that. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
but they haven't released the video, so they never learn.
True.
But they
So,
should have.
I agree with you, Zip Zip. They
Yeah.
should have, but they didn't. And so that's
Like, ignorance isn't a fucking, like, excuse, right?
I guess the other issue.
they never released the video. What video? What are they talking about? What video?
that I have
it is
is
for
that
most things, yeah.
the other issue I have is that like you're always pairing rights with responsibilities. Like agency is rewarded with freedom, and when you start to lack this agency, then rightfully so, that the freedom is taken from you. Right? Children aren't allowed to participate in society in a lot of ways, but they're also free of a lot of the consequences of their actions. They're children, right? But then as you get older, as you gain more rights, you also have more responsibilities. Like these things are always necessarily paired with each other, hand in hand. And the idea of allowing somebody to have the right to vote in an election and say, this is who I want my leader to be, and then to release them of all the consequences of that awesome choice, the ability to do that, is like, well, what are we even doing here? It's barely a democracy at this point. Nobody's taking their vote seriously.
I don't disagree with you that, like, if there was some ideal way to surgically cut some sort of, like learning mechanism for these people, that we shouldn't do it. It's just nearly impossible. And so I think that it's like just as much of like a pipe dream as like somebody thinking that America is going to eventually go into like a communist utopia. There's just certain things that will just never happen in this country. And one of the things is going to be some sort of, whether it's like we could change things for future generations and like require like civic education to be, 10 times better than it is. But for the most part, we're going to have to just wait for boomers to die out because they're a majority of what the problem is.
I don't know if I
And
agree
then
with that.
from
If it's just a boomer problem, I don't know why we wouldn't expect this to flow down to every other generation.
Well, as far as like just voting down ballot every time.
Down ballot voting is always a common thing. But I just mean in terms of being okay with Trump's moral character. I think it's a lot.
Well, how do you? Well, no, that's what I'm saying is that you're going to have people that will always vote down ballot for Republican that are older. That those kind of people, the people that are older, are most of the time people that just vote for the party, whereas like
the old
younger
people.
voters over the what?
If it's the old people, then that's fine. Just let Trump keep cutting Medicare and Medicaid and just,
But they don't cut it. They don't cut Medicaid from the poor people that don't vote.
True.
Well, but when
Well,
they cut
wanted
Medicaid,
to.
they seriously harm Medicare recipients because a lot of Medicare recipients also receive Medicaid.
Okay, wait. Okay. So Mantis left a comment on Andrew's video. He posted a video kind of responding to a lot of the hate and criticisms that he's been getting over the last couple of weeks. And so Mantis left a long YouTube comment, an effort post, and now screenshot it and posted it on Twitter as well. And Andrew apparently responded to it. So she said, putting the pathetic personal judgments aside, which you have partaken in many times, I think you need to think about your behavior, not just your positions from a debate perspective. You are a petty person who very clearly enjoys dragging others not only for their positions, but also on a personal level. Many clips can be found. There's a reason people equate you with toxicity online. It's because you and your wife have behaved in toxic ways. Your traditional values that tend to prescriptively require more restrictive roles for women will inevitably cause backlash in 2025. And you know this. More choice, not less, is generally considered a good thing. And generally, people find proselytizing as annoying as the screeching from woke leftists and the more unhinged feminists. As far as I'm concerned, you utilized shaming and negative judgment rhetorically to at least optically win a debate. It's no surprise people don't perceive you in a positive light. You said in this video you don't give advice. Contradiction noted. You said in this video yourself, as a rule, men probably shouldn't date single mothers. That's an explicit recommendation about a course of action, not just a neutral description to get people to consider the factors it comes with before making a decision. That's advice. And you do give prescriptions when you manage to move past your relentlessly boring apologetics. Prescriptions are moral or ethical obligations, imperatives intended to guide behavior. You can draw a technical distinction, but you are very clearly directing people, at least implicitly, to do/not do certain things. One could argue more forcefully than just via conditional and non-binding advice is considered. Perhaps you could do some self-reflection on the way you approach some of these conversations. Call it tone policing and write it off if you want, but I think you'd be stupid to do so. You participate in the same realm of shaming culture that red pillars and some feminists engage in, expecting others to see you as substantively different or more virtuous/ethical in your presentation, while you choose the whatever podcast as your proverbial pulpit to preach from is asking a lot. Did he actually what was the point of his video? Like I thought the point of his video was to like debunk like rumors and shit that people were spreading about him and his wife. Yeah, he said shitty criticism. Let me know if you have issues with my actual positions. If not, I don't care. Just don't strawman me. And Nico replied, it's not about your positions, Greasy. It is a judgment of your character, which is dripping in hypocrisy. This person, Tyler Hender, said, I left you a long-ass comment. I used too many fucking words on your video. You uploaded today on YouTube. I'd ask you to go read it, please. Who the fuck is Mantis? Nice conversation she should have with her mental doc. But you're right, other than whining and BS, what is her point in position again? Okay, I X'd out of Discord. Hold on. Let me pull it up.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Okay, I still can't. Hello? Okay. Cool. I gotta change all my audio settings. Fix this. Okay, say something.
Hello,
Okay.
here I am.
Yeah, I hear. Okay, we got you.
Okay. So he put out a video addressing a bunch of allegations that are like circulating at the moment. And he basically accused the people who are like spreading these, like in quotations, rumors or making these judgments of him as like, first of all, he called it like the politics of personal destruction, like character assassination. He says he's not red pill, which I've never accused him of being that. I just said in my criticism that that's why there's reasons why he gets aligned with it. Then he talks about like how people call him an alpha male, but he doesn't consider himself one. How he never gives advice, even though everyone accuses him of that, which is just nonsense.
Well, even
like,
Red
it's
Pill
nonsense.
says that it's not advice, that it's descriptive
Exactly.
statements.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's all nonsense. They're very clearly trying to like tell men how to behave or tell, why debate about Christian ethics if you don't believe people should adopt Christian ethics? I mean, it's ridiculous. And adopting Christian ethics would mean to behave in certain ways. So like he explicitly in this video clipped himself talking to Myron Gaines and gave a piece of advice to men. So I don't know why he would, and you notice he didn't say anything about it, of course. Then he goes over like the whole being a stepdad thing in his personal life and like how he isn't a hypocrite and these arguments from hypocrisy are bullshit. So he's just basically saying that everyone is just online like haters. But he did it all in like this really, calm tone and trying to just be a genuine man, like going through his real positions and blah, blah, blah. And so I just thought, you know what, this is kind of there's obvious reasons why people don't like Andrew Wilson. And a large part of it is because of the way he communicates with people. Like it is his behavior. Like even the justification I got underneath in the comment section from someone was like, they do it first, nuh-uh, and shut the fuck up was kind of like the general like response to what I said.
And that's where.
And it's like, okay, but if you were preaching Christian ethics and all of the stuff that you say you preach, I don't understand how going down to like people's level, like matching, they say it's just matching energy, which I understand how tempting it is, but that's just not true. Like there's been many times where Andrew has overstepped lines well before anybody else. He gets offended by something someone says the same way they get offended by him. and he's like stooped to a pretty shitty level and gotten personal with people many, many, many times, and his wife, and then yeah, like I feel like a lot of because he always falls back on it's just debate. I'm only arguing with your positions, and denies that he gets personal and denies that it's like a personal attack, even though he calls all these women whores and hoes and like e-whores, and to deny that he doesn't like that he shames people and judges people like negatively is just like I just feel like it's ridiculous, and that is very clearly the audience he fosters is like alone. They love this shit. Like the way he titles his streams, the way he like talks about TikTokers and talks about like feminists and talks about the liberals and anyone who's not a Christian really. Like you can see just from the audience that he foments is like that's what they're begging for. They beg for this blood sports shit. They beg for him to like shame people. They love when he mocks people. They love when he like rips into them and owns them. That's, I mean, hello. That's why people don't like him. Because if he was just like a pretty chill dude who was arguing for Christian morals and ethics, they would have a problem, like I said in that post, like they would have a problem with some of its positions anyway, because women don't like being told that they shouldn't have as many choices as they do today. Obviously, that's going to get backlash. But for the most part, it's his attitude. Like he has a fucking terrible attitude.
Yeah, I think. I mean, obviously, like it's pretty normal within this space, in the debate space, for people to come around for the owns and for the like. They want like even my audience like will like start salivating for like a an epic own or some shit like that. Like that's fairly normal in this space, but I think that there is a difference when it's about people's like personal lives that you're doing it in. And there's a massive disadvantage when it comes to the whatever podcast, because you're bringing on a bunch of like young women who are there for you to ask a bunch of personal questions about and try to dig into their personal lives. And I think that there's like even a massive disadvantage when it comes to just like where he is in his life and where they are. Like the fact that he did get married young and that he ended up in a position to where he doesn't have to like deal with how many people he slept with or how many how many women he dated or anything like that, has more to do with the fact that he just found somebody that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with at a younger age. And that I'm sure if you asked most of those women, like, hey, if you met the guy that you wanted to spend the rest of your life with at 20 years old, would you have done it? Like most of them probably would say yes, I would have married him. But the that just like makes it to where he has this like lifestyle advantage on them, to where he's able to use this to his advantage, and then he does, to where there's not like a whole lot for them to critique of him. There's not a whole lot that they can say to him, and now he's able to use all of this to look down on them and talk down to them the entire time. And so that just is the dynamic, is he's there to talk down to these women and criticize their life choices and their lifestyles, and it's a very personal thing. It's not like, none of that is about logic. It's all about their personal lives.
Well, that's his whole I mean, that's what I said at the end, like the fact that he's chosen the whatever podcast to like basically that's when he started popping off the most, is to pick a show where the entire purpose is to bring on as many women as you can around a table that you can slut shame essentially, or shame in any way possible. I mean, minimum of $200 to get your TTS read out, and every single one of them is just a how can we shit on these women?
Mm-hmm.
It is just a misogynistic show. Like it is a Christian holier than thou, how can we make you look stupid show, and it's all directed at women. I mean, the fact that he's chosen that avenue to proselytize essentially is kind of, I mean, it's kind of says it all, right? Like there's obviously you're going to get shit for that. I don't know why half those women go on the show. I mean, I understand it's for some kind of clout, but they shouldn't even reward them with fucking showing up, to be honest. But
well, I mean,
I don't know.
supposedly the people have done like a research on this, and that they all have massive upticks on their like OnlyFans
they
pages,
benefit
their
a lot.
Instagrams. Yes, a lot. Yeah, to where like
Because these
having
men, the ones that hate them are the ones that subscribe. So it's hilarious.
I mean, that might be true. It also might be that like a lot of people only go watch the show to find new like OnlyFans girls. Like,
Yeah, true.
and so that there's like a lot of people who probably don't watch it for the debates or content or anything. They're going and looking to see what like hot chicks pop up so they can go follow them. So yeah, there's
Yeah.
but yeah, there's enough of a benefit to where like having one day of shame and a bunch of clips coming out of it is normally worth the financial gain afterward.
Yeah. I think like not all of my criticism was like aimed was like tone policing, even though I admitted like I guess it's tone policing or behavior policing, whatever. Like it's just it is normal criticism to make. Like I got that criticism a lot when I came into the space, and even you and I talked about it. There are a lot of people that didn't like me, and it's like it would be fucking stupid of me to have said, I don't know why. I'm just telling the truth. I'm just preaching my fucking values when I'm just debating. Like, obviously, I knew why people didn't like me. It's because I'm abrasive. It's because I'm aggressive. It's because I say retard a lot.
Well, even
like
Alley Cats just brought up that like a Straighter Aid apparently just went and did an interview recently, and that was kind of like one of the issues after Straighter Aid went on there is that like she got kicked off the show. She was like it seemed obvious that she was trolling. It seemed like she was being like super abrasive and very like like refusing to answer any questions, refusing to give like any straight answers, answered everything with a question. Even after they call it out, she continued doing it. And and so then they kicked her off, and then afterwards she was like I wasn't fucking around. I didn't know why they were being like that. Like they it was all very like kind of lost on
lacking
her.
self-awareness, to be honest. It's just like a lacking of self-awareness, because like even because when people don't like me, I'm aware enough to be like, well, yeah, I understand why. Like it's very obvious why, so that's fine. But yeah, like that's what the whole video he put out was just like a sob story of like, it's not fair of anyone to criticize me personally, and it's like you get into a sphere where that is what you do. You are attacking people's values. You're attacking people's moral systems if they can even like muster up this like the ability to answer to say whether they have one or not. And a lot of them are kids. They haven't fully fleshed it out. So it's his whole thing is judgment and shaming from like negatively. So it doesn't and yeah, like I think when he went into the section, it's about in the middle of the video. The video is about 30 minutes. And when he went into the section about how I don't give advice, and he showed a few clips of him saying, I guess what he meant to say was, I don't give one-on-one personal advice, but kind of framed it as like he isn't out there. That's not what he's out there doing. He's debating. This whole like falling back on only attack my positions, only attack my arguments. This is just debate. Like him and his wife did this a week or so ago, where they said, his wife on Twitter said, we're not, what do they say? We're not being mean to people. We're attacking their positions.
Yeah.
And then tried to justify Andrew's reaction to that woman who said that she had 3 baby daddies, tried to justify all of his behavior recently by saying that's what we're doing. So like, why don't you just focus on that? But it's totally lacking self-awareness, and it's so fucking dishonest of them to do that, because it's not what they're doing. I mean, he called this was right after he just called that woman a dyke. and said that she licked Sniz and went to that. I mean, he was obviously triggered by what she said about his wife, but how does that justify him doing that? Like, if he wants to stand on this fucking pedestal and act like some holier than thou, just preaching Christian ethics like person, then behave like it. I mean, otherwise you're just as bad as the people that you're pissed off with for like attacking you. I don't get it. It's just
Yeah, well, and even like the fact that they do this, like, oh, we're just attacking their positions. You can attack people's positions and be a dick about it. Like, you can do both. Like, you can definitely do both at the same time, to where like one does not supersede the other in any sort of way. And I think generally they are attacking people's positions. I think that is true, but I think they're also like doing it in a very like rude and condescending way, to where, yeah, it's obvious why people wouldn't like them.
Yeah, I mean, that's my main criticism, is the way they do it. Like, you can attack people's positions, but if you're going to do so in a like shaming ritual, like judgment kind of way, then yeah, I mean, this is the shit that's going to come back at you, because there's plenty of ways that you can say to someone that Christian ethics are better, like Christian ethics are this and Christian ethics are that, and talk about it without telling people that they're fuck ups, that they're sluts, that they're like shitty people, that they're stupid, that they're like laughing. I mean, everyone's watched an Andrew. Just click on fucking any Andrew Wilson debate ever. Click on anyone. Even when he's talking to men, he does it. When he's talking to Muslims or whatever, like, he is equally as condescending, sometimes more, to be honest. So yeah, I don't know. Like, that's why people think he's toxic, and that's why people treat him like shit. And I don't think he can complain all he likes, but unless they develop some self-awareness, they're just going to keep getting it. I mean, the fact that he responded to all the shit that I said, he didn't even respond to it. He just said shitty criticisms, basically, attack my position, so fuck off. It's like, well, okay, well, you deserve it then. You're just going to keep getting it.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you put out a 30-minute video bitching and moaning then? You're going to keep getting it. You deserve it.
What is the video about? The fact, is it correcting misinformation, or is it complaining about the fact that people keep attacking them and he doesn't know why?
No, it's like correcting stuff, or it's like clarifying his positions on things, like say he takes how people align him with red pill, and that he's an alpha male, and so he corrects that. He's like, I'm not red pill. I don't align with red pill values, and here are some clips of me saying I don't on different podcasts. And then he showed some clips, and then he's like, I also don't profess to be an alpha male. Here's a clip of me. You remember we watched that debate with them on stage, and he says like, the greatest thing you can strive for in life is family, not materialistic things.
Yeah.
And he's with that like guy who threatened him and stuff.
Yep.
He gives that clip. Like, he goes through a bunch of these allegations against him, the way people characterize him, and he corrects them basically.
Okay.
And gives some clips in support. I just found that there was contradictions, and I found that it was, again, it's like he wants to present as just a guy who goes and debates Christian ethics. That's all he does. That's what he was trying to get across, is like, I just go and debate about Christian ethics. I'm a Christian ethicist, and that's all I'm doing out here. And it's like, bro, that's just such a dishonest reading of how you behave, though. Like, yes, that is what you do, but it's not just, it's what MAGA does at the moment. It's what Christians at the moment are all doing. Like,
Okay, hold on, wait, hold on. So James, not Jimmy, in the chat keeps saying like, these are ridiculous attacks on him, that like everybody says that we always laugh at them because they're so stupid. Like, that she's not saying that like that she, first off, this isn't like an attack on him. She's saying that Andrew acts like he doesn't understand why people attack him all the time and why people don't like him and why they're always coming after him and why they're always trying to like get owns on him and shit like that. And that he doesn't, like, he's just this oblivious little girl who's just wandering around like, I don't get it, why is everybody so mean to me? But that she's like got a fucking resting bitch face 24/7. And no, he explains why they do it in the video. And so I'm assuming the reason that he gives is different than the one she gave and the one that you're saying is such a stupid attack right now. So obviously it doesn't matter that he gave an explanation. She's saying he doesn't understand.
Jimmy's a poor Andrew Wilson like cult member who wants me to only discuss what Andrew said and not discuss my opinion.
Yeah,
That's his problem.
so obviously she disagrees with his answer, and so she's saying that he is clueless as to why it is that people are actually attacking him, why it is that people don't like him, and why it is that they do this shit, and that she's just giving an obvious reason, and that you're sitting here going, oh, we laugh at people who say this because they're wrong, or because you just don't have like enough balls to engage with the argument, or what? Like, why is it that you would just laugh instead of actually having any sort of substantive engagement with it? Like Mantis, if I were you, I would like copy paste what Andrew said to you under his response to you. Like I would just copy paste that and be like, oh, you don't have a real argument against what I said. Okay, then don't care.
True, maybe I should do that. I mean, I already responded.
That's one of them. So he's saying that that is one of the reasons that he gave, is that like he's a dick in the video.
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
What'd you say?
James is saying that that this is one of the reasons that Andrew gives in the video, is that he's a dick.
One of the reasons people attack him in the video, like the reasons he gives for why people attack him. I mean, he starts off by saying there's like a whole section at the very beginning, which I believe is where he's trying to take the whole rest of the video. He says that he calls it the politics of personal destruction. Now, I don't.
Oh, okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. That's not what James was saying. Okay. Okay, then yeah, never mind. My bad. Obviously he knows he's a dick, but that's not like it's not. It doesn't matter if he knows he's a dick if he's still kind of like oblivious as to why it is that people don't like him, and then just acts like, oh, I just attack people's positions, like they should just respond with attacking positions.
That
like
is the problem. That Jimmy, like that is the problem. Is he knows he's a cunt. He absolutely knows it. This is like part of his brand. This is how why people watch him a lot of the time. Like. So, for example, like I watch Destiny, and a large part of why I enjoy Destiny is because he can be a dick. Like it is. He's really good at zinging people. He can be edgy, and he can be a dick to people. And I think some people who he goes up against, because of the dishonesty that they approach him with, deserve it. And I enjoy watching it. I think it's funny. But I don't hear Destiny acting like he doesn't understand why people attack him. There have been numerous times on his stream where he says, listen, I'm kind of cold, I can be aggressive, I can be abrasive, I can be this, I can be that. So there's heaps of reasons why people like wouldn't like me. He said it like over and over and over again. I think sometimes, like, the one thing I agree with, which is why I said at the beginning of my criticism of Andrew, is putting aside the pathetic personal shit. Because I think it is kind of cringe to like attack someone's personal life. You don't really know them. I think it is weird to dig into their like history and find all these little personal things to bring up. But I didn't make any of those things. I didn't talk about his personal life.
But that is what he does.
That wasn't my criticism.
That is his like entire his shtick.
Andrew Wilson. Exactly. Like he's done it to people many, many times. He enjoys it, and his audience enjoys it. But then, you know, when the inevitable, whatever you put out there is going to come back at you. When that happens to him, you know. Like he bitches and moans about it. Like, so I don't know. Like that the lack of self-awareness is where he knows he's a dick. He's aware enough to know he's a cunt, but then he acts like, why can't people just debate my positions? Because that all I'm doing is debating here. It's like, no, it's not. That's not what you're doing. You personally attack people all the time. And like my main criticism is, of course, if you're going to partake in a culture that's like adjacent or aligned with Red Pill, where you shame people and judge people like that, you're going to be aligned with Red Pill. You're going to be aligned with like the worst people on the internet who, that you know, he shames women in particular a lot by going on whatever podcast and contributing to that whole sphere. You're going to get pushback.
Doesn't he have a
These are just the
nickname for
consequences of your.
Yeah, Alley Cat says, doesn't he have a nickname for Destiny about his personal life too? Like, yes, that is that he is like
Yeah.
constantly gone after Destiny about his personal life and about like what it, you know, the stuff with Lawrence Southern and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's just very hard to sympathize with somebody who is contributing to the culture that he's bitching about in his video. The politics of personal destruction, Andrew participates in it. Like he's just, you know, you fuck around, you find out. It is this victim shit. Like he's getting blowback from his own community, which I think is actually rattling him. Like when he gets blowback from liberals, he doesn't give a shit. But because his own community of like right wingers and Christians and shit like that are started to push back on him and calling him a hypocrite, like yeah, now I think it's actually rattled him. So he had to make a fucking video about it.
Okay. Well, I am. I'm gonna switch over to Call of Duty, and
Oh, didn't you get donations?
nope, we're short, and I've already switched everything over, so I will route everything over there, and I will be back on here tomorrow. If you guys go over to the other channel, take a second and hit the thumbs up button if you don't want to stick around. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.
Later, drools.